What is up, everybody? You hear that sound? You know what it is. Draft day is here. Thomas, how we doing?
Doing great. Night one, NFL draft, and everything we're seeing, and we're going to get into this, about 24 minutes away from the official first overall pick, or at least the Tennessee Titans going on the clock. Then we're hearing, Josh, this is going to be a wild first couple of minutes, because number 2, which I think we're going to talk about here in a second, Cleveland Browns, that's where the draft really starts. We know Cam Ward goes 1. After 1, we thought it would be Travis Hunter. Probably still is. Might not be the Cleveland Browns, but welcome everybody in because we always have fun with the NFL draft. It's going to be a long night waiting for the Philadelphia Eagles. Will they trade up? Will they trade back? Will they stay put? Just sit down, enjoy the show, enjoy the ride. We have a lot of stuff planned for you guys tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, we absolutely do. Been working quite a bit on the graphics. Hopefully they stick with us as well as the stream itself. If you're not already, you know the drill. Hit the like button. We appreciate it as always. Make sure to subscribe. Got some crazy giveaways as well. But again, it is draft day, and whether or not you have seen the movie itself, you're not missing much if you haven't. But the biggest and best movie is watching Howie Roseman on draft day. So I am excited for it, as I know all of us are. I'm just curious, and that continual question, I know that we're going to get into it. You do mention, yes, it's going to start, the fireworks are probably going to start early, trades, moves, potentials like that. But for the Eagles in particular, how early does, or does Howie even trade up, right? Like, who's going to potentially be available? The dominoes may start to fall if we see fireworks early. There's an opportunity for Howie to pounce. We know that he will if that does happen. I'm holding out hope that there's a Walter Nolan. That was my prediction. Yours, Malachi Starks. Anthony DeBono, Mason Taylor, others in the chat, let us know your predictions. But
yes,
it's going to be great nonetheless. I'll just say that. I am holding out hope, though, for a Walter Nolan. We do appreciate the super chats as well. Let me make sure and hit on these too. So IBH with a 2. Let me be the first to say, in Howie we trust. There we go. It's actually a different color of super chat lettering. I don't know if that I did that unintentionally, but yes, in Howie we do trust. I don't know if it's going with the draft stream. So interesting.
Okay.
I didn't know I could do that, but okay, it's the green and gold, so we'll take it. IBH with
Cool.
5 more. Josh and Thomas put in a lot of time and effort on this. Everyone should be hitting the like button and subscribe. Go Birds. Jim, that is true. We took a decent amount of time on these. I'm not going to lie. Multiple exports, as people will see as we get into the graphics and everything else. But, I mean, come on. Thomas, you and I, we'd be honest here. It is a labor of love, though, because like as we love the game streams. Those are a blast. Obviously, Super Bowl. But there's a different feel for a lot of us. And not everyone that follows the draft religion, but there's a different feel, especially night one of the draft and all the hype and who's going to go where and the makeups of the team. So, yes, it was an absolute blast. But, Jim, you're correct. It did take a little bit to get these things up. So, appreciate that.
Yeah, we love all the work that we get to put into this for you guys. We got 4.5, maybe 5 hours, depending on how things go, Josh. Let's just set the stage, though, for what we're looking for over the next, I'd say, 45 minutes. Because obviously Philadelphia picks at 32. They have a very strong likelihood, I would say, of trading up. I think in all 4 of the last drafts, 4 of the last 5, Philadelphia has moved up in round 1 to go ahead and get somebody, or at least moved up at some point in the NFL draft to go ahead and get somebody. And so I think any pick after 15 is going to be a green light for Philadelphia. They could come in at any point after 15. Anything before would be a very big shock. It'd be quite the haul to go from 32 to 12, for instance, but 32 to 18, 32 to 22, 32 24, and especially 32, 27, or 28 make a ton of sense. And so while we're going to have to stay, late, at least up for a while, to find out what the Eagles do, they can really get on the clock at any point here after 15. But for the next 45 minutes, Josh, here's how the NFL draft is going to go. Cam Ward is going to get the call. He's obviously been, known. He's going to be a Tennessee Titan for the better part of 2 months now. But now there are a ton of reports going down. I'm sure Adam Schefter has tweets out there, and Ian Rappaport has tweets out there. The Cleveland Browns are preparing something shocking at number 2 overall, according to reports. Now, shocking would not, in my opinion, be Travis Hunter, because we've seemingly known for the past month that Travis Hunter was likely going to be the draft pick for the Cleveland Browns there at number 2. However, if they are shopping it, which apparently there are multiple teams inside the top 10, according to Shefty, looking to go up to number 2 to get Travis Hunter, could we see a trade the second that Cam Ward officially ends his time on the clock with the Tennessee Titans and the Browns go on the clock? This draft, which I thought even a week ago started at number 6, because I thought we knew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, has suddenly begun at number 2 overall. And the second the first trade gets off the board, Josh, remember, no trades have happened pre-draft so far in this process anywhere in round 1. Once that first trade happens, I think all bets are off. It's going to get very crazy here for the next, let's say, hour, at least hour and a half, just to get us into the top 5 and out of the top 10.
Yes, yep. And you were mentioning it too. A couple other tweets. Jay Glazer just tweeted out a second ago saying the Jaguars and Browns trade looks like it could go down. So that's the most likely of the Browns as of right now, anyway. So we'll see which team, the asking price. Do you have? I was hearing like Travis Hunter. The Jags need a corner. They need a wide receiver. If you get both in one player, you trade up to 2. You make that happen, possibly so. But yeah, that's one of the many things. Also, you see there, Elliott Shore-Parks, you were mentioning the trade scenarios that potentially works for the Eagles, and there's so many of those. You have the number 15 for Falcons because they only have 5 picks. Basically, you go look and see any team that does not have a whole lot of picks in this draft. Well, there you go. They might be open for business. Howie Roseman's going to call. Steelers with only 6 picks at 21, Vikings 4 picks at 24, and the Commanders even, although I don't know if necessarily trade with a divisional rival, but still, they gave us Cooper DeJean. We thank them for that. Only 5 picks for the Commies. So we'll see.
Obviously, you mentioned it, but that number 2 overall draft pick, it does seem like Jacksonville is the team that is absolutely infatuated with Travis Hunter right now, Josh. So once Travis Hunter becomes a Jaguar, then it becomes a mad rush for Ashton Jeanty, because Ashton Jeanty is kind of the other polarizing offensive weapon here in round 1, Josh, who, I mean, a lot of people, early draft process, he was going to be a Bear at 10, at least no later than number 10 overall. A couple days ago, he goes nowhere past 5 because the Jacksonville Jaguars were in on that. Once the Jags take themselves out of the Jeanty sweepstakes by taking Hunter at number 2, then you're going to see other football teams, maybe the Bears, try to go up to number 5. I could see Cleveland tonight, Josh, starting at 2, and eventually picking at 10 and picking up multiple first-round draft picks, multiple day 2 picks as well along their way back and still getting a top 10 player in this draft. So right now it feels like Travis Hunter and Ashton Jeanty are going to be those 2 guys inside the top 10 that people are vying to go ahead and get to get a superstar playmaker on the offensive side of the football.
And you could definitely understand why. I mean, if you get trade capital like that, multiple selections, but it goes both ways. Depending on who your team is and which direction, you have usually the polarizing decisions, which happen all the time. We never know how these draft picks and players turn out, but it's the beauty of it. Shout out to everybody in the chat, too. I'm going to get to these super chats. We appreciate you guys again so much. Matt with a 20 memberships for the Philly Special Show. Congratulations. 20 people just got those. Entries into the special member giveaways, as well as accessing the emojis. Also, CJ Deacon with a 5. What are y'all's top 3 guys who Howie should trade up for if they slip down the board enough? Also love the vids and streams. Let's go Birds.
Well, do you want the realistic guys, or do you want the guys that we actually want? Because, I mean,
right. I will say Abdul Carter, but
changes.
Is that realistic for us?
Sure.
Let's go with relatively realistic. Let's live in a relatively realistic world.
I have 4 names that I think are really in play for Philadelphia tonight. And obviously, I'm not going to include either of the Georgia edge rushers. I think Jalen Walker or Mikael Williams could easily be a pick that Philadelphia trades up to go ahead and grab. Let's put them aside. And the 4 players, I think, most of which you would trade up for, Walter Nolan is one. You got to go real high, in my opinion, to get him, unless he has a shocking sort of fall here, which I don't think it is. We talked about that yesterday, but we'll see. Walter Nolan is obviously number 1, I think, on the Eagles draft board. They would love to have him as a realistic trade-up target. Next is Malachi Starks. I think he's going to be probably in that early to mid-20 range right now. A couple of teams, including, I believe, the Minnesota Vikings at 24, who could be a trade-out candidate, or a team that just picks Malachi Starks. They need safety help. We'll keep an eye on him. Trey Amos, the cornerback. And then I think you also have to keep an eye on Mason Taylor, the tight end out of Michigan. Philadelphia would love to have Colston Loveland. They'd love to have Tyler Warren, but those are the 2 much higher-rated tight ends in this year's draft. Warren might go in the top 10. Loveland will go top 15. If they are going to trade Dallas Goedert either tonight or tomorrow or after the draft, they need to get a tight end. And if they were to go ahead and look for one, sitting around 32, Mason Taylor from LSU makes a ton of sense. And I'll throw in a dark horse candidate here, Josh. There's something about Mike Green that continues to intrigue me. I know the pre-draft process, and Howie Roseman said they don't look at players with a background like Mike Green. He kind of backed that up a little bit to where maybe he could, walk himself out of actually taking him. The Marshall edge rusher is a physical freak. He's a massive question mark. He led the FBS in sacks last year with 17.5. I don't think he gets to 32. I don't know if Philadelphia even is interested in him, but he's one of those guys that if Vic Fangio fell in love pre-draft, very Jalix Hunt-esque, but maybe a lot better, could keep an eye on Mike Green. So there's a couple of names there.
I
But
know.
I think Nolan and Starks
like
are kind
those.
of the two.
Okay.
Walter Nolan and Malachi Starks are really the two right now.
That's fair. And you mentioned Mike Green. By the way, Josh Norris, who does great draft coverage, was talking about it and had in his mock draft, I believe, Mike Green going to the Eagles. And him and Anthony DeBono are kind of talking about that a little bit back and forth on Twitter. And understandable, right? The questions, the allegations, that his whole background that you mentioned there. But Zach Berman, who is obviously very close and in tune with the team, all he said was there's some good. Josh has some good senses there. So just to say, the Eagles might actually be interested in Green. For those that understand what Howie said in the past about guys' backgrounds and everything else, but they have a way to look into a little bit deeper to tell if that's legit, aka Big Dom. So if there's no issues, then they go, all right, hey, maybe we end up looking at him. So there is a name certainly to keep an eye on. I would say for me, Walter Nolan, obviously, that's not a surprise for people. I'll throw that one out there. Malachi Starks, I also think there's a trade-up opportunity for Malachi Starks. 3, if I'm going to keep it to 3 players, man, that's tough if I'm going to do a third. I say I don't think that you have to necessarily trade up like a Nick Scorton. I like Nick Scorton, but if there's an opportunity of, I mean, heck, even like a Shamar Stewart. I'm sticking like defensive line on 2 of those, but like Shamar Stewart could potentially fall there. Donovan Ezraku, I've also liked his game, the potential there with Fangio, Nolan Smith. I gave you more than 3, but yeah, you could tell that I'm leaning towards something on the D line. Most likely could be Malachi Starks though. I did say the safety. CJ, appreciate the 5 though. Also, Andrew with a 2 said time to see how that beer can. Time to see how that beer can blow affected Howie. Hopefully in a good way. I mean, he's made moves since then. We've been all right. Although there was the C.J. Gardner-Johnson that some people wondered about. Trenton Wright with a 2. If Howie trades back, we riot. And then in parentheses, just kidding. Just kidding.
We riot in the fact that we waited 4.5 hours for nothing. Yes, but we don't. We would be very excited tomorrow because you have multiple second-round draft picks. And
it's true. It's true. Then he's ready to cook. It would be a very anticlimactic ending though, because you go all the way to like, all right, hey, 32. There's some guys that fell here. Who's he going to take? And okay, well, we'll see you guys tomorrow night. Like they would literally be that way. Matt with a 10. Let's go, Trey Amos. There we go. Big fan of him. I like Trey Amos. I think that there's a chance that if he's available on the board, it's just going to be a stay at 32. That doesn't feel like one of those you trade up. But hey, if they want a corner, I'm actually glad that Matt brought this up because I was going to share this on the tweet here from James Palmer. But you see there, he had said this a couple hours ago, but talking about the draft, the Super Bowl victory, how it plays out for the Eagles. So if people didn't catch the previous tweet or what he was referring to, but basically said, with that said, last year the Eagles went into the draft with a focus on defensive back and tackle. This year, he's told that it's wide open. Only positions off the table early are quarterback, running back, and off-ball linebacker, unless one specific player is there. Now, we could throw out potentials for who that might be, Jod Campbell, whoever you might think. But there's just one player that they would go to. Otherwise, it's wide open. It says keep an eye out, though, for it to be heavy defense. Help up front is something to look for, and Philly would like a cornerback and safety when the 4th round ends. So, I mean, Thomas, we're talking about either tonight or tomorrow, you're going to get a cornerback and a safety. That's just something to keep an eye on, whether it's a Trey Amos, Malachi Starks for your safety, Kevin Winston Jr., lots of options. But I just love these little tidbits of news. And it could be a total smokescreen as well. Like, that's the part that we also don't know, right? I mean, trust James Palmer as a source, but he could be fed information just to throw teams off the scent. Be like, oh, yeah, Philly's looking for a corner and safety. And then they don't go that direction.
Yeah, it's very possible. Well, listen, tonight we've worked on a lot of graphics, a lot of highlight packages as well. I think we test one of those out here, Josh, and let people know what's going on. And so how about we start with the one player that I think you and I both agree on we really want to see in Philadelphia, the defensive tackle in Walter Nolan. This is the guy, Josh, as you get ready to pull it up, throw it up there whenever you're ready, that I think most Eagle fans would agree is kind of the dream prospect. He's kind of the one that we're all sitting here on pins and needles, and as soon as you get out of the top 10, where's he going to go? There are mock drafts having him go 11 to San Francisco 49ers. There are mock drafts having him not be in the first round, Josh. Walter Nolan is, to me, number 1 on Howie Roseman's realistic big board here. The problem is figuring out where to get him. He has all the tools that you want in a defensive tackle. He can rush the passer. He's great against the run. Pairing him next to Jalen Carter, on this already elite defensive front, and you have, I mean, a nightmare for offensive coordinators for the next 5 years. And Walter Nolan, as young as he is, a little bit of immaturity questions. That's why he might fall a little bit. But is there a better place to go in the National Football League to, find yourself in the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles? Walter Nolan is my top target tonight. The question is, Josh, can they get high enough to get him? It's going to cost a lot.
I think it's possible. Where there's a will, there's a way. And you know how much I'm a fan of Walter Nolan for all the things that you said there, but you pair him up with a Jalen Carter. It has potential big ramifications if they're able to make that happen also for Jordan Davis. I mean, you can't understate, the possibility for his future, what that means, fifth-year option, whether the Eagles will pick it up. But I think that it's telling if they end up making something happen with Walter Nolan. There's some question marks. I get it. It's not like Walter Nolan is up to the same level of a Jalen Carter coming out, but you pair those two up, and I mean, my gosh, the league is going to be in trouble. That is one of those moves where we look at, in the past, we've had a Quinyon Mitchell fall to the Eagles, a Cooper DeJean somehow fall to the Eagles, Jalen Carter. It would be up there at that same echelon, even if it's like at 24-25, as you're talking about, you trade up and go get him. So, yeah, that's my number one as well. The target just comes down to, how does the draft play out? And we're going to see here in about 8 minutes once the draft starts to begin and the fireworks start happening, and who knows?
There we
Looks
go.
like
All right.
The graphics work too. So if I was going to say the audio-wise, people let us know. It should still be good, but if you have any issues, let us know.
Yeah, we always get that maybe it's too high, too low. Let us know. We'll adjust it as we go. Josh, I know you can manually turn up my mic. Can you turn up to just like a click is what I'm being told? I don't know if I'm at 80 or 100%, like a tiny little bit. We'll see how that goes.
All right, there we go.
For people down in the chat. Go ahead when you get a chance. Let's pull up the big board. Let's pull up ESPN's best available.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of get a look at how the experts view the best available, and tell me whenever you have that ready to go, because I want to make a very key point here, because the problem with this draft and trying to figure out who to pick or who's going to get picked at certain places. Go ahead.
I was going to say real quick as I'm pulling that up, shout out Mike Malone just gifted 50 Philly Special Show memberships, 50 of those. So congrats, 50 people just got other memberships. That is one of the largest. So Matt already gifted the 20. Mike with another 50. Thank you for that. That's huge. Really appreciate it. Okay. Got it pulled up here now.
Well, first off, let's just check my mic levels, because I'm being told that it's a little bit quiet. So I'm going to try and listen in on my end. So
I bumped it up.
I think it's
pretty significantly now. So hopefully, but I've got more room. So it was just based off the previous levels, but I think
Frankie Ray says it was just the music, so you're fine now, Thomas. So let me just. Yeah, it sounds fine to me. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go. Okay, so you have the big board, ESPN's best available right now.
Here we go.
Correct?
Yep.
So here's what we're looking at. The problem with this draft and why it's so exciting tonight is what you see here, Dual Carter 1, Hunter 2, Genty 3, Jalen Walker 4 ahead of Mason Graham is your first red flag that throws up there. That is not a consensus. There is no consensus in this year's draft, Josh. Yes, most people would have Travis Hunter as the best overall player. They would then have Abdul Carter. After that, you could ask 15 different GMs who's number 3, 4, 5, 6, and onward, and they'll give you 15 different answers, because Jalen Walker, 4 on the big board right here, according to ESPN, he's mocked anywhere from 10 to 28 on Mel Kiper or Daniel Jeremiah or Tom McShay's, first-round mock draft. Then you got Mason Graham, who some people had a guaranteed 3rd overall draft pick, potentially being a New York Giant. Then he fell to 5. He could be falling even further, and yet he's the best defensive tackle in the entire draft, and then tonight. And then a question of, is Tyler Warren the better tight end? Most people would say yes, but there is an argument that Colston Loveland can get open better over the middle of the football field than Warren has throughout his film. The point is here, the big board you see on your screen might be how ESPN has ranked them. Everybody else in their war rooms, all 32 across the NFL and across the United States tonight, they rank these guys very differently. So if you think that Ted McMillan, the wide receiver, is a top 10 draft pick, you got to go up and get him. But other people might think he's the 20th overall player and the second best wide receiver on this board, and it gets very, very confusing. And a lot of teams are going to want to trade back if they think their guy's going to be there, but they don't know for sure where he might rank on other people's draft board. It's going to be very interesting tonight as the draft gets going here in less than 5 minutes.
That's why we do the draft, because everybody has so many different rankings. Heck, if people want just another one in the description of our videos here, our stream, I just honestly, maybe a little bit of just quick timing because it was the easiest copy paste, but there's PFF's rankings for the top 50 on our board, and you could tell exactly how crazy different it is compared to this one. So yeah, they're all over the place. You got PFF, you got Dane Brugler, you got name your pick for mock drafts, Todd McShay, Mel Kiper, and others. But you're right. I think it's like those top 2-3 guys, and then wherever else you want to go on that. Like we could see trade up, we could see a quarterback. I was seeing, I'm sure you saw one of the tweets. I forgot who was the initial person to put it out there, but the Saints might even go Jackson Dart at 9. Like,
yes,
who has that in their own mock drafts, right?
Yes.
But like if that happens, then all of a sudden we're like, well, okay, wow. You take a Cam Ward number 1, Jackson Dart maybe goes 9. Then who's the other quarterback? Does that shift things? Where are the other guys going to fall? So, yeah, it's why we love the draft. It's the unpredictability of it. Nobody knows what's happening.
In the chat, we got 1,700 people watching on both channels right now. Hit the like button. That way more people find it. We should have 1,700 likes. Everyone watching, we'd really appreciate that. Drop down below where you're watching from. I know we got a lot of people in Philly, New Jersey, obviously around the United States, but I'm sure, I saw Alaska earlier. Let us know where you guys are watching from down in the chat. Let's see who's the furthest away.
That's legit.
Let's say from the draft, from Green Bay. Who's the furthest from Green Bay right now? Let us know down below in the comment section. We appreciate you guys hanging out. And, of course, hit that thumbs up button because it obviously helps the show. So we will see.
Steven,
Josh,
sorry, I was going to get the super Philly for Life with the Let's Run It membership. And then also Steven and others. I see the super chats. I'm going to try to get to those. I saw a comment of saying if my super chat disappears, the little timer there, does it go away? It does not. We've got it saved. I have it here. This will probably happen throughout the night. So if you throw out a super chat, it will get read. It will get put up on the screen. It might take some time though, as we're going through the drafts and the picks and putting up highlights and all that. But just fair warning, it may take some time, but it will get read. So Aiden with a 2, appreciate that earlier, said Shadur to the Giants, calling it right now. He'll be good. So as far as where the Giants select, I'm assuming that he's saying that for their first selection and not like a trade up. I've seen mocks of like they trade back into the first round or something, but all right. Hey, the Giants want to go get him at 3, I suppose.
It seems unlikely. I think the Giants are out on Shador. I think it's going to be Jackson Dart. The question is going to be, how far does Jackson Dart fall, Josh? I mean, I think he is going to be really another linchpin early in this draft, depending on if the Saints at 9, a team comes back into 15, 17. I don't think Dart gets close to 20 tonight. I think he goes a lot earlier. And then who's the third quarterback? I think there will be 3, and obviously Shador is probably going to be that number. Who's number 4? Is it Jalen Milroe? He's got a lot of hype the past couple of days. We'll obviously have to wait and see. I'm seeing some chats from people here, Josh. Germany says Franz Heider. Is that how you say his name?
Let's go.
I'm seeing Vancouver, Canada. I guess it's kind of close to Green Bay, Wisconsin, technically. So Joey Stackhouse in the building. Shout out to Joey.
What's up?
From San Antonio, Allentown, PA, Vancouver, British Columbia, Germany again, Indiana, England, Shreveport. Josh, we have a super chat. I see Haiti. Are we checking in from Haiti right now? Is what I see is Juan Sinatra. Haiti.
All right.
I think
all
you're
over
the
the place. There's an Adelaide, South Australia. I don't know if
that's pretty
Australia's
far,
probably I don't know if I'm saying that first one correctly, but Adelaide, South.
I see Morocco. That's pretty far too. I think Australia's further, technically, but Morocco, Switzerland out there, New York, on a trip in Tokyo, says Jackson Sullivan.
Wow.
All right, everyone's checking in right now. Holy cow, you guys are all over the place.
Far ones. Yeah.
All over the place.
And time zone difference. Let's just say, I don't even know the time zones for all those, but it's either really, really late or incredibly early. I don't know. Dubbed you with a 5. Well, let's see. What if we keep 32 and pick up an earlier first rounder and have the 5th-year option on 2 guys we like?
As in, like, stay at 32 but trade up to get someone else?
I guess.
Very unlikely,
incredibly aggressive, but
very unlikely.
If you really love someone in the first, I mean, like, yeah. Because if you think about it, like, look, the Eagles last year had they had a first-round grade on Quinion Mitchell. They had a first-round grade on Cooper DeJean. So, like, it feels like if they were going to do it, that would have been last year's draft, because they had 50 and 53 in the second round. I think it was 50 and 53. Yep. So, you'd kind of be like, okay, they would have taken Quinion Mitchell and then immediately traded back up with 50 and 53. Now, they would have had to give up more than what it took to get Cooper DeJean with the Commanders trade. But, I guess crazier things have happened. It just feels like, you've probably seen it. It takes a lot to move up into that spot, especially with the Eagles and where their picks are right now. Not that we don't have a lot of picks, but in terms of just the capital to make it happen. Cardi with a 5. Could you guys see Tanner McKee getting moved tonight or before week 1?
Before week 1, it would take a lot, and it would take Philadelphia taking a quarterback at some point. Not tonight, obviously, but over the weekend. So I would say no, but crazy things have happened. So we'll have to wait and see what goes down. I would be surprised. I think they like Tanner McKee.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's very likely. I don't want him to go. I'll just say that. I know it's different scheme-wise. Some people are like, he's not Jalen Hurts type of player, but come on. We saw him play against Dallas and what he did in that game. I think you see the ability that he has. There's a reason. Zarvan with the 10. Appreciate that. Says ELGSES, Eagles. Let's go Birds. Draft Malachi. You got half of that super chat correctly.
There you go.
I love that that's become like the meme. It's on shirts. It's on hats. It's like you turn an awful spelling into something that's a great like war cry for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
Appreciate the support. Go Birds, baby. Justin, my guy Justin, the Michigan man, with the 5 says bold prediction. If Luther Bird, see, they did another one of these.
There it is again,
Justin. See, Tyler is. I don't know if Tyler's here. I haven't seen him yet, but Tyler's been throwing this out. Now he is too. Bold prediction: if Luther Burden falls to 32, the Eagles take him. Wow.
Probably not. I would bet money that they don't, but that's neither here nor there. We'll have to wait and see. Quick update here. Jeff McClain is reporting that if Mike Green, the Marshall pass rusher, is there at 32, the Eagles will pass based on his allegations of sexual assault and background history. So keep an eye on that. In non-Eagle news, it's looking like potentially, and this is a this is a potentially here, but Mason Graham at 2. Cleveland is very much a fan of Mason Graham if they were to stay at that pick, although I'd be surprised. I saw that one come in from Adam Schefter and Diana Rossini 2 minutes ago because the top 10 is going to be nuts. The Broncos are the ones making an aggressive push to try to get inside the top 10. They like Ashton Genty. I don't think they have a shot at him. Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland seem to be the options there to go ahead and give Bo Nix a superstar pass-catching tight end. So a couple of things that are moving right now. I mean, you can't believe anything until it actually begins, as we're about to get the commissioner walk on stage here, and we're going to go ahead and put the Titans on the clock in a matter of seconds. But a lot of things are going around, and I think the hottest phone in the world right now is the Cleveland Browns one, as Roger Goodell rides his bike onto the stage to a thunderous applause of boos.
Of boos.
An applause, but it's a thunderous roar of boos there. But he's riding the Green Bay bike, trying to make the fans a little bit less hostile. So
in Green
there you
Bay,
go.
Yes.
He's just driving around. Let's see which Bears is he gonna, or not Bears? Which Packers is he gonna bring out? Because he always brings out all the. There's Lil Wayne. Yep, he's got to bring out all the Packer guys
if he can.
That's right.
He's a smart man, kind of. Swipe ain't S with a 2. Vic loves Jade Barron. There we go.
Does he?
I don't know. You take a corner, perhaps.
I did see this earlier. If we want to talk corner for a second here, Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, he should be cornerback 1. I know Jade Barron. There's a debate there. I think Johnson is number 1. Problem is he didn't have a great year last year. Injuries, and there's been a whole discussion that his knee is sort of a chronic problem and that it's not going to get healed, and that he could be the one to have a nuclear fall. Not even, out of the top 10, out of the first round. So Will Johnson is going to be one of these players to keep an eye on here who could start to plummet due to injury. Remember, Kobe Dean, we had an example of this a couple of years back. Dean was a top 15 pick. Got him on day 3. There were injury concerns. Turned out to not really be true. I mean, kind of. He played well last year. But keep an eye on the cornerback market as we get into the teens, because Will Johnson is someone that a lot of people like, but that knee injury could have some question marks and make him fall a little bit. So we'll see.
Yep. Steven with a 5. Eagles will draft Jalen Milroe in later rounds as a future Hurts backup. He has the same skill set at Hurts. That would have to be still fairly early. Feels unlikely. I'll just say that. You got your franchise guy. It's not as worrisome. You just won a Super Bowl. and you got Tanner McKee, but never know. Jalen Milroe looks up to Hurts. He said that a couple times, so June with a 2, Haiti baby. Yep, just getting to that one.
Yep.
Infante with a 10, watching from Bahrain.
Okay, that's pretty far.
Sport. I don't even know.
Can you point that out on a map?
I would have to get it help. But appreciate you tuning in. So the Titans are about to be on the clock. We're about to get that announcement. Carlos
to get it.
with a 20 bomb real quick. Looking forward to seeing Howie Cook and Chef Howard these GMs.
There you go.
That's pretty
How
cool.
long do you think the Titans are going to take to make the pick? It always takes forever. We always know. There hasn't been a surprise number 1 overall pick in years, Josh. And so, the question's going to be, they take 5 minutes, do they take all 10? Hopefully they don't take all 10 because number 2, as we keep saying, is really the time for things to start shining here. So, man, I'm pumped. 2,000 people between both channels, so make sure you drop a like and get in the comments section as we're just getting started here. I think we're going to start having people start trickling in.
There we go.
As Roger Goodell continues to announce all the Packer fans or the Packer players he has up on the stage
he has
with
to.
him, as like you said, shield himself from the boots. It's just how it works.
And you were saying, like, how long is it going to... It'll probably be the full 10 minutes because, it's
probably
get the commercials in. He tells the team, look, even if you know who it is, it's pageantry. Take your time. A&R 1251, love the live stream. Where's the Saquon shirt from? That is Die Hard Addicts. If you go to diehardaddicts.com, use code Philly Special, get 15% off. Got some good merch over there. So diehardaddicts.com.
By the way, for people who are curious, if Philadelphia does not trade up tonight, Josh, what time was the 32nd overall draft pick last year? It was 11:57 p.m. Eastern time. So we are 8:07. They are about to put the Titans on the clock, but if you're wanting to know, if we're going to have to wait to the very last pick of tonight's draft, 11:57 Eastern time was the official 32nd overall draft pick. Not by the Chiefs, if you remember, it was the Buffalo Bills. The Chiefs traded up for Xavier Worthy, so it could be a long night. Here we go. I think he's about to go ahead and make the announcement. Josh, get the graphic ready.
Let's do it.
The 2025 NFL Draft is officially open. According to the NFL commissioner, the Tennessee Titans are now on the clock, Josh. Here we go.
There we go.
9:50 on the board right now. We all know who the Tennessee Titans are going to go ahead and take. We just wait patiently, Josh. And so, now might be a better time than ever to begin to talk about the first overall draft pick and Cam Ward. I mean, this is going to be the pretty obvious pick. We know who they're going to do. The question's going to be after this, but the draft can't start until the first pick is gone, and so we got to wait for Cam Ward's name to be announced. He has his moment as the number 1 overall pick, the third in Miami Hurricane history, in about 9.5 minutes from now.
Won't be a surprise once we see that. I've run through a couple of these super chats again because I'm actually pretty far behind here real quickly, and then we'll get to that because, again, we know pretty much who they're going to take. Matt with a 2, Eagle Nation. There we go. Josh H. with a 5, just want to note, Philly has 20 draft picks between this year and next. We ain't drafting 20 rookies to fill a 53-man roster. I expect trades incoming. 1,000%. Yes. Yep. I just kind of expect it to be tomorrow night. There might be use a couple to move up tonight, but I feel like tomorrow night you could take one and maybe wait a 10 or 15 picks and then trade up again, go get some impact starters. But yeah, you're right. No team is going to have, hey, you drafted 20 guys over the last 2 years, and that's like half of your roster. That's not going to happen. So let's see. Frankie Ray with a 10. Josh, make sure you don't hurt yourself this year jumping up and down.
If it's Walter Nolan, he might. If it's Walter Nolan, he might.
I forgot about that with the Quinyon Mitchell, the Cooper DeJean picks. Yes, I'll try not to, but no promises. I appreciate the warning, Frankie. Brian with a 2. Didn't see a comment. We appreciate the support. Big Fish Little Boat with a 5. Checking in from Niburu. Niburu? I don't know where that is. Familiar. And a future timeline, by the way. Eagles repeat. Okay.
So it's
from the future.
It must be from the future. Yeah.
Is that a movie reference I should get? Is that a legit place? I don't know. I'm sure that people in the chat know exactly what I have no clue. Okay. Well, we appreciate it. Yeah.
Let us know where
we'll take it. Yeah, we'll take an Eagles repeat. Starts with the draft here. Daniel with the 2. Do you buy the Ramsey trade talks linking us?
No.
I do not. No.
I buy the. I'm sure they called. I'm sure Howie has called on
Right.
everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, with that,
He's always
anybody.
going to.
But no, I don't need a 30-year-old with a $25 million contract, and who knows what you have to give up for him? Probably a 4th or a 5th round pick. I'd be shocked. I mean, I would be like Jaw on the floor, stunned if Philadelphia traded for Jalen Ramsey. It would not happen tonight. It would happen tomorrow, or more than likely on Saturday if you were to go ahead and get Ramsey. I would just be stunned if they got Jalen Ramsey. It's not happening.
Okay. People are saying fake planet, alien stuff.
Planet X.
Okay.
Nabaru. Okay, well, hey, that's why we have the chat. They,
I don't know.
They
I'm clueless.
Keep us. Yeah, I have no idea.
Professor X with a 2. What's your favorite player in the draft? We kind of answered this one earlier, but people in and out, and we said top 3, but it was realistic. My favorite player in the draft, I'll let you go after here, but my favorite player in the draft, if we're not talking about realistic or just favorite in general, would be Abdul Carter, but that's just defense, pass rusher, all the reasons to like Abdul Carter. But then we'll just reiterate again, the number one, like realistic, is obviously Walter Nolan.
Yeah, I mean, Walter Nolan for Philadelphia. Mason Graham is not talked about, Josh. He's getting overshadowed in this year's draft. Mason Graham's player comp, everyone that I've seen, Chris Jones. Mason Graham, if you watched Michigan last year, he single-handedly beat the Ohio State Buckeyes in that incredible Big Ten matchup where Michigan, beat the eventual national champions. He is an incredible defensive tackle and somebody who's going to make whoever takes him in the top 5 much better on the defensive line. I'm not saying he's my favorite player in this draft, but he's someone who just is not getting the love that I think that he would get in other drafts in the past. He is a really, really, really good interior defensive lineman. Big fan of Mason Graham. And I got to give somewhat of a shout out to potential Eagle pick. I don't know if it's an absolute guarantee, but Jahad Campbell, the linebacker. We know Vic Fangio likes his off-ball linebackers. We know that he, built one out of thin air last year with Zach Bond. Does he think he needs another one? Does he for sure know that there's a situation where, Nakobe Dean is going to be 100% by week 1? Probably not. Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama, is the best linebacker in this draft, Josh. He does not get a lot of love because most first-round linebackers don't, but I'm a big fan of his. I'd be surprised if he's the pick tonight for Philadelphia, but I couldn't argue with it just because Vic Fangio would absolutely cook with this guy alongside Zach Bond.
That's fair. I totally get it. And the linebacker element, that makes perfect sense because Fangio, that's where he started. That's his bread and butter. That's what he knows. It's what's very important on his defense. I did like the report from, it was either Jeff McClain or Zach Berman. I know it's important to remember who, but I see so many different tweets. But one of those was saying that on the bus ride back from winning the Super Bowl, how he went over to Vic Fangio and was talking about the 3 players, like who would be at the top of his list priority-wise to keep in Zach Bond, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. And there wasn't confirmation of who he said, but, look and see what's happened here.
It's somebody.
We're just saying there's priority, and it's understandable. Brian, with a 5, appreciate that. Also, New Haven, Connecticut has 3 players that might be drafted today. I say use some draft picks to move up. Go Birds.
Okay.
There we go.
Let's go ahead and put the pick in, Josh. The pick is officially in here. We don't need a chime yet. We'll obviously say that when the commissioner gets ready to go up, and then we officially get the Cam Ward announcement. But the pick is in, and so that would technically mean that as of right now, the Cleveland Browns are on the clock, and we know that anything can happen once Cleveland goes on the clock. So the pick is in with the Tennessee Titans. We know who it is. We'll obviously have that here shortly, but that obviously means that the Jaguar-Brown trade, the Brown trade out of number 2 to Jacksonville or somebody else is potentially moments away. So we'll see. It's going to be very interesting.
There we go. Titans' first overall pick since 1978.
Been a while, but they picked in the top 10 a lot since 1978. Yeah. So it's been a very, very long time.
It's not like it's due to success.
Man, they've had a pretty good offseason. As here comes Roger Goodell. He walks up, Josh, and I think that we can go ahead and announce.
We absolutely can, yes.
Are we ready? All
We're
right.
ready. I've got the ticker updated as well.
Okay, here we go. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans have selected, no shocker here, Cam Ward, quarterback, Josh, out of Miami. We've known this for a while, and now it is officially official.
There we go, Cam Ward.
What do we say about Cam Ward, Josh? I mean, he's been a consensus #1 overall draft pick for, it feels like 3 months. He has everything you want in a #1 overall pick at quarterback. He's got the strong arm. He's got mobility. He really does a great job at extending plays, and you need that in the modern NFL. And so clearly Tennessee, they had a ton of sacks of Mason Rudolph last year, a ton of turnovers. This guy throws a short well, throws a deep well. We talk about cons. I think decision-making with every young quarterback is obviously a big thing here. Accuracy is probably his biggest issue. My pro comparison for Cam Ward, I mean, honestly, it's Dak Prescott. Someone who doesn't have insane mobility. He's not going to run down the football field vertically a lot, but he's going to move around in the pocket, make a lot of good throws. And the question is going to be, what is his ceiling here? As we now have a trade, by the way, and it is the Jaguars who have come up to #2. So the Jags are on the clock as we round out here on Cam Ward, Josh.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, Cam Ward, you knew the pick was coming. Heck, a guy, first player in Miami history to win ACC Player of the Year honors and set the program single-season record, passing yards and touchdowns. Has all the experience, records, everything that you could like. You see it on tape. It is the pick. It's the obvious one for the Titans. We've known it for quite some time, but it will be questionable as you continue to develop him with a receiver core. He's mentioned his favorite receivers in the NFL are the ones with the Titans. I mean, again, telegraphing this pick here. But, it's solid overall. That was the direction they were going to be going. Good for them. And like you said, trade now, so let's get them on the clock.
Okay, so here is the official trade. Ian Rappaport has it right now. The Jags have 6 minutes to make the #2 overall pick. The Browns are getting 5 overall, 36 overall, 126 overall, and a 2026 first-round draft pick. Jacksonville receives the 2nd overall pick, a 4th rounder, and a 6th rounder. So you are essentially watching the Jaguars go up 3 spots, and they give up a 2nd rounder and an additional 1st in 2026. This is a big haul for quite a small jump. They must have had competition to get up there and go ahead and take what we would expect to be is Travis Hunter.
Wow, that is
that's a lot.
Kind of a shocker.
Holy cow!
That is a lot of picks given up there. Let's see. Try to get the graphic for everybody here if I can.
Wow.
There we go.
Okay, so there it is. So they are essentially swapping 4ths, and then you give up a 2nd-round draft pick, which is literally the 33rd overall pick. Or sorry, the 30. What would it be the 30? I can't do the math right now. That'd be the 37th overall pick, right? And then of course a 1st-rounder next year. If you are a Jag or if you're a Browns fan right now and you want to Travis Hunter, you miss out on maybe a generational player. I have my doubts. We'll talk about him once the pick is officially made. But you're still in the top 5, and now you essentially get a 1st-rounder next year to double dip, which is pretty crazy. I would have done this trade if I was with the Cleveland Browns because I'm not that high on Travis Hunter. This seems like a win for Cleveland. They just have to still get a good player here at #5.
Yeah, that's... Man, I'm still kind of processing that type of a trade. I know that we knew that the Browns might be trying to do something, but and I thought that the Jay Glazer had reported, multiple others saying that it could be the Jaguars trading up. That makes a whole lot of sense. But man, for that type of haul, let's just say this too. It feels like it's a guarantee. Like you don't trade up and give that much away unless you're taking Travis Hunter, right? Like you're thinking you've got a guy who can play potentially both positions or at least one very well, and then spot starts or just some occasional, whether it's going to be wide receiver or corner. Surely it's an automatic, right? Like that's got to be given.
And listen, the 2026 NFL draft is loaded with quarterbacks. Everyone says it. I mean, there are going to be 6 quarterbacks in round 1. Obviously, the last name Manning is going to be there as well going into 2026. And so Cleveland, potentially, and I talked about this at the beginning of the show, could go from 2 to 5, and then someone else comes up to 5 to get Ashton Genty, 5 to 10 if it's the Chicago Bears. And they're sitting on, at least 2 second-round draft picks this year, at least 2 first-round draft picks the following year, potentially another second-round draft pick in 2026. They could have a serious haul for what is going to be a... let's just say what is going to be a pretty darn crazy 2026 NFL draft. So they're playing the future there in Cleveland as we wait for the pick. The pick is in, Josh. So we go ahead and make sure we have that. The pick is in for the Jaguars.
Yep. And you see the draft room too, just for people watching on TV. You see the reactions there. So that's always fun.
Yep.
All right, let's get the... Board
Okay, we are
updating.
waiting on who it is. Okay, we have it, Josh. We have the pick here. We can make that announcement whenever you're ready.
All right.
All right, this is official multiple places. With the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars are drafting Travis Hunter, wide receiver, and they're going to say this on the draft, and cornerback out of Colorado. Hunter is officially a Jaguar and the number 2 pick overall, Josh.
Kind of expected it there. Travis Hunter, two-way player, does a lot of things well. Question becomes, how much does he play of wide receiver? Do they use him that way? Is he more of a cornerback? You can have debates. We can all debate it. No one really knows officially. I'm sure Jacksonville has a plan, but it's felt like he's gone more so, or at least gotten more of the hype and value from, at least according to Dane Brugler, as a cornerback. But either way, you see the way that this guy attacks the football, his IQ on the field, a great player. There's a reason they're going to trade up, like we said, for the Jacksonville Jaguars at 2. And they got their man. That's who they clearly wanted.
Yeah, I think you play him as a cornerback full-time, and then you put him in there for certain wide receiver offensive snaps, right? You get in the red zone, you throw Travis Hunter in, he runs a couple of routes. It's much easier to get a couple of snaps here and there on offense versus being a full-time wide receiver and then trying to figure out defenses, because offenses are constantly changing to attack you defensively. So Travis Hunter likely will be a corner, but also help an offense that you figured last year, Josh, they went ahead and got Gabe Davis. They have Travis Etienne, Trevor Lawrence. They were going to do a lot in terms of moving the football down the field. They have Brian Thomas Jr. already. He was very impressive, but not the offensive firepower that you thought Doug Peterson entering the season would have. He's gone now. New offensive coordinator, a new head coach comes in, and they add Travis Hunter. It's just a lot to give up, Josh, and that's going to be the question mark. He's got to be a Pro Bowl caliber player for many years to come. It's a lot to give up to go from 5 to number 2.
Yeah, they loved that pick for a reason, I suppose. But man, that's new GM. You know, you got Trevor Lawrence, a potential weapon in the red zone, or a little bit, but I felt like it was going to be the Ashton Jeanty before this. Lots of people saying, yeah, my mock draft is completely ruined. It didn't take long. Don't think that our mock drafts had that one called out, but Jacksonville, that was the play. That was where they're going.
Okay. So the Jaguars have selected their pick, and that means the New York Football Giants are now on the clock. And so we got to keep an eye on number 3 overall as we await for that to happen. Abdul Carter seems to be the guy. He seems to be the one that they would not trade out for. It seems like a very easy pick here. But you do wonder, Ashton Jeanty, again, is someone that desperate to give up a first-round draft pick next year to go up to number 3 and take Jeanty. And then, of course, you could fall back a couple of picks if you're the Giants and still maybe get an offensive lineman, still maybe get an edge rusher, or, of course, maybe still get Abdul Carter. So
yeah,
definitely keep an eye on that one.
For sure. I think the Giants are botching this completely if they don't take Abdul Carter, but
I would agree.
You know.
I would agree. It's going to be very interesting.
On the clock, though, because the Giants are here as we're updating the ticker, and Jags are off. There we go.
There you go. There you go. All right.
Choker with a 2. We appreciate that. Also, Bob Paul with a 2. AJ being traded with a question mark. Will cry like a kid over Tommy Mack if that happens.
Don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah,
don't think it's going to happen.
You're okay.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah. That would be an all-time crash out live on stream is
oh gosh.
Is what would happen with us.
It'd be the exact opposite. People remember when we traded for AJ and Jason Kelsey and on the broadcast, it'd be the exact opposite of that. It'd be like, you got to be, that's unreal. There's no way that just happened. So, but it won't. You could tell your Patriots fans or friends, they can forget about it. I know that everybody keeps telling me I get DMs. It's, hey, what's going on? You guys going to trade? It's not happening. Existence with a 5. Let's go. I hope we get Malachi or Walker. I think well, maybe Walker.
I think he means Jalen Walker.
I was hoping you were saying Walter, but yeah, Walker. Okay. So if Walker falls to 32.
Okay.
I've got some Walter Nolan sunglasses on, so I saw Walker and thought it was a typo. My apologies. You're entitled to that opinion.
That's fine. That's fine.
John with a 5. Not sure why I can't do membership gifting any longer. Got to look into it. Go Birds. That's weird. Yeah. I've not had issues with that, but
I'm not sure.
Birds nonetheless. So Christopher with a 2. Someone called 911 because the Jags got robbed. I kind of think so too. We talked about it for a while, but that's just a whole lot to give up. Maybe it turns out for him. Hey, Travis Hunter's a one-of-a-kind player, but June with a 5 also. Rivers, O-line of Barron, defensive end from Miami, should be on the Eagles draft board. They brought in Barron for a visit.
They did, so, technically. Yep.
He's got to be on there somewhere, I would imagine.
Giants are taking a while here, Josh. There's 4 minutes left on the clock, and they have not made a pick yet. So I may be waiting out the time to see if anyone wants to make a call and potentially, do something here.
They saw what the Jags did, and Joe Shane's going like, hey, we want that. Yeah, we want that type of haul. Trade us. We'll trade back. Sure. They don't have
I think you got to just quickly
offer.
On Travis Hunter. Yeah, one final thing on Travis Hunter. This is not a shot at Cleveland, but if you were to get a chance to play with either Trevor Lawrence, who has had kind of an up-and-down early career, or play with Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and a quarterback probably yet to be named later tonight, unless it's Shador, going to Jacksonville, move to Florida, it's not a bad city, no state income tax. I think Travis Hunter, play alongside Brian Thomas Jr., not going to be doubled a lot when he plays on offense. Pretty good place to be when a lot of people thought he was going to be a Cleveland Brown, honestly. Not a bad place to be.
Yeah, I'd be happier, just location-wise. So I'm with you on that. Got a question a second ago. What picks do the Eagles have? So real quickly, I can share that for people that are wondering.
Yes.
Let me get the Giants logo off the screen. There you go. Eagles, obviously, 1 pick in the first round, 32. Round 2, 64. Round 3, 96. Yep. Then round 4, 134. And the bevy of round 5 picks later on, and nothing 6th or 7th, although we know how he's probably going to trade back, get other selections, future picks. But we'll see. Those are your official picks for the Eagles.
Speaking of picks, the pick is in for the New York Giants. They will be selecting here at number 3. We don't know who it is yet. Quick shout out to people in the chat right now. Justin and Priscilla watching. You guys know, I'm seeing your text messages right now. Keeping me on my toes, multitasking. Justin and Priscilla hanging out. Enjoying the draft. They're saying we're announcing the picks before ESPN is announcing the picks.
How did we do that?
That was our promise. I don't know how we do it.
We must live on Nibiru. Is it Nibiru?
Yeah, whatever that planet is. Let's see if we can get it here early. I still don't have it yet. We're still waiting. Okay, I have it. We have the pick. I'm ready to go, Josh. Whenever you are.
Okay.
Pick is in for the Giants.
All right. We're ready. Let's get it.
All right. With the 3rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants are selecting, no surprise here, Penn State defensive end Abdul Carter. Hey. The Philadelphia Eagle fan, he's got to play the Eagles twice a year now, Josh. Here he is. Man, what can you say about Abdul Carter other than the fact that he is incredible? Size, 6'2", 250 pounds. Played a lot of football at Penn State. Wore the number 11. All the great Penn State edge rushers do. Easy NFL comparison here, Micah Parsons. There's an argument that coming out of the draft, because Micah was a linebacker to start, Abdul Carter is much more refined for year 1. Obviously, Micah exploded in year 1. There's people out there that think he can be better than Micah Parsons. Consistency can be a little bit of a con, the hand technique, the pass rush moves. This guy had 12 sacks, 18 tackles for a loss in 2024. Listen, we're Eagle fans. We don't want the Giants to get good players. Personally, Abdul Carter is the best player in the draft. In the entire NFL draft on my board, I would have done anything to get him in Philadelphia. He ends up just up the road. Abdul Carter officially is a New York Giant.
That is a fantastic move. As much as we might not want to be an Eagles fan, a resident Eagles fan with a stream here. But yes, you're right. For all the reasons, all the things that you mentioned there, Thomas, Abdul Carter is one of those guys, and there's a few of them in this draft, but one of the guys that is a franchise-changing player, a game-changing player, can be your 1A pass rusher almost from day one. You look and see what he did, all the different game tape there, even an injured shoulder in the college football playoffs, the production, the pass rush win rate that translates, one of the most important things. I am 100% a fan of this pick. Joe Shane, although he's messed up some things for the Giants, this is one that was an obvious, so they don't trade back. They get their guy. Abdul Carter is a New York Giant.
Yeah, he can do everything. He can line up everywhere, and that defensive line, Dexter Lawrence, they are going to be as loaded as possible. Keep an eye on Kayvon Thibodeau, possible trade at some point in this draft. They took him in the first round, the top 10, a couple of drafts ago. Hasn't done much, been a little bit injured. So there you go. The New York Giants have taken Abdul Carter, and that officially puts the New England Patriots on the clock here. And so we will see what they do because You think offensive line, it makes sense, but as Diana Rossini tweeted 22 seconds ago, the Cleveland Browns, who are one behind the Patriots at 5 overall, are taking calls for the number 5 overall draft pick. They're looking to move down. So it looks like it could be a backwards climb, if you will, or a slide down, whatever you want to call it, for the Browns. But first off on the clock now, the England Patriots, as we're 3 picks in. They're flying right now. Not a single pick has not taken the full 10 minutes as of yet. So
kind of surprising.
Interesting stuff.
Yes, it is. Not too surprising. These were the first 3, right? The trades are, but the players themselves, it's kind of like, hey, those are the first 3 that we're going to see. That's who's going to go off the board. Now you start to wonder who it is. This is where I think a lot of our mock drafts, everyone's, when you did it, is like, we'll see. Who is it for? Is it a team that's trading up? Is it a team that's reaching? Do you have someone go crazy with a pick? It gets real here at 4.
Yep. Okay, so we're still waiting for official word on that. They're just now giving us Abdul Carter holding up his New York Giant number 1. The one thing about taking Abdul Carter, Josh, is you can have the best edge rusher in the National Football League and still not even come close to winning your division. Ask the Cleveland Browns. They've had that for the past 7 years, essentially, with Myles Garrett. And so you wonder for a GM in Joe Shane, a head coach in Brian Dable, who are very clearly on the clock this year. They have got to win football games. You need a quarterback. And so that's why Jackson's Dart names keeps coming up. But if they don't get a quarterback in this year's draft, or they don't get one that turns out, it doesn't matter that you took Abdul Carter. It doesn't matter if you had 20 sacks in 2025. You're going to get fired. And so you love the pick. You're going to love it a lot if you're the next head coach of the New York Giants. But they also have to get a quarterback tonight. And I'm really expecting them to be active, trying to trade back up at some point, maybe in a couple of hours.
Yep. Lots of options. They're going to surely get their quarterback there. Green Wingman with a 5. Brilliant move from Cleveland. All due respect to Hunter's abilities, but I feel like he's going to be mediocre on both sides of the ball in the league. Okay.
I've thought the same thing. I mean, everyone says he's elite. I think we just get a little bit clouded by, the fact he's playing both positions. We talked about that when the pick actually came in. Mm-hmm. He's very good. Is he the best cornerback in this year's draft? Is he the best wide receiver in this year's draft? I don't know if it's as clear cut there. So I tend to kind of agree. We'll see.
Marcus Dudley gifting 1 Philly Special Show membership. There you go. Congrats to Daniel for getting that. Let's see. A couple other super chats here as well. Blake with the love you guys. Go Birds. Appreciate that one. All the support.
We love you too.
Estefan LeBron with a 2 saying, I'm going to say we get Kenneth Grant at 32.
Okay, that would be interesting.
That's the prediction.
That'd be very interesting.
Kenneth Grant.
Okay, there you go.
Interior defensive line presence. John Reese or Rice, maybe with a 2. I think it's Reese, I believe. I don't have a comment, but appreciate that, John. K King with a 5, trying to sell Saquon's Super Bowl jersey, size XL. I bought the wrong size. Please help. So we've turned this into an eBay.
Yeah, it's just eBay. Welcome to eBay. eBay stream.
So yeah, hit me up with the percentage on that cost there. But no, that was the super chat, I guess, to list your listing. But
I have the pick for the Patriots, by the way, whenever you're ready.
All right.
So
yeah, let's stay ahead if we can here. So all right, let's go. The pick is in. We got the name of the guy.
Yes.
All right.
Didn't take long. The Patriots didn't even really field trade calls by the looks of it here. So with the 4th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, Josh, the Patriots are going Will Campbell, offensive tackle out of LSU. We've heard this one for a while, and now it comes to fruition. And everyone keeps saying he's got too small of arms. His arm length is just not enough, and so he's going to struggle. Josh, he was literally one of the best offensive tackles in the entire SEC. Jane Daniels 2 years ago kept him very, very clean. I see him as kind of a Teron Armstead. That's my player comp for him. Obviously, balance, footwork on the edge. These are all things that young offensive tackles have to make sure that they're ready to go. But if I was going to take an offensive tackle from one conference, Josh, to make as quick and seamless of a transition to protect Drake May, it would be Will Campbell and it would be the SEC. He only allowed 2 sacks in 14 games in 2024. Great pick here. They're building quite the team, I think, in New England by having Will Campbell come in there and start right away.
Yeah, that's a smart move. You got to protect your quarterback. 6'6", 323. You want IQ just in general, but like this is a guy who was in charge of a lot of the protections at LSU as well. So, for someone who's not just in terms of pass blocking, run blocking, who had fantastic grades there also, but it's not just the athletic tools. He's got the psyche, the ability, playing with Drake May and the protection. That was one of the biggest issues last year for the Patriots. You got to protect your guy if you want to give him a chance to succeed. And you can see there, no surprise. Mike Vrabel and company don't take too long. Don't really field trade calls. Get your man and move on.
Feels like a Mike Vrabel type pick. They've had some interesting drafts over the course of the Gerard Mayo year last year, and then obviously all the Bill Belichick time. Can't really figure out skill players. They still need some weapons on the outside, but getting a guy who can be your right tackle for the next decade and a half is never a bad thing to do. Remember, Lane Johnson was the 4th overall draft pick in a draft that was awful inside the top 10. He's the only Pro Bowl / future Hall of Famer in that draft all those years ago. It's never a bad thing in the NFL draft to take the best offensive lineman early, and they go Will Campbell here, putting the Browns on the clock, Josh. But they might not be there long. We're gonna keep an eye on this. They might not be there long.
They're looking to trade. Lots of trades going on for Cleveland. Daniel with the 2. Can someone remind why Philly has the 32nd pick? I don't know that one, Daniel. There's some reason I just
trying to
can't
remember.
Put my finger on it, but for some reason we got to wait a long time.
Yeah.
It would be nice if we had some hardware.
Yeah.
Wait, we do actually. Yes.
We do.
Yes. Got that Super Bowl trophy. There's a reason.
Yeah, it's kind of a
31 is the worst place to be picking. 32, man, not so bad. One spot afterwards, you could absolutely live with that.
I agree.
Let's see. Got a couple other super chats to try to run through here as well. CJ with a 5. Do y'all think Kayvon is now a possible trade since Carter is now a Giant? And should Howie try to get him? I think yes. I think Howie's made that call probably already before the draft to just get some feelers out there of, hey, what are you thinking here with this trade? Whether it's during the draft now or it's going to be tomorrow or just over the weekend, I think absolutely he'll have those conversations. Still, do the Giants want to help or do anything to the Eagles? Probably not. So that's my only hesitation there. But in terms of interest, I would absolutely think that that's a call is going to be made.
Okay, pick is in. Number 5. They are not trading out of 5. They are going to make a selection at number 5, Josh, and I think I have it. I do have the pick. Whenever you're ready for Cleveland, they are not trading out like I thought that they would be.
Let's go.
Okay, here we go. With the number 5 pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns are selecting Mason Graham, defensive tackle out of Michigan. They do not trade back, and they get arguably one of the best defensive players in this entire draft here, Josh. I said this in the pregame, or the 30 minutes of pre-show. This is literally Chris Jones. That's the NFL comparison. If you watched any Big Ten football that involved Michigan this past year, it was impossible to ignore Mason Graham. Defensive tackles in modern NFL are so important. We saw what Jalen Carter did for Philadelphia. Chris Jones, again, his player comp did for the Chiefs over the past 5, 6, 7 years. If you get a guy on the interior, provides interior pressure that cannot be blocked with one offensive lineman, you make your life so much easier for everybody else. The happiest person in Cleveland right now, Josh, his name is Myles Garrett, because he's still going to be doubled, but maybe not as much. The Cleveland Brown defensive line just got a lot better with Mason Graham.
It absolutely did. And think about this. His PFF, PFF will take it with a grain of salt, but his grades for pass rush grade and true pass sets, run defense, pass rush win rate, and solo run stop, so all the categories you would care about for a defensive lineman, are 95th percentile over the last 2 years in college football. So
is that good?
You said it. It's pretty high up there. You talk about a player. So I like the pick. If you trade back, you get the haul of picks with the Jaguars trade and let them go get Travis Hunter. You get a guy for the defensive line. All right, I can get them over that.
Well, and again, there was one game in college football that stunned everybody. It was Michigan upsetting Ohio State at the Big House, at the Shoe. And Mason Graham was probably the main reason why. I mean, Ohio State's offense eventually would go ahead and win the national championship game. They couldn't do anything, and a lot of the reason was because of Mason Graham. He's a very good player that will get overlooked. But Cleveland essentially has gotten a first-round draft pick, a second-round draft pick, and Mason Graham so far. That's a pretty darn good haul, and they're probably not done because they're going to get a quarterback at some time later on. I love the Browns draft so far.
You know, if they could just manage and run their organization and get some good coaching, they got some potential. But they screw it up sometimes. So, not a bad start tonight. We'll give them that.
Okay, so
Raiders are on the clock.
Raiders on the clock. Ashton Genty is going to be the question here. We're in Ashton Genty territory. This could also be a tackle, technically. So we will see. I don't have it yet, so I wouldn't be surprised if they are fielding phone calls. By the way, just so we're clear, A.J. Brown was not traded to the Patriots at number 4, like certain radio stations would have us believe. So just breaking news here.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown for Abdul Carter, number 4 overall draft pick, which is impossible, like physically impossible because of his dead cap hit of $90 million did not happen.
We've talked about this fans
watching, a big shocker of the draft night so far, A.J. Brown wasn't traded. I am just absolutely stunned. Wow.
But your big exhale could be that Abdul Carter went to the Giants, if you were even buying into that theory there. Because, oh my gosh, if he's still available, is A.J. get traded? Well, it didn't matter anyway. So, Christian Slater with a 20 bomb. Let's go. Ooh. Says, let's go himself. Fly, Eagles, fly, baby. I would love to see James Pierce or Nick Emenwari in an Eagles jersey. Go Birds. Philly love from California.
There you
Cali,
go.
baby.
There
Christian, appreciate the love, man. The 20 bomb. And, yeah, I'd be all right with those picks. More so Nick Emenwari.
I would, too.
I don't mind James Pierce. There's other guys that I would throw out there, but love it. Love different perspectives there.
4,800 people watching between both streams right now. So if you have not hit the thumbs up button, we would greatly appreciate it if you did. That would be fantastic.
We just reached 1,000. Let's get to 2,000. Hit the like button.
1,000. Jeez. Okay.
Only 1,000.
We definitely need to get that thing up there. So go ahead and just smash the like button. Comment down below if you have dropped a like on the show so far. Be sure to subscribe as well. We don't have the Raider pick yet. And there has been kind of some mutual debates here or reports of if the Raiders like Ashton Genty. I think Marshawn Lynch, obviously Pete Carroll, they went ahead and got at the quarterback to go ahead and come over, and Geno Smith. But they also might just go offensive line because Pete Carroll also likes to protect his quarterback. So we really don't know what happens here at 6 as the Raiders are on the clock, and we don't have the pick yet. So, we're slowing down here because they have not given it to us.
Kind of interesting, but all right. See what they do. Zachary Mays with a 5. Just happy Abdul. That's what we were talking about a second ago. We were just late to get to you. So you had this a long time ago, Zach, but said happy Abdul's off the board. No more stupid AJ to the past trades. That is right. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
David with a 2. Also late getting to some of these. So I know we mentioned him. Does New York taking Carter mean they take Thibodeau or they trade Thibodeau? Maybe. I'm sure they will field some calls, not only just with the Eagles, but other teams because there was already interest in letting him explore a trade. So sure, they'll throw those out there. Maybe some potential for how to go after. Tyler with a 10. Appreciate that, Tyler. Long-time watcher, listener, subscriber. Said, are these Ramsey rumors true? Tell me no. I know y'all positive vibes, but ESP is the worst. Okay. Eagles writer ever. Just wanted to know that out or throw that out. LOL. Fill out the next 15-ish picks and get Starks. That's my pick.
Well, they definitely called, but did they actually offer anything that the Miami Dolphins would not scoff at? That's the question there. So, yeah, I would be shocked. I would be very surprised. So I would not believe that one. So, okay. Do we have a pick yet? I don't have a pick yet. Okay, there it is. I have the pick. I have the pick here at number 6.
All right, let's go with the selection for the Raiders.
Okay. With the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders have selected Ashton Genty, running back from Boise State. The rumors of them not being interested in Genty are not true. There is the most dynamic player in the NFL Draft off the board. He joins Pete Carroll. Long history of good running backs, Josh. Who do you compare him to? I was thinking about this pre-draft. Who do you compare Ashton Genty to? He has the speed, the moves, got a little bit of power there as well. I see a lot of Alvin Kamara. I think he's going to be better than Alvin Kamara. Pass protection is the one con. I mean, obviously, they didn't throw the football that well at Boise State because they had Ashton Genty. Always got to pass protect. Saquon Barkley does it great overall in Philadelphia as a running back in the NFL. The one thing I must say about Ashton Genty, he needs to call Saquon Barkley and thank him for what he did this past season. Saquon Barkley has put running backs back on the map. I'm sure Genty would have gone high in this year's draft, regardless of what Saquon did in Philly this past year. But I don't think he goes top 10 if it not for Saquon Barkley putting running backs back on the premier pedestal in the NFL. The Raiders got a good one. That's a pretty good roster. Pete Carroll could compete for a division there if the Chiefs were to take a step back. Ashton Genty, a lot of fun, a lot of yards. He's a Las Vegas Raider.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Any single game, as you said, you put on any tape, any game, any performance, Ashton Genty was doing it all. LaDainian Tomlinson, I would throw out another one, shades of LT just to do it all. So, we see if he can transition that into the NFL, of course, but I'm talking about production. I mean, this is a dude who, I think it was 0.4 missed tackles per attempt. Like you're almost hand the ball off to him every 2 carries. He's going to break a tackle or make a missed tackle happen. Able to take it to the house, 99th percentile in yards after contact. There's just, you could go on and on and on. And you see that these highlights of this dude. I think that for some, the question was competition for a little bit, but the beauty is he got to go and play in the college football playoffs. He had to go and play. Sure. You watch the schedule. They played against some other upper echelon teams. You see that he can make it happen. He's very capable. Las Vegas Raiders get a weapon who's not only just a running back, but can be used all over the field.
I like how you said LaDainian Tomlinson as your player comparison. I saw someone put his floor as LaDainian Tomlinson, which is about as crazy of expectations as you can see. The floor was LaDainian Tomlinson. The ceiling was Walter Payton. I saw that on ESPN a couple of days ago. So temper your expectations for
just
Ashton Genty.
Just a little bit.
Goodness gracious. He's a very good player. But that means we're 6 picks in, 45 minutes into the draft, and now suddenly I think the unknowns are officially here. I mean, I don't think anybody knows where we're going to go after this. The New York Jets are officially on the clock right now.
They could be. I was going to say they could be trading. Not official, but there's reports of potential of trading with teams that might be interested in a Tyler Warren type of pick. So the Colts, perhaps. I mean, that'd be a significant trade up. But I know that they're in the market for a tight end. We'll see.
Well, you would think that maybe the Jets would be as well, right?
I know.
The Jets have had terrible tight ends. Recently. And they no longer have, Devontae Adams out there to help take double teams from Garrett Wilson. So you would think that they would stay put and take the tight end from Penn State, or if they love Colston Loveland more, there is a debate there. I think I would take Warren over Loveland, but that's just me. But we'll see. Again, who's calling to move up? Denver reportedly very in on a tight end, trying to get Bo Nix some extra weapons there to make that offense pretty lethal in Denver. So we'll see. We'll see what the Jets are going to do here as we are sitting at number 7. No, an edge rusher doesn't make a lot of sense. Cornerback doesn't make a lot of sense. I know Sauce Gardner trade rumors have been flying around there. I guess if they were to take a cornerback, that would tell you they are going to go ahead and trade. But, we'll see. We'll see here. Jets are on the clock.
People asking, how are we so far ahead? And Jeremiah Butler said it best. Thomas and Josh are wizards. That's how. That is the way that we are so far ahead of everybody.
But we're right. And listen, I double-check these things. Just to make sure. Oh, man. It looks like Dana Rossini says there were serious discussions about whether the Raiders would go offensive line instead of Ashton Genty. But, of course, they go Ashton Genty. And if you're in Las Vegas, you're trying to sell tickets, Josh, that's a no-brainer there. And Ashton Genty is definitely going to do that, I would say.
Not a bad way to do it. That's not a bad gamble. Throw a few out there for it. Spencer, the 20 bomb, the chiropractor.
Whoa.
Shout out to Spence. Pray that my Saints make a good pick. The Saints fan getting Kellen Moore, Doug Nessmeyer, half the Eagles staff. You already got some good moves there, but we're coming up on that one. Let's see, do they go quarterback? Do they get their guy there? They go other direction? We'll keep tabs on that. But
gonna be interesting. We are getting close. We're getting very close.
Appreciate the 20 though.
Okay, let's see if we have anything going on yet.
Eagle 1 with a 5. Hey, now, I will gift 50 if we pick Trey Amos or Walter Nolan. It's draft day for the Browns.
Whoa.
All right.
Okay.
I want those even more now. Come on.
Yeah, now I want them for sure.
The top target.
By the way, what are we at on likes right now? We had to do a little like check here.
We're a little bit low,
likes?
1,500 likes. We got about
Wow.
5,000 people in here. So, if you have not already, drop a like for us. It is much appreciated. Meat Maker with a 1. I don't have a comment, but thank you for that.
Meat Maker decided not to give us one. I know who that is. Shout out the old Meat Maker. Only, that's it? Just one meat? Where's the 100 bomb? Someone's got to do a 100 bomb tonight. It better be you. Goodness gracious.
Audit Supporter 2, because there's an Audit Supporter 1, I suppose. Fly Eagles Fly, all love from upstate New York. Let's go. Go Birds, baby.
I think I have the pick.
We have it?
I think I do. Yes. Yes, I do.
All right. Let's see here.
I got it.
Okay. Let's get it.
All right, with the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets are taking Armand Membou, or Membu, however you want to pronounce his last name, offensive tackle out of Missouri. Our second offensive lineman is off the board here, Josh, and it is... A lot of people thought they would be the number 1 offensive tackle, but Will Campbell had something to say about that. Give me your thoughts here on Membu.
Yeah, you could go both ways, right? Will Campbell, Membu, 6'3", 314, multi-school athlete, football, wrestling, tennis. A lot of those types of guys, you kind of transition into the offensive lineman. Offensive linemen are more athletic, I think, than we give them credit for. But I would say it's more so he's got the ability there. It's just at times, if you watch his tape, and these are more so kind of highlights, but if you go back and watch some game film, the consistency is a little bit spotty. Nothing major. We're talking about, again, a first-round pick early here, but I think this is a good move. You're trying to bolster some protection for the Jets. They're certainly going to need it in a bunch of different areas. Overall, I think you could go either way, him or Will Campbell, but probably a solid pick.
He also played in the SEC. We're going to give Will Campbell credit for doing that. And you got to give a Missouri offensive tackle the same amount of credit here. You just wonder, one-on-one against elite defensive talent, is he ready to go? Obviously, he's going to start from day one. That would be my one question there. But there was no real question he would go inside the top 10. And so Membu gives the Jets much-needed tackle help. I would assume if Aaron Rodgers is watching the draft right now, he's probably saying, man, I wish we could have had him last year, because Aaron Rodgers ran for his life as a New York Jet. And now with, a new quarterback in there, a little bit more of a mobile one as well, does it make a difference? We'll see, but that does put the Carolina Panthers on the clock here at number 8 overall. We have 2 tackles off the board, and Carolina's officially on the clock.
All right, how about that? We're moving right along. This thing is
we are cruising.
Pretty efficient so far. No trades for the Jets either.
Yep.
They got their guy.
Yep.
Update the tracker here, or the ticker on the bottom.
Yep.
Also, we got a 50 bomb. There we go.
Whoa.
50. We didn't get the 100. We got the 50 bomb from
50
Bree. Love from Monaco. We think
well, that's why.
Eagles will trade up or stay where they are?
I think they're going to trade up, personally. I think that they're going to trade up, but we'll see. We'll see.
By the way, is it Monaco or Monaco? I think I mispronounced it. Is it Monaco? How do you say that? Why am I double?
Monaco.
Monaco?
It's
okay.
Monaco.
Why was I saying Monaco?
If he's in,
Monaco.
the country of Monaco, which I visited, by the way.
Surely it is, yeah. But I don't know why I did like a double take on that.
Did I say right? I don't see it on my screen. It's not Morocco.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe I'm getting those two confused. So
yes,
we appreciate the support. Okay. We don't know where anyone is. Something in your head, and then you say it, and you're like, "Was that the right?" That was where I was at. And I've obviously not ever been to that country, so I clearly did not know. But we do appreciate the love from the country there that I don't know exactly for sure 100% of how to say. Do we think the Eagles will trade up or stay where they are? I think we're both in agreement. We think they're probably going to trade. As of right now, there's so much time, but I think that we're going to get a trade up at some point.
We got a report out of New York, Josh, with the Giants. They are going to execute Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option. He's not going anywhere per Joe Shane. You can't have enough pass rushers. So we said earlier, they got Abdul Carter. Are they going to go ahead and trade away Kayvon Thibodeau? The answer is no. I think that's the right move, but the answer is no.
Okay. Yeah. I can't knock him. I was hopeful, but I can't knock him for that move. So. That's fair.
I agree.
I mean, it's a similar philosophy for Howie in the trenches, and you can't have enough.
Yes.
So, might as well.
So the Panthers are a big question here. Edge rusher, I think, is where we're going to go. Jalen Walker, I think, would be the name that would make a lot of sense. We don't have that pick yet. I'll let you know when we do here, Josh. But they were a name that'd be throwing around the Josh Sweat situation. They were throwing around Milton Williams. So edge rusher, I think, makes a ton of sense here. They have obviously plenty of needs. But Jalen Walker or a trade out, I think, would be my guess here as we continue to wait.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It wouldn't be. I know that it's all over the place with these guys. You could take your pick, but it wouldn't be too high. You could go a Mike Green. I mean, the production, the pass rush win rate, if they wanted a pass rusher, but
sure.
I don't know. We'll see there. Mark with the 20 bomb, by the way. Mark, I missed yours, or I went out of order real quickly, but we appreciate that. Fly Eagles Fly, all the way from Oakland, California. I can say Oakland, so Oakland. With my 11-year-old son, hashtag Prince QG3. We got Howie to go up to 28 to get Walter Nolan. Leave Goddard alone.
28. I think you got to go higher, personally.
Probably
and I would like to keep Goddard. That's I totally agree. But we'll see. We'll see. We still do not have this pick, by the way, as they're just now announcing the Jet pick. The commissioner is literally doing it. It's how far ahead we are, just for people who are wanting to know. But we do not have
about a day ahead
a pick yet. Yeah, for the Carolina Panthers. So
Anthony with a 5. Say Fly Eagles Fly. Anthony Tiernan, I believe, how I would pronounce that. We appreciate that, sir. And Deep Crow with a 2. Also bold draft prediction. Tanner McKee traded in a pick swap. That's his bold draft prediction.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Keep an eye on that. I hope you're wrong. We can agree to disagree there, but we will keep an eye and see if you're correct. We'll go back and say Deep Crow called it.
I just got a text from a friend saying, "How do you have the picks early?" I'm telling you, magic. I don't know how. I don't know how we have the picks early. We have them way earlier. Panthers are taking a long time, Josh. 2 minutes on the clock for them. But yes, we do have the picks way earlier because that's why we're the best stream. That's why we have 5,000 people watching between both channels right now because we're the best stream.
It very unbiased of saying that, but yes, we get the stream or get the picks a little bit early. Let's see. Can you? Oh, Rick, can I add the position of the player in the ticker? Yeah, I could do that. I can.
Do you have time?
It may take a little bit, but I can slowly work at it. I may not be able to get all of these here, but I'll from now on I'll put it out beside him. How about that? We'll try to add that for you.
Okay, so we're still at. There you go. We're still at 8 here. I'm still waiting to get a pick. I still don't have it yet. The Panthers are gonna pick, so the pick is in.
Okay.
All right, I have it. Wow. Okay.
Now I'm very intrigued. All right, I'm gonna put this last one. Rick, I'll get more of these here in a second. I've got a lot of them on the ticker, but I'll get the rest of them here in a bit.
That is, I would not have seen this one. But I have it. I have it ready.
All right, I'm very intrigued now.
Okay, with the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers are taking Ted McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona. I thought edge rusher,
okay.
And our first wide receiver off the board here. Listen, most people have him as wide receiver 1. You can make an argument for wide receiver 2 in this draft. The thing you got to remember about Ted McMillan, Josh, he's massive. He comes at 6'4", more like 6'5". It's 6'4.5", 219. Physical, tall. Drake London is an NFL comparison. I think the ceiling is DeAndre Hopkins during his prime. Separation off the line is a problem with every single big receiver, and so you can't really say that that's a con. 1,200 receiving yards, 10 touchdowns in 2024. Did he play enough high-quality cornerbacks at Arizona? That's a question that I have, but a lot of people have him as wide receiver 1, and now they get a serious, legit potential, if he pans out, number 1 receiver for Bryce Young, who we saw when he played Philadelphia, looked pretty good. If they get the Bryce Young from the second half of the season last year and a number 1 receiver in Ted McMillan, then it's a pretty good pick here at number 8.
Yeah, I would say so. A little bit surprising. I'm with you on that one, but As far as his potential, I've heard similar things. Scouts talking about, you got that all-pro potential that could be the ceiling. You never know exactly how these things turn out, but you're right. It's 6'5", 212, played football, basketball, volleyball, and I mean, it doesn't take long at all to watch this guy's tape and clearly tell that he was a volleyball player, because the catch point, the high catch, the extreme catch radius, 60% catch win rate on contested balls. Really, the main thing was drop, or the other thing in addition to the separation was drop. Had a 7% drop rate, but that's, kind of always a question mark with these bigger type of big play receivers. But I think when you look at just the mindset, the mentality that he plays with, he's competitive, he's a gamer, he's going to go out there and, they had a Xavier Legette. He struggled with the drops. Hopefully it's not the same issue that Carolina is dealing with, but if it's not, this is a home run of a pick. You got another playmaker for Bryce Young, as you said.
It's always that debate, Josh. When you have a team, if you have needs on both sides of the football, what do? You go defense, you go offense. I think we're in a modern NFL where offense is winning you championships. Now, defense helped. I mean, obviously, Philadelphia in the Super Bowl, they had a lot of great defense. They also were up 34-0 because of their offense at one point. So,
for sure,
if you're a team like the Carolina Panthers, offensive-minded head coach, going receiver makes some sense here. The question now is, do you get a run on receivers? Because this was kind of the question mark, at least after 10. Dallas at 12 is maybe receiver heavy here. Matthew Golden is probably the only other first-round graded wide receiver. Emeka Egbuka is going to go in the first round. A lot of people have him as a later first-round guy. But there were essentially 3 wide receivers in terms of McMillan, Golden, and Egbuka. And so now just someone jump up and go get Golden because they're going to panic out of Texas. So that's something to definitely keep an eye on right now. But I would say that's the first surprise that I didn't fully see coming, because I really thought that would be edge rushers. So we will see. But that puts the New Orleans Saints and the former Eagle offensive coordinator on the clock. So we will see what they're going to do down there.
Spencer's team, are they going to hit it, or are they going to kill it? Are they going to do terrible with this pick? We'll see. Got the ticker updated as well, so Rick and others got the names of the players and the position and the pick at where they were. So
there you go. There you go. Just for the people.
As updated as we can, yes. By the way, Luther Burden is probably not as likely, I didn't think it already, but not as much now, even with the wide receiver going off as quickly. So for those that are holding out hope, a.k.a. Justin, Tyler, and others, maybe not. Ayesha with a 10. Appreciate that. Do we think Eagles will get a tight end or a safety with tonight's pick? And who's the Georgia option in this draft? You think we can add to our Bulldogs lineup? LOL, keep up the good work, guys. Go Birds.
There you go. There you go. I would go safety over tight end, but I don't really have the keys to knowing if we're going to trade Dallas Goedert. So that would be the question there. So we will see. And shout out to Bill, by the way. Sorry, Bill says he's watching the first draft, his first draft night, and chose to watch with us. So I appreciate that.
Hey, let's go.
Chose to watch with us.
That means a lot. We're 5,000 plus people here. You guys are the best. We said this a million times, but you make it possible. So as much work and effort goes into the production and putting this together, would not be possible without you guys. So appreciate you hanging out. Ayesha, by the way, kind of answered her own question. I'm assuming it says she, Ayesha. With the tight end or safety, and then who's the Georgia option. If you're going to go safety and you definitely want a Georgia player, then Malachi Starks is the automatic answer to that one. So I would lean towards that as well. Yeah, safety over tight end. Take Malachi Starks. Keep the Philly Dogs rolling if you go that route. However, I would say other differently with Walter Nolan, but that's another story. Vipers Reap with a 5, at least 5 to 7 minutes earlier than ESPN. You guys rock.
We are way ahead, and I am working hard. That's why I'm not looking at the camera right now. I'm working hard to make sure that I that I get this before everybody else.
Thomas is the resident Adam Schefter here, so we're getting the picks before that.
We're on pick 9, obviously, for those joining us. That is the Saint pick. They have not traded yet. 3 minutes to go on their clock, and we don't have it yet. They have not made a selection as of right now. So we will see. Quick recap here for those just joining. We pretty interesting top 8 so far. Not a ton of surprises. A couple. Cam Ward 1, to the Titans. Travis Hunter in a massive trade up from the Jacksonville Jaguars to get to number 2. They take Hunter there, give up a first and a second next year as well, or second this year. Abdul Carter goes to the Giants at 3. Obviously, Will Campbell, the tackle, goes to the Patriots at 4. I thought the Browns would trade out of 5. They didn't. Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan. Ashton Genty, Boise State running back, with the Raiders at 6. Membao, the tackle, at 7 to the Jets. And Tet McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona, just went off the board there at 8 to the Carolina Panthers. That has brought us here. The Saints, they have made a pick, Josh. The pick is in.
Okay.
I don't have it yet. I have it now. Okay, I have it now. I'm good.
All right, let's get this thing updated here. All right, who do we got?
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints are taking Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle out of Texas. And it looks like the Saints have gotten their offensive lineman that they desperately needed, Josh. 3 in the top 10, that was the expectation. Where would they go? Some people had Kelvin Banks ahead of Membao. I think he's the 3rd offensive tackle. Thing is here, he technically can play a little guard too. If you want to move him around, he should be a tackle, but can go both ways. 6'5", 315 junior. The NFL comparison for a ceiling, it is technically Lane Johnson, which makes sense being the Eagles offensive coordinator. Kellen Moore is now, of course, the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. Again, long way to go to get to be Lane Johnson, but that's the comparison, the size and ability to move laterally. Excellent agility, good anchor against speed pass rushers. Only allowed 1 sack and 12 starts at Texas last year. Played a lot of good edge rushers in the SEC. This is a very good pick. The question will be, who is the quarterback of the Saints that he's blocking for? But it's not Shedeur Sanders, and it's not Jackson Dart at 9. It is a tackle in Kelvin Banks Jr. going off the board here at number 9.
There we go. I like that move. You protect your offense, your quarterback there. You mentioned it, too. I mean, just as far as his arm length, but started as left tackle for Texas since his freshman season. Lance Zierlein, one of respected draft analysts, kind of referred to him in terms of the running game. He's got some value there. As a pulling blocker, he's a heat-seeking missile at the second level. Is
that good?
I think that's good. I assume that's good. But yeah, I think that you take that. As you said, 6'5", 315, 21 years old, very good athleticism. Texas ties, too. Shout out to Texas fans. But got that. Get your guy, protect the quarterback. It feels like, and you can reach at times for sure, but it feels like if you go offensive lineman, it's one of those, especially in the first round, it's kind of like that's your pretty solid, but you're not, don't go crazy, don't have as much risk. There's risk all over the place, but like not as much because you can do your homework on it. So I think that's a decent pick. I didn't expect him to go there. I'll just say that to the Saints. I thought they would go for another weapon perhaps or something else. But you also do need to protect your quarterback. So can't hate it.
Yep. Can't hate on it. Okay, so 3 offensive tackles in the top 10. We're about to get the Chicago Bears officially on the clock. I have to text my Bears friend, Matthew Krulak. Let us know what he's thinking, because he is as crazy of the Bears as you get, and I think he wanted Ashton Genty. So I'll be very curious to see what he's going to do. He thinks Tyler Warren is going to be the guy there. So,
okay.
All right, we will see. We have not had a tight end yet go off the board. So we will see as Kelvin Banks Jr. has officially gone. And I don't have it yet. I'm still looking here.
All right, update the ticker there. Hey, here we go. Jacob Brandenburg.
Yeah, there he is.
Shout out to the Baylor Bear there. I'm turning off ESPN to watch Thomas and Josh.
He's probably lying, but we appreciate that. We appreciate that. Maybe he's got both on right now, but shout out to Jacob Brandenburg.
Get multiple screens going.
That's right. My old Baylor roommate. Not gonna. I don't know what I'm saying here. I'm just trying to refresh here, but shout out to Jake. Not gonna show any hate to
You're
Jake.
distracting.
Old friend.
You're distracting
old
Thomas.
Friend.
He's busy working here, but we appreciate it, man.
Oh man, we appreciate it.
They're really with a 5. I don't want to speak too soon, but this draft is looking just like last year's with all these offensive players going very early.
True.
So maybe defense falls. We'll see.
Very true. Yeah, I mean, so far you've had what, 1 or 2 defensive players go, because you had Mason Graham and then Abdul Carter. I guess Travis Hunter, if you want to call him a cornerback, but
yeah,
I see that
true.
as 2. So 2 so far out of the first 9 with 3 offensive tackles, 1 quarterback, and then the running back. So let's see. No Jalen Walker yet is interesting. You start to kind of wonder where he goes. He's probably not an option for the Bears at 10. I think Tyler Warren is probably going to be the pick if I had to guess here, because they didn't get their running back. So let's see. We don't have it yet. They have 4.5 minutes left. The Chicago Bears do.
Okay. As you're waiting to refresh and get that, Joe with a 5. You guys are the best. Thanks for the draft stream. So much better than ESPN. Eagles trade up for Nolan with a question mark. 2 Nolans on 1 D line. You know Josh loves it.
So far, he's still on the board.
I would absolutely love that. I'm going to go crazy if we get Walter Nolan. We have Walter Nolan, Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, Jalix Hunt. Keep adding them.
The Bears pick is in, but we don't know who it is. Wow. Okay, we have the Bears pick. I have the Bears pick.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Interesting.
Pick is in.
Pick is in. Okay, with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears have taken Colston Loveland, tight end out of Michigan. They go tight end, Josh. It's not the one anybody would have predicted here. They get the Michigan flavor, not the Penn State one. Okay, there is a debate between Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland. Yes, 2% of people would have Warren ahead. A lot of people still like Colston Loveland, and it's his route running that really sets him apart here. Where Tyler Warren doesn't necessarily create a lot of separation, Colston Loveland does, and he's basically the same size. He's 6'6", 248 pounds. NFL comparison, again, we're going ceilings here, very Travis Kelce-esque. I think he's a little faster than Travis Kelce. I think he needs to be a little bit better of a blocker, as Kelce, showed us in the Super Bowl. You need to be a little bit better there with defensive ends. Looking at you, Josh Sweat. But he is an excellent route runner with a very high ceiling. And for whatever reason, they went with Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren. Josh, would you have done that when going against the 2 tight ends?
I would not have. No.
Okay.
There's understanding reasons of, as you said, kind of making the pick, what he brings to the table. I like the separation part of it. Contested catch rate, 20%, one of the lowest in Power 5 college football. That's not the best for a tight end. Now, it's fine. He can get some separation. That's all right. But I want my tight end to be a little bit better at that. He's got the route tree, as you mentioned. And I would agree, also, Travis Kelce or a Sam Laporta. I might throw out a Sam Laporta as another comp that you're looking at there. I don't like it. Like that's one of the first that I would say that, good luck to you. I think someone earlier has said the Bears are drunk. To me, if you're going tight end, it had to be Tyler Warren. But who knows? I mean, it's not that Colston Loveland is bad. It's not bad at all. It's just, if I'm ranking them, I would for sure have gone Tyler Warren before Colston Loveland.
Well, and here's the deal. Whichever one you liked, I do like the idea of going tight end for the Chicago Bears. They have receivers.
Sure.
They went receiver and Rome Odunze early last year. Running back is something I think they need to do. Breece Hall's name has been thrown around with the whole trade potential at some point during the next couple of days. Maybe they go for the UNC running back, if it were to fall into round 2. But getting a tight end and another weapon for Caleb Williams goes to show what they're trying to do. They want to take this offense to the next level. They believe they have the right quarterback. They believe they have a decent offensive line after what they did during the offseason. They love their edge rushers. They have a great cornerback in Jalen Johnson. Chicago should be a playoff team next year. And Colston Loveland, if he reaches his ceiling in year 1, can definitely take them there. I think it's a good pick. It's just a question of, did they pass on a generational tight end that a lot of people think comes from Penn State and Tyler Warren?
Yep. We'll see. I think we got another pick, actually, very quickly.
Do we?
Do you see that? I
don't have it yet. Hang on.
Double check if you do. I believe.
I do not. Hang on. I'm still refreshing. It is the Niners.
Okay.
So for those wondering, the Niners on the clock at 11. I don't have it yet.
Okay.
No, I still don't have it. Do you have it for real?
Well, I'm 2 sources as the rule.
I have it.
You have it? Okay. All right. I was gonna say, make sure. Yep.
I have it. Yes.
All right.
Okay. Let us know whenever you.
Real quickly, I'll throw the super chat and then I'll let you announce it. John said, "It's DeBona, isn't it? That's how you're getting them." we will neither confirm nor deny how we are getting these draft picks.
That's
but,
right.
Anthony
That's right.
DeBono deserves all the love, so appreciate him for whatever he may or may not be helping with. All right, so 49ers, pick is in. And who we got?
Okay, with the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers have taken Mykel Williams, edge rusher, outside linebacker, whatever you want to call him, from Georgia. It is not Jalen Walker, Josh. It is the other Georgia pass rusher who goes here at number 11 to join a defense that could use a little bit of oomph from last season. I know the offense had its troubles, a lot of injuries there, but defense is something that the 49ers thought that they needed a little bit more of here, and they get a really, really big and physical freak. 6'5", 265 pounds. Great against the run as well here, Josh. That's a key factor because most edge rushers, at least coming out of the National Football League or out of the college, are not that great. You do kind of wonder if his pass rush moves, didn't have a ton of sacks at Georgia last year, are ready to rock for day one in the NFL, but playing alongside Nick Bosa, he's not going to have any double teams. And so Mykel Walker, same thing what we just saw with Colston Loveland, perhaps the lesser thought of edge rusher. He goes ahead of Jalen Walker, another interesting pick here at 11.
It makes some sense for the 49ers, like you said. The pass rush, that's an element there, but with him not getting the double teams for Joey Bosa, or Nick Bosa, at the very least, I think he's going to be elite run defender, but there will be questions with that pass rush and especially the pass rush win rate because it was one of the lower ones in terms of college football. I think it was, trying to find it here, 11.1%. That is not an ideal pass rush win. Remember, we're looking for like 20% or plus if you're going to be a first round or certainly an upper end of the first round type of pick. So he could turn out. I mean, he plays with extreme violence. Like you probably saw it in some of the clips there. The physicality, the toughness, all that, I don't think you ever really doubt that from a Georgia Bulldog, a Kirby Smart-esque type of player. But it's just the moves. Now, there may be some rawness there. You can kind of blend or kind of groom him into that spot. But it'll come down to, I think, if this pick is worth it, does he pan out as a pass rusher? Because run defense is not really a question.
There you go. Yep, I would tend to pretty much agree with that as well. 6,000 people watching our NFL draft coverage, which I appreciate you guys hanging out here. Actually, we're at 7,000 people are watching the stream,
let's go.
Which is crazy. So
but we only have 2,000 likes. If you could just drop a like
shocking.
for us, that'd be amazing. That'd be fantastic.
Okay, so two shockers, I would say. Colston Loveland to the Bears at 10, and now Mykel Walker at 11. So that puts the Dallas Cowboys, Josh. A lot of boos in the chat right now are on the clock. And it's going to be interesting because, Jerry likes him some Shedeur Sanders. We don't think that's going to be the pick here. Yeah. I think offensive weapon, though, is going to be the move. Hampton, the running back out of UNC, maybe the wide receiver from Texas. I'd be surprised if this is a defensive player, but right now the Cowboys are on the clock at number 12.
Yeah, I feel like this is a Matthew Golden. If I just had to predict, and I know we get these picks early, I have not seen anything yet, but I would predict that it's a Matthew Golden, just from rumor, hearsay, what the Cowboys are interested in. It does feel like wide receiver, but I would say Matthew Golden. Quickly, I'll try to run through several of these super chats because we're going to try to do as much as possible. Qualified with the 20 bomb. Let's go. Says, firstly, love this whole production. You two make a great team. And also, I've checked other Eagles channels on YouTube, and you guys hands down got the draft coverage on lockdown.
Thank
Where
you.
in the draft do y'all think we start seeing moves made? Yes, first off, appreciate it. Means a lot. I think that we're starting to see moves. I assume the question is probably Eagles related. Where do we see that?
Yes.
Mention it a couple times to start, but 21, the Steelers could be an option of a trade back. Chargers need a tight end. If you have something kind of crazier caught up there with Dallas Goedert, you try to trade there. Got the Vikings at 24. They don't have a lot of picks in this draft. So I think somewhere in that 20 to 25 range is most likely the Eagles' territory.
Let's just say this in terms of not just Philly, but overall, Tyler Warren is very high. I mean, very high on people's draft boards. I think Philadelphia loves this kid, by the way. The fact that he got past the Bears at 10, and the Niners obviously didn't need one. Dallas doesn't need a tight end. Miami probably doesn't need a tight end. Somebody's coming up for Tyler Warren, and you wonder if they would do it here or if they're going to do it soon. But Tyler Warren still on the board after the first 11 picks is very interesting.
Yep. Let me get a couple of these super chats here. Sorry, we're trying to hit on these because we're behind on a couple. Anthony Tiernan with 5 more says, Fly Eagles Fly. Cooper and Mason are watching first draft and happy to be watching here.
There we go.
Okay. Cooper Mason.
There you go.
Let's go.
Cooper Mason.
Hanging out.
Is it Cooper and Mason?
Cooper and Mason. Yeah. Cooper and Mason watching their first draft.
Shout out to Cooper and Mason watching your first draft.
Let's go.
Welcome to the fun once a year at the end of April.
Israel Davidovich, I think I would say that last name correctly. My first time watching the draft. Here's another one. Chose to watch it with the most entertaining YouTubers on my birthday. Go Birds!
Wow!
Happy birthday!
Thank you. How about that? Huh?
Come on now.
I don't have the pick yet. I'm still waiting to see the pick.
All right, Robert with a 2. I hope this works. Yes, it did. We got the super chat. Thanks for that. And then put in parentheses, yes, I'm a boomer. So you didn't have to out yourself like that. It worked. You got it. You figured it out. Means a lot.
Still waiting for Dallas here. I'm surprised we don't have Dallas yet. They're on the clock. No.
Zach with a 5. I like Warren to the Bears, but with them also having Kmet, make a move for Kmet. Maybe if you're looking for, I'm not necessarily in favor, but you always, how he's going to call about any potential, but yeah, draft a guy.
We still don't have the Cowboys pick, by the way.
That is interesting.
It seems to be like things are slowing down a little bit.
Some of them earlier and some of them not. Sometimes that means a trade, I will say, because people go like, because they're quick to throw out those, if they get them. But then if there's a trade, no one really cares, and then we start getting delays. Subvet Steve with a 5. Longtime listener, viewer, watcher, subscriber. You guys are a good 5 to 10 minutes ahead of ESPN and NFL Network. You're
what did
the
we tell you?
best.
What did we tell you? We promised we'd be ahead. We're actually very, very ahead right now. But that's, you got to work your magic there. That's why 7,000 people are watching us right now. So,
hit the like button. Almost to 3,000 likes now. So come on.
Okay,
We
it's
can
not
do it.
bad. It's not bad.
We're getting there. Curious for the 2.
Go ahead. I still don't have it.
David with 5. The way the board is breaking, do the Birds trade up for edge?
I think
Jalen Walker, hashtag Go Birds, great show, better than ESPN.
I was about to bring that up. I think Jalen Walker is better than Mikael Williams. I talked to one of my UGA buddies because I live in Atlanta. They all think that Jalen Walker is better than Mikael Williams. The fact that he was, not taken and still on the board. But I think someone comes up now for Tyler Warren. I mean, Tyler Warren to me was like one of these can't-miss offensive weapons. And if you need them, Denver, for instance, I think got to be just going crazy on their phone, trying to go ahead and make a phone call to get up there. But if Jalen Walker gets past the Falcons at 15, then it gets really interesting. Very interesting.
All right, I'm refreshing as well. I don't see anything.
I did not have it
at the moment, so taking a little bit longer on the Cowboys. They're going about as fast as they do to rework contracts for guys or give extensions to their star players. Right. Iceberg Slim with a 2. If Starks and Nolan are both available, who do we get? That is an interesting poll and question I've seen a couple different times. Personally, I'm going to say Walter Nolan.
I would say that too, yes. I still don't have it. They are still on the clock. They have not traded the pick. They're taking a long time. We're just getting the Niner pick, by the way.
Taking
on ESPN
their sweet time.
How long it takes.
Yeah, just a bit. Viper Reap with the 5. At this rate, the Eagles will wind up with Walter Nolan, Mason Taylor, and Malachi Starks.
Yeah, they're going to get all 3. I mean, come on. Goodness gracious. Yeah, we're getting a little free fall here, which is...
Win the draft.
We talk a lot pre-draft about ideal scenarios, quarterbacks going higher to push draft or defensive players further down in the draft. You're basically getting that right now. We're 11 picks in, and all the defenders are still there. I mean, all the top defenders are still there. So, I don't know. We'll see. Here we go. We're getting close. Okay, I have it. I had it. I lost it. Oh, wow. I don't know if we have a highlight for this, Josh. I need to confirm this, though. I've only... hang on. I don't know if we have this yet. I do. Okay, I have it. Hang on. Okay, I have it. I have it. Ready? Are you there? Oh,
Oh,
I think you're
sorry. There we
muted.
go. Yep.
There you go.
Now we got me. Okay.
I don't. Do
all
you
right.
see who this is?
Yep. They took.
Do we have this
don't
highlight?
have. I don't think we have him. No.
Wow. Okay, that's going to show you the shocker here. With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys are taking Tyler Booker, offensive guard out of Alabama. We don't have a highlight for this guy, which tells you a lot. He's not projected to be a first-round talent. We have 40-plus highlights for different players who can go in the top 32.
Yeah.
And we don't have him. I think he's just slowly inched his way into being a first-round pick. Very big, very physical, huge lower body, what you want an offensive guard. But I didn't have him as a first-round guy. So does Jerry Jones love himself a guard? This is very interesting. I am very surprised. Tyler Booker. Okay.
He was at the draft, so I guess that he was told.
I guess he knew.
Yeah, he's probably a potential prospect. Maybe I should have looked into that more to be like, oh, hey, he's going to be at the draft. There's a more realistic possibility. So, yeah, that's a miss for us. But it's still a surprise, like you said. It's a bolster your offensive line. They take some in the past, right? You take a Tyler Guyton, a Cooper Beebe, but you can't. Like I said, you can't go wrong necessarily with the offensive line. I think it reiterates what we've been saying for a long time.
Yeah.
This is one of those drafts. Now that we get into this point here, nobody has the same draft board, and it's so vastly different. You could have this dude as a mid-round second or a mid-second round player, or as Dallas, which I mean, at this moment, I'll just say I'm excited that they took him this early because I think that it is a reach.
Yeah.
But at 12, I mean, that's
very high, very high. My pro comp for him was Wyatt Teller, the guard on the Browns. I mean, again, we're going high here, but reach just feels like. I mean, is Tyler Booker there at 21? Is he there at 30?
I think, yeah.
It's like
surely.
Wow, this is how. I mean, Josh and I did a lot of work making sure we had everybody as a potential highlight who could go in round one. And the fact we did not have Tyler Booker is a good example of how surprised we are with this pick. And he seems pretty shocked too in this draft because he is running up to the stage being a Dallas Cowboy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
My gosh.
Okay.
Well, we will give him a shout out though. His career at Alabama,
Sure.
1,000 pass blocking snaps, only 2 sacks allowed. So he's not a bad player. It's just, yes, I think I would also agree. It's one of those that's a little bit of a reach. I'm glad that it's that team. A lot of people saying too, it's the wrong Tyler. They wanted to go with Tyler, Tyler Warren. But all right, let's see here. We scroll down and number 48 on PFF's.
That's what I was going to say. That's why we didn't have him because we have the top 40 guys on most draft boards. So. Yep. Oh, man. Okay, that puts the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. They got 6.5 minutes left on the clock right now. And so Tyler Warren is a Dolphin, maybe? That's going to be the question here. I don't know. But
I don't know.
Wow. Okay, we've had some shockers now. So,
if you thought that the Dolphins wanted offensive line, maybe that's why the Cowboys are going in that direction. But still, it is a shocker. Eagle One with the 2 says 1,100 likes. Let's go Eagles Nation. It is also actually between both streams. So if we're adding up between both, we're almost to 3,000 likes. So again, if you've not hit the like button, do us a favor.
Yes.
Hit that there. Yes.
I was going to say, we talk about the relative athletic score for Eagle picks. It's like 0 to 10. A 9 is like what the Eagles like. Tyler Booker's RAS was a 3.68. So if you want to hate the Cowboys a little bit, that's some fuel. That's pretty low. I mean, RAS is not a guarantee, but it's interesting. So, wow, very surprising.
Little bit. Yep. But good for them, right? Yeah, we'll just keep cheering them on. Anthony S. with a 20 bomb. So if we do trade up and get an earlier pick, I'm assuming the stream will continue after the pick. Of course it will. We are 100%. Hanging out.
We're doing the whole first round.
Regardless, because also, even if, like, let's say hypothetically speaking, they trade up and it's like, oh, the Eagles are done. We don't really know if the Eagles are done. Howie could shock us all and trade again. So, yes, we will be streaming tonight. We're also streaming tomorrow. So for people that are wondering, curious, we'll be hanging out, doing it again, running it back.
100%. Okay, so Dolphins are on the clock here. I don't have it yet, so if you want to keep... Oh, I thought I had it. No, I don't. Boy,
Frankie,
again, one more thing on Dallas here, Josh. I really they need a receiver, right? I mean, they have CeeDee Lamb.
I thought Matthew Golden was the pick.
And now they have Dak on $65 million a year. It's are you scoring enough offense, or are you scoring enough points? Oh man, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
One of those. It's a head scratcher, but you like to see it. Alex with the 2 was saying the Cowboys select Terry Bradshaw. So
something like that.
Who do they take? Frankie with a 5. Giants just picked up Thibodeau. Yes, 5th-year option. Isn't going to be Birds. We mentioned that as earlier. If you weren't here, Tricks with a 2. What's up, guys? What's up? How's it going? Hanging out for the draft. Cranky Cletus with a 5. Thank you, Dallas, for still sucking. Go Birds.
We are a little biased if you can't see behind us. I don't know if it's what gave it away.
A little bit.
Maybe he's going to be a generational guard. You never know. It just felt like a reach. Felt like you could trade back.
He could. Totally could.
And then, you could still get him, but we'll see. So Miami has done nothing yet. 3:40 on the clock. They have not made a pick yet at 13. But we are flying through round 1, which has been a bunch of fun.
CJ with 5 more. So I swear Jerry Jones is content on being trash every year while we get better. Long live Jerry, so the Eagles prosper.
Fine by me. Yeah, someone needs to get that guy the fountain of youth and just let him live forever. I would be all okay with that. If we find it somewhere in a foreign country, you could take Jerry Jones to that fountain of youth right away. The Dolphins have picked. I don't know who it is yet, but the pick is in. They're not trading.
Okay.
You would think Tyler Warren, right? I mean, come on. This has got to be Tyler Warren.
I think they...
I don't have it.
Did
Do you
I
have
see
it?
I don't know. I was looking here. I double check and make sure because this is not a reliable source. I just saw it on the timeline. Did they go corner?
I still don't have it.
We need multiple sources, so we're
soon.
I think they did.
Who is it?
I think they went corner. Come on.
Come on. I still don't have it yet. I am desperately looking to see if we can get this pick. I still don't have it. If you got it, you can announce it. I don't have it. Looking for the confirmation.
Well, okay, I've got to.
Well, then we don't have it yet.
I know I've got conflicting reports here. There's one that's D-line. Okay, I need a second. I gotta have a second to make sure.
Let's see if I can get this to come up. Man, okay, this is crazy. I'm shocked that we do not have the pick yet for the Dolphins. We're still waiting here on the Dolphin pick.
I think it's D-tackle. Now,
I think it's D-tackle?
I think the more reliable source is saying a D-tackle here.
I have it. Okay.
Okay.
I think we have a highlight for this guy. I'm not sure if we do.
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Yep. I have it. Okay.
All right.
We're good.
And here we go.
Okay. With the 12th pick. Sorry, I got to wait for the music to go there. Got a little excited. The 12th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. The Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle out of Michigan. Josh, you were correct. Interior defensive line, not edge rusher for the Miami Dolphins. And they are getting Kenneth Grant out of Michigan, who, listen, I think he's a good player. I think he was more like 30th overall on the overall top board in terms of being, maybe a little bit of a reach here. But he is big. The player comparison is Akeem Hicks. Very powerful, great against the run. Not a really big pass rush guy. Only had 5 sacks in 2024, but he's a defensive tackle. The Dolphins like him a lot more than I do. And we're going to have to wait and see. But interesting, they go defensive line here, but not edge rusher.
Yeah, a little bit interesting. I mean, it's fine for them, I suppose. I think, as you were mentioning there, with the size, it's ideal for a nose tackle. He does show flashes of athleticism. The questions, or at least from some of the scouts, is the hand speed not necessarily matching up with the lower body quickness. So, and I think it was like almost looking like he's flailing, like he doesn't really have a plan whenever he's going in there with that hand speed. Maybe it's minor. You clean it up. He's certainly one of the upper top prospects, and he's had some production. But yeah, I don't know if this is a selection here, but this is just another case in point of the draft board being all different for all sorts of teams. We've seen it on multiple ones of those. He could turn into a lot whenever he's on. I mean, much like some of the other Michigan guys we talked about, Mason Graham, whenever this dude's on, he can be one of the top game wrecker, but it's just kind of the inconsistency there. So we'll see. But defensive tackle, it was not a cornerback. I thought I saw corner, and we got defensive tackle for the Dolphins.
We haven't had a corner, right? Technically. So that is interesting. We have not had a corner so far. Okay, so now we officially put the Indianapolis Colts on the clock here, which is interesting because you would think that tight end Tyler Warren still on the board. Do we have time? Let's go best available, Josh. I think it'd be a good time to throw up the best available if you have that, because it's interesting now because we're 13 picks. The Colts have just picked though. The Colts have already made the pick. So let's do that first. That was very quick. They have run that pick up on the board. Or up to the podium.
Yes, they knew who they were going with.
Exactly who they want.
It's not surprising. Let's just say it's not surprising. There were rumored interest on what they wanted to go with here. Yeah.
Do you have it?
I believe so. I've got.
I have it. I have it. I have it.
Right.
Yep. Okay. Here we go. Okay. With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts have selected Tyler Warren, tight end from Penn State. There you go, Josh. You're right. This is not a big surprise at all. Most people had Tyler Warren as your number one tight end. Shocking, Colston Loveland went 4 spots ahead of him. Same size, 6'6", 256 pounds. You think Mike Gesicki, but a little bit more of a higher ceiling. He's a very good blocker as well. You figure you got Anthony Richardson as your quarterback. You obviously have Jonathan Taylor as your running back. You want a tight end who can also catch passes, but still make sure to create running lanes. Separation is the question here. That's always been the thing between him versus Loveland. Loveland a little more of a faster, twitchier guy, better route runner. But most people, I said it earlier, 92% of people who were rating in the NFL draft would have Tyler Warren as your tight end one. The Colts desperately wanted one. They get him. And now you wonder if Dallas Goedert's future remains in Philadelphia for one final season.
I don't know if some people know this either, but Tyler Warren was the number one most athletic tight end based on the combine testing results. Like, you see it on the game tape and the film and everything else, but then when you go and do that in the track and field drills, so to speak, I think that's just the extra measure to bump him up. Again, we said him probably over Colston Loveland. The Colts have to be thrilled by the fact that
I think they are.
That he's still available. They didn't even have to trade up at 14. I love this comp, by the way, Lance Zierlein. Jeremy Shockey, a blast from the past, but Jeremy Shockey.
Wow.
I love that comp pick for him because he described him here, the ultimate whatever, whenever player in 2025 with draft-sized athleticism and competitive spirit to make good on his intentions. I don't think it describes it any better. If anybody's watched Tyler Warren play, or if you haven't, that type of comp with the ideal athleticism, good for Indianapolis. That probably puts to rest anything of the Goddard trade rumors or anything on that side, but they get a monster of a tight end.
Yeah, he could always go somewhere else, but yeah, I think that if Warren would not have been there, then maybe you get still a Dallas Goedert trade. Excuse me, but Tyler Warren, 14 overall, he's a Colt. And now we go to the Atlanta Falcons, who are on the clock now at 15, which would feel like an edge rusher or at least a defensive player at some point. But we don't have that yet, so keep an eye on here. Keep an eye on here.
All right, putting this on the ticker real quick, and then we can, if we want to, go to the best available.
Yeah, let's go to the best available whenever you can. 7,000 people watching between both streams. We appreciate that. Everyone hanging out with us here. 6:43 on the clock right now for the Atlanta Falcons, as they have just given us the Tyler Warren pick here on ESPN. And so Atlanta has time to think about this one. Atlanta has a problem. They never draft UGA players. They're, a couple of hours away from Athens. UGA creates all these superstars. Ask the Philadelphia Eagles, yet the team closest to the college and the Atlanta Falcons don't draft them. Jalen Walker could have been a top 10 pick, should have been a top 12 pick. He's there at 15 when you didn't think he was. You would assume that that's the case. Okay, big board, is it up? Let's see the best available. Who's number one? There you go, Jalen Walker. Obviously, Tyler Warren now off the board as well. You do wonder, corner for Atlanta, they obviously have a really good one on the outside, and A.J. Terrell. If they wanted another one, Will Johnson, what's the knee going to do? I mean, Derek Hammond, I don't see him as being an option here, even though they lost Grady Jarrett. Walter Nolan is a real possibility. There's our first real
I don't want him
Walter
to be,
Nolan
but yes.
Potential. I think Mike Green as well. It really depends on how you view his background, but if Atlanta likes Mike Green over Jalen Walker, they'll do it, much to the chagrin of a lot of fans in Atlanta. But that, to me, kind of rounds out the list. They don't need wide receiver. They've spent first-round draft picks on offensive players each of the last 4 drafts. They need defense. It's a matter of, is it a D tackle, or is it going to go ahead and be a defensive lineman?
I would throw out, or I'll just go ahead and throw out a wild card here. I know that it's well below. We're looking here at the list of ESPN's best available, but Shamar Stewart, I think that's another one that potential for Atlanta to be interested in because of all the crazy athletic tools. I know production and some other questions, and he's been all over the place because he was borderline first round, maybe even second round in the testing at the combine. Everyone's going, oh my gosh, he's going to be top 15. And then as the draft process continued to go closer, continue to bump down, but just potential. A little wild card there for Atlanta.
Okay, we are still waiting here as 4:45 on the clock now for the Atlanta Falcons at 15. So we're almost halfway through the NFL draft as we're approaching 9:40 on the East Coast. And, gosh, you would think it's got to be Jalen Walker. You would think it has to be Jalen Walker here. But we don't have
most
it
likely.
yet, so.
But they could look elsewhere. They could surprise people with some pass rush. But, the Georgia ties location talent on the board. I mean, all of it.
Yep.
Terrence with a 5. Appreciate that. Name your surprised veteran player we could trade for with our first instead of picking at 32.
With our first, it'd be not TJ Watt, it'd be Trey Hendrickson. But I wouldn't. I don't think that they're going to do that. Too expensive.
Yeah.
Too expensive.
Yeah, I don't even really. I said Kayvon Thibodeau before, but like now the Giants picked up the option, so that's not going to happen. And that was just the hopeful slight possibility. So I don't know. Scott with a 2. I appreciate that. Didn't get a comment, but appreciate the support there. Robbie with a 5. Does Milroe go before Shedeur Sanders?
There is a world where that would happen. I don't think so, but there is a world where that happens because the ceiling is so much higher, right? The ceiling for Milroe can be very high if he can, fix a lot of stuff. What's the ceiling for a Shedeur Sanders? That's the big question there.
Yep. Eric with a 10. Please get Slay back. That's interesting. We got a lot of other options there for corner.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Moved on.
I don't know about that.
Burned some bridges on the way out, maybe with some of those comments, depending on how you feel. Oh my gosh, we gotta. Okay, I'm gonna get to some of the other. I just got the notification here, so this got my attention. I'll get back to the other super chats. 300 bomb. A 300 from Emmanuel Cruz. That is the largest by far. 300. Jeez. We appreciate you, sir. I don't. There's no comment here, Emmanuel. If you
didn't
have
give a comment,
anything to say, anything. Someone says, Emmanuel, blink twice if you're okay. If you have anything, let me know. We will put this thing up here. Any sort of comment, takeaway, whatever. But the support, man, that means 300. Oh my gosh!
Holy cow!
We appreciate that.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Big time.
Wow.
Jeez, that's crazy.
That threw me off there. 300 big ones. Hopefully that's all in getting some good vibes, good juju out there for Walter Nolan to not be selected, to just continue to fall. Atlanta, do not take him.
All right, we're still waiting. They have not picked. 2 minutes to go on the clock. Falcons are debating a lot.
Goodness gracious. Internet Junkie says he hit an extra 0.
Yeah, on accident. Too late. No takebacks.
Oh my goodness. It's for anyone who's done it, you obviously know it makes you confirm. So hopefully, unless it was just a quick, really quick, put it in there.
Yeah.
Man.
I still don't have this. The pick is still not in. So we definitely still do not have it.
Okay. Waiting on. They're getting a little bit more delayed. People are distracted. All right, I'm going to get back to some of these other super chats, though, as I was obviously, again, that one, I'm not seeing any other comments. So, again, Emmanuel, if you're still here or you want to say anything else, let me know. I'll try to throw that on the chat. But Zach with a 2, are we in a good spot at the moment? Starks and Nolan? Yes, we are, because they've not been taken. The longer we go and they're not taken, we're in a good spot.
For sure.
But, yeah,
for sure.
The way that it is shaping up.
52 seconds left for the Atlanta Falcons. So...
Okay.
They give us a shot of Shedeur Sanders. He's built this whole draft watch party in Canton, Texas, so he might be watching a long time tonight.
Just a little bit.
How about this? Less than a 1% chance that Jalen Walker would be available at 15, and he is. So how about that?
That's why we do the draft.
It's not Jalen Walker. Okay, so it's not Jalen Walker is what I am. Is what I'm here.
Interesting. Scott with a 5 saying Cowboys doing cowboy things from the previous pick. Yep, that was kind of what we expect for them. Love that.
The pick is in. They have made a selection. We don't know who it is yet. Don't know who it is yet. Is it not Jalen Walker?
We'll see. Trying to refresh myself.
I know. We're trying to make sure we get this one here. Pick 15, the Atlanta Falcons. Still waiting to see, but potentially not Jalen Walker, which would be a very big surprise here. I still do not have it. He's the best available, and you start to wonder, when does someone come up and get him? If he falls past pick 15 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I don't have it yet. I have it.
Okay, I was going to say it.
Well, no. I don't have it from officially yet. No, I don't have it yet.
I think it's here, right? Do you see it now? I think it's Walker.
I think it is too, but I don't have it officially.
Okay. I'm seeing it here. On one.
Do you have it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's do it.
All right.
All right.
They went local.
I got it. There you go. With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, edge rusher, Georgia, and they do go Jalen Walker. Okay, so there were multiple people saying it's not Jalen Walker, and now they officially get their off-ball linebacker, the edge rusher, who no one thought would be here at 15. Let's just say that. If you're an Atlanta Falcon, you finally get your UGA George Bulldog. Comparison, really. I mean, Roquan Smith, does that make sense? That's kind of an interesting player comparison there. He's very quick. He can also play in coverage, side to side. He's rangy. Tackling in space is one thing, but he had 6 sacks in 2024. This is just a great defensive player overall. For a team that desperately needs defensive players in Atlanta, especially one from Georgia, this is going to make all the Falcon fans very, very happy. Jalen Walker could have been gone there at 10, 11, 12. Falls all the way to 15. As we said, a 1% chance he would be there, and he now becomes the latest Atlanta Falcon. This is a pretty good pick here, Josh. A lot of people had Jalen Walker high on their draft boards, and for Atlanta to sit there and take 10 full minutes off the clock to get him was surprising. They finally do. Walker is an Atlanta Falcon.
Yep. Good pick for them. Makes a whole lot of sense. A ton of versatility. And we're talking about a guy played inside linebacker, lined up as edge. Basically, any game. It's just a roaming box
all
defender.
Over the place.
I mean, so you got the explosiveness, strength, everything that he can bring there. You could move him all over the place. It is maybe a bit of a question in terms of his anticipation and the full repertoire of pass rushing, but I think there's still so much to like, as we've talked about here with the athleticism and the fact that he, 6'2", 245, 21 years old, so there is still time for that potential to fully bloom. Atlanta, being a Georgia Bulldog, the close proximity, all the other things there, it makes a lot of sense. I didn't expect it either. We talked about Michael Williams earlier. The general, I think general consensus, but the majority of people probably would have had Jalen Walker ahead of that. But slides a little bit further. I don't know if that's due to size or just questions or concerns about the fact of where do you put him, but there you go. Atlanta gets their pass rusher or their
I think if it's me,
defender.
he wore number 11 at UGA. You think Micah Parsons. Parsons was kind of this hybrid guy that didn't do a lot of pass rushing during his college days at Penn State. Walker obviously still had 6 sacks this past season. I would let him just play edge rusher. I mean, I would just let him go ahead and be in a 2-point stance and go hunt quarterbacks in Atlanta. The Falcons are desperate to get quarterbacks on the ground from a defensive perspective. I mean, sure, you can move him around a little bit here. I would just play him as an edge rusher. I think this is still a very good pick. Go get sacks if you're the Atlanta Falcons. You can do that. We think the offense can do stuff. Can it actually get stops on defense, get sacks with Jalen Walker?
And they certainly struggle with that. It was one of the main issues.
Cardinals, 16 on the clock. We are halfway through the NFL draft. The Cardinals are on the clock.
All right, update the ticker here. Jalen Walker at 15. I'm double checking. I don't think I've seen anything from Emmanuel, but we appreciate it.
Yes.
And by the way, the comments from I can't get to everyone because I know that we're crazy busy and going from draft picks and super chats and everything else. But let's just say the chat is winning. The responses and every other takeaway here, I'm getting a kick out of that. Trying to not get too distracted. Skylord with a 5. I know this is early, but do you think Philly will retire BG's number? I think so.
I think
part
they will.
of both Super
I think
Bowls. Yeah. There's only a certain amount that you can though. Like that's then you start being like, man, we're running out of numbers because we have. But it feels like probably so. Eric for the 2. I'll drop 20 if you spill the tea regarding CJ GJ.
Oh jeez, we need a lot more than 20.
Well, yeah, that's if Emmanuel asks for it, maybe.
Yeah.
We haven't heard from him. Cardi with a 5. Are you guys still ahead of ESPN and the other media outlets?
Yes. Yes.
I think so.
Are.
Not quite as much, maybe, but we still barely are.
We were way ahead. But it's all slowed down. The Falcons took the full 10 minutes.
Yep.
So,
Yep. Lewis with the 5. If Sanders doesn't get selected by 32, Howie's trading back for the higher bidder. That 5th round option has a lot of value. He'll have a lot of outs if you have potentials for quarterback or a Jackson Dart. If anyone wants to trade up into the 1st round, certainly keep
the
an eye
Cardinals
out.
Pick is in, by the way, so they have already made that selection. Bengals are on the clock, so the Cardinals have made their selection. That was fast. We don't have it yet. Oh, I have it. Oh, okay. Well, there's a reason why it was very fast. Do you see it, Josh, or do I have to spoil it for you?
I'm refreshing here. Just based on what you just said there, I think I
have it.
Dang it.
Ready? Pick is in. Arizona Cardinals.
Let me play the stupid ding.
Oh, man. With the 16th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Ole Miss. And if you're an Eagle fan watching our stream, pour one out, Let the tear slide slowly down your cheek. This was the draft prospect every Eagle fan wanted. I mean, goodness gracious. You want an NFL comparison? Is it Chris Jones? I mean, come on. Everything you want from power, great against the run. He can collapse the pocket. 6 sacks in 2024. You just knew he was going to go in the top 20, right? There was no way he was going to get further. The questions were there. A little bit of maturity. Sometimes he can hang his head when things didn't go his way at Ole Miss. But he's very young, as most NFL draft players are. And he seems like a sure thing to be a stud defensive tackle. Walter Nolan, every Eagle fan's dream, off the board at 16. He's an Arizona Cardinal.
I didn't think that I could hate Jonathan Gannon more than I already did, but it's happened. Taking Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
It's a good pick. It is a good pick, obviously. But I was hopeful, just holding out hope. NFL size. Athleticism is not quite up to par with some of the other. You look at guys who could be like dominant game breakers, change a game around. So the athleticism, maybe not, but just technique and the way that this dude plays, he can get in the backfield, be a disruptor in the run game. You mentioned the 6 sacks. productivity, I think he's just scratching the surface, ultimately.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as he's in the right situation, I think the only thing that derails this guy from reaching the full potential is if he's not surrounded by the right guys in the locker room. And that might be why he would say fall to 16. That's not as far as we were hoping for it, but still, to go back to 16, I think that he has the traits and the ability to be worth higher than that. It's just a question of, is this the right room? Is this the right team for him? Is Jonathan Gannon the right leader for him? I mean,
you saw what they did with Josh Sweat, alongside a really good defensive tackle, Jalen Carter. Now, Walter Nolan's not that, but
yeah,
they got Josh Sweat. They get Walter Nolan. He had a really good Senior Bowl down there in Alabama, and
gosh,
there you go.
Dang it.
There you go. Walter Nolan off the board. I think 16 was about the ceiling. I mean, you kind of figured that he had to go early, and Philly was never going to trade this high. The earliest, right. I think that they go up is 20 to 22, but there's your first bummer. Walter Nolan, it's a good pick for the Arizona Cardinals. It's a very, very good pick.
Oh, yep. Good for them. I felt like it was not as likely, ultimately. So I knew that this probably could happen. Mm-hmm. But there was still a holding out chance.
Yep.
And now it's gone.
Yep. It's gone. Okay, Area 17, Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock here, Josh. I'm going to run and use the restroom, if that's okay.
Yeah,
I think
it.
I'm going to have time, so let's just give me a quick second here.
Yeah, guy incognito. Not surprised. Gannon trolling us, seeing some of these other comments. Yeah, it's I was hopeful. Not gonna win them all. And there went my prediction, by the way, too. So I got Quinton Mitchell last year, Jalen Carter the year before that. Can't get them all. Walter Nolan was the prediction. Didn't happen. Oh well, whatever. We got a Super Bowl. Who cares? Him with the 2. I ain't no Emmanuel. Let's get Nolan or Pierce Jr. These comments are just the best. Nolan's not possible, obviously. So Pierce Jr., you can get James Pierce. Terrence with the 10. Go Birds. Appreciate that, the support. You guys are the best. Macaroni Gaming with a 2. What's your opinion on the Saquon Barkley trade? What Saquon Barkley trade? What are we talking about here? Trade? Or are you talking about signing? Like how the Giants missed, but I don't follow you there. If we're just talking about like my opinion of getting Saquon Barkley, I mean, it speaks for itself. We got the Super Bowl. Dude's a legend. Going to be an Eagle for the rest of his career, probably. So, yeah. I mean, why? Who doesn't love that? John with a 5. Thanks, Josh and Thomas. Always great. Jod Campbell, Walter Nolan, Malachi Starks, Mason Taylor, Jalen Walker. So many studs. That is true. There's a lot of studs. Couple of those have gone off the board, but there's still some options. Not a Walter Nolan, but John, we appreciate
not a Walter
you.
Nolan.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see. Do we have? Okay, I have the Bengal pick.
Okay. Yes. Let's get that one ready here.
Are you
James,
seeing that as well?
Yes, I believe so. James, I'll come back to you in a second. So let's get this one in real quick. Alrighty, there we go.
Okay, with the 17th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, edge rusher, Texas A&M. Interesting here, Josh. A lot of people had Shamar Stewart as an end-of-the-first-round pass rusher. The fact he goes way earlier than this says that the Bengals saw something that other people potentially didn't. He's very long, very athletic, 6'5", 267 pounds, great speed, great power. There really isn't a lot of problems here. You just wonder, what's the ceiling for him? Is it a Chandler Jones? Is he a double-digit sack guy every single year in the NFL? Remains to be seen. But the Bengals reached a little bit, and now you wonder what happens to Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, some would argue and say that it makes a potential trade target, or you trade him now. Others, like even Joe Shane said about an hour ago, you can't have too many defensive linemen and pass rushers, so I would tend to agree with that one. I mean, the athleticism speaks for itself. Like, it's the question of, we're at the point in the draft where who's the top of your board. This dude is maybe even higher than this for Cincinnati, and he fell into your lap. Or for another team, he's a second rounder. So it's just a question of, can that athleticism translate into really good pass production? Because, let's face it, if you didn't watch Texas A&M, they did not use him in the most appropriate way. Now, he needs to develop some pass rush skills, but you also look at a guy who's, at the size that he is and the athleticism, 6'5", 268, he slimmed up a little bit to get quicker. It helped him in the combine. He'll probably put on some more size for the playing weight, though. He looks, just from a physically imposing and the way that he tested, like a Myles Garrett. Now, nobody's going out there and saying this dude's going to be a Myles Garrett, but can he get his 12-ish% pass rush win rate up to an 18 or a 20? Then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, this guy is an absolute game wrecker. So comes down to a lot of coaching, comes down to a lot of development. The age, him being young, potential there's some time. I don't mind it. I feel like, and this is just my personal opinion, this is not a move that goes, yes, Trey Hendrickson is being traded. I think it's, hey, you got him. He can learn from Trey Hendrickson. And then if you don't do something this year, you let Trey Hendrickson walk, you figure out something there, and then Shamar Stewart takes over. But lot of potential, tons of potential if you can develop him.
Yep. And again, this is a great example of where is he on your big board, right? A lot of people mocked him to Philadelphia. He wore Eagles green, essentially there in the green room. But he goes 17 overall to the Bengals, which puts the Seattle Seahawks now officially on the clock here. And I think we have entered Shedeur Sanders territory. Not saying he's going to be a Seahawk, but if you are wanting Shedeur Sanders, 21 with the Steelers is fast approaching. And so you have to kind of make your decision now if you want a trip to go ahead and get him. But Seattle is on the clock. We do not have a pick here just yet. We'll do a subtle plug for those watching. If you want to win this, which is a signed Philadelphia Eagles helmet by Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, and Quinyon Mitchell, Super Bowl champion, I'll be giving this away right after the draft. Not tonight, after the full draft. So Monday's show, we'll pick the winner, but get your entry in by subscribing here. So if you want to win this bad boy, make sure you hit that sub button. Plenty of giveaways and other stuff happening later on as well. But for those watching, a little subtle plug there.
There you go. Yes, make sure to like and subscribe to both channels. Got a lot of giveaways. While you share your helmet, I might as well on mine. Cooper DeJean helmet.
Looky there.
But I need to actually spin for that. So this one...
We will.
We can do... Should we do it now? Or because I've got another actually towards the end of the draft. Or do we wait?
Let's wait. Let's wait for just like a pick or two. Because Seattle's towards the end. I think we are going to get Seattle's pick here shortly. But yes, you need to spin for that.
Cool. James with a 2. This was earlier, but chances we trade with Jonathan Gannon, 0. He's just a snake. He's just stealing everybody from Philly. No chance. No chance. 2 from Grizzle Gear. Let's freaking go. Nolan in the first, trade up for Taylor in the second. Again, I'm getting to these as quick as I can, so I know that
sadly,
that was before the dream was crushed. Eric with a 5 more. Appreciate you, Eric. Having a good one. This one, Emmanuel's using Eric's phone. Please give the gossip regarding CJGJ. Man, Emmanuel, hey, you got a lot of connections here. All right.
People want to know. People want to know. Maybe one day we'll get to tell that story. Maybe one day.
It's the honor system. When somebody tells you something in good faith and they're like, hey, off the record or what,
off the record.
It hurts a lot. And I think everybody understands that, but it hurts your credibility. It hurts your integrity and really even getting any sort of, because we don't break hardly anything. And so we're not going to be the ones to do that. But if someone were to go, hey, here's a potential, then, we might talk about it. We might put it in one of our shows.
Sure.
Viper with the 5. It's not over yet. Sometimes teams swap pick selections. Fingers crossed. I guess that's an optimistic way of looking at it. It's never impossible, but I'm not going to get my hopes up for that. I'll just say,
fair enough.
Walter Nolan.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, we are still waiting on the Seahawk one.
Okay.
No, we don't. They're still on the clock, so I guess we should have spun, but it's too late now. We will definitely get to that.
We can keep running through the super chats, though, because we have a lot of these. One time for the one time? Oh.
I'm just saying the pick is in. I don't know who it is, but the Seahawks have made a selection. So, but go ahead.
All right, I'll get a couple more maybe, and then we can announce it once we do get it. One time for the one time. Happy draft day, men. I want Starks or James Pierce Jr. They're still available.
Yeah, they're both still available, and I think both. I think Pierce will be there. I don't know about Starks. We'll see. We're getting to Starks territory, though. We're getting close.
Could you trade
territory is where we're at right now.
Man, imagine if you got that. That'd be pretty legit. Dance Cutie with a 5. Do you think the Eagles will trade up? I am losing hope in Howie. Come on, what do you mean?
No,
in like the trading up, or the he's not managing this well? He's at 32. There's so many more draft selections. There's so many other good talent here. Even if it's, you don't get necessarily who you wanted in the first round, there's so many guys. You look at the top 30 visits they brought in, anywhere from 60 to 100. Have some faith. Have some optimism. No losing faith in Howie. He's certainly earned it. It's not that he's immune to mistakes. Look at Justin Jefferson and Jalen Reagor, but he's earned the benefit of the doubt.
I don't have this one yet. I'm surprised that I don't, because we are on pick 18 with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yep. Blake said 2, or with the 2, whenever I get hammered, I'll donate like Emmanuel.
Well, hurry up.
Drink up,
hurry
man.
Up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Okay, I have one. I almost have it. I think I have it. I think I know who it is here.
Yes, I believe I do as well. I think you're seeing it correctly.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and send it. I got it. Okay. Pick is in. With the 18th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel, guard out of North Dakota State. We get a Bison off the board here, Josh.
There we go. Taking a guy there, offensive lineman, bolstering the pass protection or the run game as well. So, Seattle surprising some people to move on from Geno Smith, but then they get their guy in Darnold. The future on that side, I think that this is a safe pick. I still think it's a little bit early, but if they're, who knows, but potentially fielding calls and a chance to move back. There's an earlier run on offensive linemen, though, so that could be the reason where you say, you know what, it's not worth it. Let's not risk it. This is a guy who should be ready to go from day one. I think that, again, it's not just a crazy astronomical, this is the best player in the draft here, or going to be making that type. But as far as solidity and consistency on the offensive line, you know what? Go make your pick. Make the front line better. I like it.
Very athletic, right? I mean, that's one thing you get with these North Dakota State Bison offensive linemen. I mean, they can move up and down the football field. Philadelphia Eagles have a lot of offensive linemen that can do that. It works in the NFL. I had him higher than Tyler Booker, who went to the Cowboys at 12. He was kind of number 2. If you're going for an interior offensive lineman, he can play both, obviously. But still, I like the pick. It's just a matter of who's going to be playing quarterback for the long term in Seattle after dumping Geno Smith. And so now that puts the Bucs on the board, but Gray Zabel is officially off. He's a Seattle Seahawk at 18.
There we go. Now we got next selection here.
I think we can spin. I think if you want to spin real quick for your helmet.
Okay. Let's put the Bucs just to make the screen accurate.
Okay.
And okay. So let's
go.
We'll do the first one here. This is obviously for the Cooper DeJean helmet. This is for subscribers and previous videos, so I think that this will work for me. Let's make sure I can show the screen.
Okay.
There we go. It's a little bit off, but that's about as good as I can get. So, comments here. Good luck all. And Rocky Mike, Rock Mikey. I was going to say Rocky Mike. Rock Mikey. With the Go Birds comment. Rock Mikey, hopefully you're here on the stream. We got a lot of people here. If you are, email me, thephillyspecialshow@gmail.com. If not, I will comment back to you. Hopefully, maybe you see it. But mainly, I'm going to mention it in the video. So beware for scammers, posers, people stealing information. We've had a decent amount of those. We'll announce it on the video. You'll have time to claim it. But congratulations. The Cooper DeJean signed helmet post-Super Bowl
there you go.
Yours. That's one of the premium. And it's, full size for people wondering. I mean, it doesn't fit my head.
Put it on.
It is a full.
No,
there's no way. It literally is, I
Yeah,
can't get beyond that. But
don't mess up the hair.
It does
Don't
work
mess
some
up the
people.
hair.
Congrats. Rock Mikey.
Love it.
You got it.
Rock Mikey's the winner. All right. Make sure we hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. More giveaways happening tonight, and also with my helmet happening after the draft. Bucks have 5 minutes left. This is Nick Emenwari territory. A lot of mock drafts have him going to Tampa at 19 here, Josh. They have not made a selection. You want to go super chat, or do you want to go best available? Up to you.
Let's see. I could run through a couple of super chats real quick and then see.
Go ahead.
All right. So let's see. We got Jay Lee with a 5. Said Cardinals equals trash, or Cardinals equal trash bird. I wanted Nolan like you guys. Hopefully for his sake, he could still turn out. But the Cardinals are not quite the same organization as the Eagles. That's not saying much. But Brennan with a 10. Odds the Steelers get Sanders.
We're going to find out very quickly right now.
Maybe.
I think it's high. Apparently, he had a very good meeting with Pittsburgh. It's just a matter of, does Pittsburgh think that they could let him go a little bit and then get him later, right? That's kind of the question here. If you were Pittsburgh and you want Shedeur and you don't think someone was going to try to jump you to get him, could you trade back out of 21, get some additional draft picks, and still get Shedeur Sanders later on? That's the question.
Yeah. Be interesting, though. Mayo Rude, I don't know how to say that name. Mayo Rude with a 2. Who do you think the Bills are taking? Hashtag Bills Mafia. So we got a Bills fan here. Got a ways to go. I mean, you could take one of the pass rushers possibly. You think, I mean, again, it just comes down to like who's still available at that point. But you got Mike Green still on the board, Donovan Ezraku, James Pierce Jr., Nick Scorton. I feel like they might go pass rusher. But as far as who, I have not tracked. I have no idea who they brought in for visits. So, if that matters. You got some?
Bucks pick. I got the Bucks
okay.
pick. Bucks pick is in.
All right.
I'm ready.
Let's get it.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State, Josh. There's our second wide receiver officially off the board here. This is somebody who literally, I saw multiple top NFL reporters say was their favorite player in the first round. Not just because he's very good as a wide receiver, obviously on the national championship winning Ohio State Buckeyes, but he is a great person as well. Everyone said he had the best pre-draft process out of anybody here in round 1. He's that good of a human being, that good in meetings, that good in person, but you're also getting a great wide receiver. Very good in the slot, excellent route runner. He can separate when needed, whenever he needs. Chris Olave is the name that comes to mind here. Also kind of went to the same wide receiver you there at Ohio State. Egbuka is somebody that has really jumped up draft boards over the past 2 weeks. This is a pretty fun pick here for the Bucs to pair him with the end of the years of Mike Evans.
It's funny that you say Chris Olave because the other one too, and again, a similarity of where they went to school, but Jackson Smith and Jigba. Like,
yep. You
talk about a guy who just solid consistency, fluid, smooth, whatever you want to describe for his game, and then also the player prospects and the draft visits. It says something when you have that much around people that say he just does things the right way. But yeah, he knows the nuances of playing the position. Ohio State, you got a lot to like from receivers that come out of that university. I think that's point been proven. But I like it. You're looking at a team that they're still trying to surround with some offensive weapons. You mentioned the age factor with Mike Evans. Where did they go beyond that? If this is the next guy on their board, it's a little bit high compared to where some of the other wide receivers have been ranked. But again, this is the beauty of the draft. This is clearly who the Bucs wanted over those guys, and you get another guy to add with a weapon for Baker Mayfield.
He looks excited too. Obviously, they re-signed Chris Godwin coming off an injury last year. This is a very serious receiving core. They love the young running back in Bucky Brooks. Big fantasy guy for most people who got him kind of out of nowhere last year. But again, wide receiver ready to go day one is the answer here for Emeka. I mean, he is going to be a pro's pro. And it goes to show that, I mean, if you have Ohio State next to your name and you were a wide receiver, you're going to go in the first round, you're going to be able to catch the football over the middle, and you're going to be a very good NFL pro. This feels like a great pick for a team that Philadelphia has struggled with, that continues to get better. And I think it's going to be a kind of a dark horse in the NFC. Maybe not to win it all. Maybe not to win, the divisional or a divisional round playoff game, but definitely win the NFC South and be a team you do not want to face come January. That's a good pick here by the Tampa Bay Bucs.
I like it.
We have gone to Denver, by the way, on the clock here. So Denver with 4:43 to go here in the first round.
Updated the ticker as well, so we're good to go there.
Good.
All right. I'm going to run real quick.
Go for it. Go for it.
Use bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
Yes. Very, very good. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so let's reset. 4:20 to go for Denver, which they really like tight ends. Mason Taylor, it would be kind of a jump here if you were thinking about it. I don't know what Denver's going to do. They really like running back, so Amarian Hampton could make some sense as well, but remains to be seen. Pick 20. So we are 12 away from the Philadelphia Eagles picking. My wife just texted and asked if the Eagles had picked. The Eagles have not picked yet, for those who are wondering. So, okay, we do not have the pick yet. I'll go to the chat and see what people are saying. I think the Vikings are interested in Starks 2 is the most recent one I've seen here. Yeah, but not a guarantee, so we got to go ahead and wait and see. Steelers get Sanders. We are in Shedeur Sanders territory. If somebody wants to jump ahead of Pittsburgh to get Shedeur Sanders, you got to do it now or forever hold your peace, because Pittsburgh's one pick away at 21. So it feels like the Denver Broncos, they've taken over 7 minutes so far to make their pick. 3:22 officially left on the clock for them. Probably waiting to see if they could get the right phone call for a trade. So we will wait and see exactly what's going to happen with that one. As we wait to see. Who do the Bucs get? They got Emeka Egbuka. He officially goes number 19, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We will see. We will see what happens here with Sanders. Okay, I'm waiting to see if we have the pick yet. No, the pick is still not in yet for the Denver Broncos. No, we don't have it yet. But it sounds like Josh is back as well, which is good. Okay, Denver's still on the clock, Josh. Just FYI, still on the clock.
Should we do best available?
Yes. Go ahead and pull that up whenever you... Tell me whenever you got it here.
All right, let's get that here.
I forgot to put a picture up on my Instagram. I'm going to let people know that we're live, so let's see here.
There we go. Hey.
Oop. Oh, yeah, that wasn't a very good one. Let's do another one. There we go.
People on the stream are like, why are they posing? All the socials. All right. Best available, got it up.
Okay. Best available. Let's just make sure I have that up as well. Make sure we have it. Will Johnson is ESPN's best available. I don't know if Will Johnson's going to go tonight. He got a very good cornerback. He was probably the best cornerback on the board going into night one, not counting, obviously, Travis Hunter playing corner. There are knee issues here for Will Johnson, Josh. Knee issues that people think could be chronic, serious, long-term. So you kind of take him off of being best available, but ESPN still has him there. Johnny Barron is probably the best available cornerback that you have right now. They go with James Pierce Jr. as the best edge rusher. I think Mike Green is better, but Mike Green has, issues off the football field that teams got to go ahead and decide on.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Golden being available at 20 here for Denver is interesting, because Denver has wanted to get more offensive weapons. The question that I had while you were gone, does someone trade up right now for Shedeur Sanders? Because Pittsburgh's sitting there at 21. That has been seemingly the earliest Shedeur Sanders could go off the board. So if you want to get him, Denver still has not made a pick yet. 1 minute left on their selection. I'm sure they're trying to make sure Cleveland, the Giants, someone else wants to come up and get him. Now's your last chance, because I think Shedeur might go 21 at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think it's feeling likely, because we haven't seen another quarterback. So you know, at some point we're going to. But yeah, based on the teams and looking at those, be interesting. Starting to see some guys, though, you just look at the names on the list, the overall general consensus, guys going a little bit later than maybe anticipated. Some hanging around there. It's always the interesting point of the draft as well.
Yep, I agree. Denver has made a pick. Okay, so they are going to select. They're not going to trade out here.
Okay.
I don't have it yet, but let's see if I can get there. Don't have it yet.
Isward, second round pick is 64.
Oh, for us? Yes.
Yeah, they were asking about the Eagles. So.
Yep.
One time with a 5. Appreciate that. Can we draft Josh as our backup tight end? He is yoked. Thomas can be our backup kicker. What the?
I'm just the kicker. That's it. Oh man, Josh is tall and yoked, so it kind of fits. It kind of fits.
Nah, I'd be a very, very, regardless of even skills, just size wise, I'd be a very slight tight end.
I got the Denver pick.
Okay, we got
it. I kind of have a Jake Elliott build, I would say. I think that's fair. Let me make sure. Yes, I have it. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, cornerback out of Texas. And so Denver, Josh, how about this? They go corner and now might have one of the best corner duos in the National Football League because they have the highest paid cornerback on one side and now Barron on the other here. I see him as kind of a Tre'Davious White type player for your player comp. Great in man coverage. Denver plays a ton of man coverage. He needs to be a little bit more aggressive with his press man. He likes to play a little bit more off ball. 5 interceptions, though, in 2024. He has a nose for the football. He's my best cornerback available right now. Denver wants to improve that defense and make sure teams like Kansas City can't throw all over them. A really good pick here, and he's going to see a lot of balls thrown his way because there's some guy named Patrick Surtain on the other side, and no one throws his way ever.
Yeah, just get ready because Jahdae, you're going to get tested. I mean, that's 100% because you're not going to throw it PS3 or PS2, but you have. You mentioned there, but it's the versatility for Barron. Dude ran a 10.95 in the 100-meter dash in his high school career track. So he's got the blazing, blistering speed.
Yeah.
But the man coverage, the zone coverage, I think his best production will probably be in cover 3. I've seen a lot of different scouts that have mentioned the similarities there in playing in that system defensively. So Denver sees their guy. As you mentioned, if you have a stud cornerback on one side, you get another one. I'm sure they probably feel like he slipped a little bit further down the board than maybe what they anticipated or thought he might. So you get the selection there. But we've also seen, based on this selection here, you look at some other players that fall a little bit more than we might have expected, and maybe a Will Johnson. I know the knee concerns or the issues, but nonetheless, Denver adding to the secondary, and we've seen that pay dividends in the past.
Okay, so that puts the Pittsburgh Steelers officially on the clock, and when that happened, I saw a bunch of new viewers jump in, over 8,000 people watching, which is crazy. Make sure to hit the like button, and we are officially on Shedeur Sanders Watch. So welcome to the part of the draft that everybody has been holding their breath for, at least I think the media. I don't know if fans really care that much where Shedeur goes, but the media is very invested in where he would go. 21. At one point was the absolute latest you could see Shedeur Sanders go, Josh. And now, basically the past 2 weeks, he went from being the 3rd overall draft pick to being, the 10th overall draft pick. Someone trades up, not a bear, to being, top 12 and now 21. And you have to wonder, do they even take him? Pittsburgh could simply say, we don't think that he's going to be a pro for, a starter that can take us to the Super Bowl. Let's pass. They could take Jackson Dart. They could not take a quarterback here. They could do a lot, but this feels like if Shedeur is going to go tonight, it's going to be right here.
Yep, I tend to agree. 32, I guess. Like, if we make it to 32, he's still available. A team wants that 5th-round option, and Howie doesn't care particularly for who's still there and wants to, recoup some picks. Maybe. But, yeah, it does feel the more likely if a team's going to select him, it's either here or 32.
Yep, I agree. 5 minutes left on that pick, by the way, for the Steelers. So they have not officially made a pick yet as we keep waiting. Here we go. Get ready. He's watching the TV. We got a live look at Shedeur Sanders, and he does not have a phone in his hand at the moment. I mean, there's still a chance where Shedeur could come back or stay in round 1 at the end, but I think he's got to go here if he's going to go, man.
Yep, and it looks like the pick is in.
Pick is in.
And
who
it
is
looks
it?
like I think we've got it.
I don't have it yet. I don't have it yet. I have it. Okay, there it is. Wow. With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon, Josh. And so they pass on Shedeur Sanders, which it's interesting. It's very interesting. And Derek Harmon is one of the top guys remaining on ESPN's big board. I think he's a very good defensive tackle. I have him a little bit later on in the first round, but he's great at clogging the A gap and the B gap. He's very good against the run, extremely strong. Question is going to be, what's the pass rush ability? What's his ceiling overall there? But you saw him against Penn State. He can really get after the quarterback if he can actually get away from that initial block. I think he's a very, very good talent here. You pair with TJ Watt and Cameron Hayward. This tells me it's kind of a win-now move. I still obviously need a quarterback, but not going Shedeur Sanders here, it's going to surprise a lot of people, but Derek Harmon is still a very good player.
He is, yes. And it immediately made me think of this because I mentioned it in one of the videos pre-draft, but the quote of one of the NFC executives saying that he reminds me of a Raven or a Steeler. There you go. He's a Steeler player, so he's pairing up with a Cam Hayward. He actually said a comparison of a Cam Hayward comp. Now, that is astronomical high praise. I don't know if we're necessarily going there, but, you got some potential. Who knows where this thing pans out? But I think that it's just telling you when you've got NFC executives and other scouts that already saw this player at that spot. It tells you about Shedeur Sanders, as you're mentioning there. He's really powerful at the point of attack. It's actually kind of strange sometimes watching because he wins initially, and then it's just some issues, whether it's just finishing the play, not being able to keep up with the closing speed. But in terms of clogging the gaps, you mentioned the A and the B gap, I think he should do fairly well, and also not a better player to learn from, as you were alluding to as well within Pittsburgh. But it speaks for itself, not getting Shedeur going with the D-line.
This would tell you that Kirk Cousins or Aaron Rodgers is likely getting a phone call here pretty soon to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. And I think it makes sense. Pittsburgh has the talent. Obviously, they were trading for DK Metcalf. They still have TJ Watt. They have Cameron Hayward, Minka Fitzpatrick. They can win football games. It's a tough division, but they can definitely be a playoff team. They pretty much were that with Russell Wilson, and we all know Russell Wilson wasn't that exciting last year. Shedeur just says reboot, and when 2026 is right around the bend with 6 quarterbacks guaranteed in round 1, if I'm Pittsburgh, I roll the dice on a veteran. Maybe you trade for Kirk Cousins. Maybe it's Aaron Rodgers. And then you just, see what happens next year and get your guy of the future. So, but the problem now for Shedeur, the fact that Jackson Dart hasn't gone, Shedeur's probably not going in round 1 unless somebody trades up, and that's not guaranteed.
Yeah, not guaranteed at all. But now we're getting close. We're getting in that range, right? We said the 20-ish, 25 range. We're talking about the Eagles in particular for the trade up. But Chargers, where would they go? They need a wide receiver, tight end potentially. We're very close to 24 with the Vikings. That might be a trade up scenario for Howie if he's wanting to go get a safety in Malachi Starks or insert another player that he might be targeting. So a couple options.
Couple of options, that's for sure.
Drop a like if you haven't already. We're almost at 4,000 likes between the streams, so we appreciate you guys. Almost a joint 9,000 between both streams here. People watching, you guys are the best. Draft night is one of the most hyped nights, and who's going where. Trying to keep you most updated as possible. The ticker is updated too if you want to see who went where to what team. And the Chargers on the clock. Try to see if we get that pick. I'll hit some super chats. I know I'm kind of running behind on these as well. Spencer with a 2 out of 10. How crazy is the CJ gossip? So we won't let that die. I don't even know how to rank that on a scale of 1 to 10.
7.
Okay, yeah. 6 or 7 maybe would
7.
be where I'd be at. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
not crazy, but it's pretty crazy.
Other people have come out and said that CJ had to leave. So, just not going to say any specifics, but just from what you can infer from that, CJ just had to leave. He had to go. It was not going to work for him to stay here. So how he made the trade, how he made a move, the locker room culture, vibes, all the other stuff being important, and move on. But yeah, 6, 7 out of 10. Praxis, I believe. I might have mispronounced that, but with the 2, gotta want the Coop helmet, but a few yards off the quarterback. The Coop helmet, unfortunately, has been spun. But there's other stuff. There's other giveaways for subscribers, so stay tuned. At the end, once the Eagles pick, I'll spin for the Jalen Hurts jersey. So that was the other thing. So
there you go.
Stay tuned. James with a 10. I want Maxwell Harrison we would have had a shutdown defensive backfield. So there's a Maxwell Hairston, whether it's a Trey Amos for some people, Maxwell Hairston at 32 or potentially beyond that, but a corner, maybe so.
It's a possibility.
Also, a friendly fan here, Dirty D. What's up, Dan?
Hey, there he is. What up, Dan?
With the 5, says, keep up the great work, men. Glad to be with you all on draft night. Appreciate you being here, sir.
Thanks, Dirty. What's up, man?
Good to see you.
Someone just said, any rigged giveaways happening? That's right. I forget that we rigged them.
They're all rigged. They're all rigged.
One already happened. That was my burner, that one. I won the Cooper DeJean helmet. So, yeah, you're right.
Kevin with the 5 says, fantasy trade Dotson and first for Micah Parsons. Thoughts?
Micah Parsons in fantasy? As a defenser?
I don't even.
Player? It's a weird. I don't play with defensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have no idea. I couldn't help you. I don't know. Unless he's just saying, like, in real life, that's his fantasy idea of a draft trade. But then, like, sure, we're all gonna say yes. If you're talking about fantasy football trade,
right?
I think one time in my life I've played individual defensive players for picks, so I wouldn't be able to give you any idea. KC Security Superfan with a 2 says, go Birds.
Go Birds.
I'm assuming that's Kansas City Security Superfan, but with a Go Birds. So in Kansas City with a Go Birds, I assume that's pretty legit. Let him hear it. Favy with a 5. I just want to let everybody know Ravens are the best team. Just wait till this season. This year is our Super Bowl and better than the Steelers and Eagles. Careful, you're starting to sound like a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see. Worked out pretty good for us in Baltimore last year. I can't remember the exact result of that game, but it felt pretty good. Cooper DeJean he made a good play. But good luck to you. It's a new season. It'll be a new season.
2 minutes left on the clock for the Chargers. They have not done anything with it yet. But, yeah, they continue to show Shedeur Sanders here, and he continues to not be taking any phone calls right now.
Always odd, always strange there. Let's see. Qualify with a 2. Why is Gilly our hype man in Sanders camp? Because he's everywhere. He goes all over the place. You get any sort of notoriety and some visibility out there. Just why not? Just walk around, hang out with whoever. It seems like we've seen a whole lot more of him since the Eagles run. I will say that.
Yeah.
ZH Outdoors with a 2. Even though that's not spelled the way it is, I still can't say the phonetics of that. But we'll just say F Dallas, go Birds.
There you go. There's
your 2.
Family friendly over here. That way your kid can watch.
Yeah, keeping it clean. Otherwise, they'll be like, what did you just say? Favy also with 2 more. Baltimore Ravens the best. Hashtag Baltimore Ravens the best. Okay.
Got a lot of Raven fans here.
For $2.
I am curious. In the chat, tell us who you're a fan of. I'm curious how many Eagle fans.
Yeah, let us know.
Let us know who you're a fan of down in the chat. You're watching our stream right now.
We are biased.
8,000 people watching. Yeah.
We try to deliver as much unbiased news.
For the Chargers, by the way. 45 seconds for the Chargers. So they got to hurry here to make a pick. So just FYI.
Interesting. Taking a little bit further for those selections.
29 seconds, 28 seconds. What are they going to do?
You got to make it. Come on.
22 seconds. They got to hurry.
Damon's with a 5. What's popping, fellas? At work, doing this old UPS thing, listening and watching. Great job, guys. Go Birds.
There you go. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you running the packages right now for watching us as well. Drive safe. 4 seconds for the Chargers. They can technically
it's got to be
forfeit. Yeah. Got to be in.
By the way, you asked where fans are from, and there's no way we're going to be able to read specifically, but there's obviously lots of Eagles. That was understandable.
Sure.
But there's some Lions I'm seeing in here, some Texans, Ravens, Chargers.
Chargers pick is in.
Okay.
Don't have it, but it's in. Let's see here. The Charger pick is in. I don't have it yet. Do not have it yet. Waiting to see.
Still waiting. Israel with the 2. Are you guys good? Are you guys good if we get Mike Green?
I am, but I don't think the Eagles are. There was a report saying that they were not. So let that be known.
Yep. Jeff McClain with the
yes,
the rumored report of the thought of not likely. But yeah, I would also be fine with it. His tape speaks for itself. If the Eagles select it, then that just tells you they did their homework and they're not concerned about the allegations or the concerns of Mike Green. So if they make the pick, yes, I'm for that. I just also don't think it'll be one that happens, like Thomas said.
I think I have the pick here. I think I do. I don't have it officially yet, though. I think I do.
Let's see. I'm trying to.
Do you have it too? I have it. I have it kind of.
I think I saw one. Let's see if I can get the other.
Yeah, I need the other to make sure we got it. I think it is, and it makes sense.
Yes,
honestly.
I've got it.
Okay.
Offensive player.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I got it.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. All right. Charger pick is in. With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Amarian Hampton, running back, North Carolina here, Josh. There you go. RB2 is off the board. Genty goes 5, and Hampton officially here goes number 22 overall, and I really like him. I know that, all the talk is on Ashton Genty. Genty's fast, he's quick, he's twitchy. Hampton's a little more beefy, very powerful, 6 foot, 220 pounds, but he has really great vision. That's the key here. I think pass protection, the receiving game are the cons. You got to improve that. But anytime you have 1,500 rushing yards, and wait for it, Josh, 18 touchdowns in 2024. Oh, and your player comp is Derrick Henry. A little bit smaller, but still, a lot of people think he's very Derrick Henry, especially at the goal line. Hampton is one of these backs that fits the Harbaugh way. They're going to run the heck out of the football with him. This is, to me, a really good pick for the LA Chargers.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good one. Saquon Barkley and others. You mentioned Derrick Henry, but kind of reestablishing the running back market, the reason that they can be successful, that maybe they should be valued more. So kudos to them, I'm sure. But that selection there also, Ramondre Stevenson was a player comp.
Ooh, that's a good one.
See for that one. So
yes,
definitely a lot of usage, as you mentioned, with a Jim Harbaugh. They're going to use it a lot, especially behind inside zone and read concepts. And you would imagine we're going to just continue to see more of those than we even saw last year. So absolutely, you get a running back, a workhorse. He will have productivity, especially in that offense. And I like it. I'm right there with you. I think that he could be a successful back.
Okay, that puts the Green Bay Packers, the hometown team, is on the board at 23. We've talked about trade-up scenarios for a guy like Malachi Starks. If you're an Eagle fan, you're in that area. But let me just say this, Josh. I think we have time to throw up best available. If you have a second to get there, let me know. Because there are quite a few players who I would argue have fallen right now and who very much are going to become steals if they keep sliding down these draft boards. So let me know whenever we're there. Will Johnson is probably falling out of the first round because of the knee injury. I think James Pierce is still, I don't have him as second best player available. Neither do I have Maxwell Hairston. But you have Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama. You have Mike Green, the edge rusher from Marshall. And Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas. I think he's the one that I'm a little surprised is still here. I think he'd go to Green Bay at 23. And then Nick Emenwari. I mean, Emenwari in most mock drafts is a team pick, Josh.
Yeah,
we're sitting here at 23. Emenwari still available. That means Malachi Stark still available. Quite a few, I would say, team picks here in the 20s. If you're drafting late, if you're a playoff team now, like all these teams were, then you're going to get a very good player. I think this could be golden for Green Bay. Yeah,
there's a lot of options out there still. Some guys to take, difference makers, playmakers. I mean, heck, we and I know every draft is different, but some people going like, hey, we're taking at 32 and then 64. Like, do you feel like we could make or get some impact players? And we being the Eagles, of course, but it's for all these teams here. Quinyon Mitchell being picked, Cooper DeJean being picked for the Eagles last year. The incredible, massive difference makers. We don't win the Super Bowl without those guys. So yeah, you take a look at the board here. There's lots of guys, if in the right system, in the right place, can be absolute difference makers. And I'm curious because there's a couple different ways that the Packers would go, especially as you mentioned, kind of laying out who's still available and the top potential picks. Whether they go corner, Will Johnson just keeps falling. I don't know. Maxwell Harrison is a very big wild card because I see he's 3 on this list here. PFF has him well below. Dane Brugler has him much higher, so it's all over the place.
Okay,
Tyler,
so we now go ahead.
I was going to say, as the Packers are on the clock, I was going to say Tyler with a 5. What would be the worst case scenario for a pick at 32?
Worst case for us tonight is a trade back. That'd be kind of lame. But I don't know. Maxwell Harrison's really tough for me to see as a first rounder. I think you would be passing on somebody that you really like. I think passing on a Jahad Campbell or passing on a Nick Emenwari or a Malachi Starks, I think would be kind of the shocker there.
Yeah. I think I'm with you. I think worst case scenario, like I'm going to trust whatever how he does, but worst case scenario might be the trade back or taking an offensive lineman. And I know that there's still some guys out there that they visited with and everything, but it's just like you look at this squad. I know that depth is important. Maybe you bolster it in some way, but it'd just be like, come on, there's options on defense. We're seeing the guys that we just looked at a second ago have fallen down the board. I think offensive line would be worst case / worst pick of me feeling like, okay, I'm going to trust Howie and that they got a plan, but that just feels like you missed an opportunity for some other guys that are still on the board.
I think so too. Green Bay has 250 left to go ahead and make their pick, and so they are waiting patiently here. Let's just make it be known, Jackson Dart. I've told many people that Jackson Dart is going to go in round 1, and we are 9 picks away from that not happening. So I think he will, but it remains to be seen. Let's go to some Super Chats, though.
33 Pauly with a 5. What's up, Pauly? Says, what's y'all's thoughts on the rumors of the Eagles and Dolphins talking about Ramsey? So we had another one of these questions.
Heard that a lot. I'm sure they called because Howie calls everybody, but I am very surprised. I'd be very surprised if they did right now. We got a report here. Eagles discussing moving up with the Packers from Jordan Schultz. Not official yet, but they're talking.
Come on now.
Oh, boy.
It's getting real, baby.
It's
getting real.
Lock in, everybody. Let's see if they trade this pick.
Oh,
they must
who
love
would they
somebody.
be moving up
Maybe
for?
Emenwari, right?
Let's go back to the board.
Yeah,
well, was it a top 30 visit?
If it's top 30 visit, then it's Hairston. I mean, Mike Green is still there. Campbell's still there. Ezeraku is there. I would think it would be Emenwari, right?
This is where it's so. This is where it's so many different. I would love Nick Emenwari, but I'm thinking top 30 visits and where they go.
It's not official. Just FYI, there's 124 left. Not official. Malachi Starks is a very real possibility, but Green Bay has a chance to trade here. 1 minute left on the clock for the Green Bay Packers. 1:14 exactly.
We go Malachi Starks. Does he just feel like, hey, I got to move up and make that move now?
Well, they're trying to get ahead of Minnesota here at 24. Minnesota was definitely in on that. They have made a pick. Okay, they're not trading up. Wow, the Packers made a pick. Man, Jordan Schultz trolled us. He got us all excited. Oh,
we got a couple of those this offseason. Come on, Jordan.
All right, so they're going to pick. They didn't officially. Okay, never mind. False alarm. Sorry, Jordan Schultz said it, not me. Oh, I got all excited.
I was too. I was like, this is going to happen. He's going to do it here.
I got it.
But
I got the Packer
there's a
one.
chance. Okay, yep.
I got the Packer one. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas. As we expected, another receiver for Jordan Love here. He's interesting. He's small. 5'11", 191. Obviously a great route runner. He has very good separation. The physicality is going to be a question here. Didn't catch a ton of passes at Texas. Only 900 yards and 7 touchdowns. That was an offense that you thought would be a little bit more than what it turned out to actually be under Quinn Ewers. But Jordan Love clearly needs more weapons. They don't have that true number 1 right now. They have a lot of guys. They don't have a lot of dudes at the wide receiver spot for the Green Bay Packers. So I don't hate the pick. They obviously need to be able to move the football. You saw that in the playoff games, wild card round versus Philadelphia. But they go for Golden. I had him personally as my wide receiver 3 behind I'm trying to remember who went first. Behind Tet and then Emeka. So this is about where I thought he would go. And I think Green Bay's probably a little surprised he fell this far because some drafts, at least the mock drafts, had him in the teens.
Yep. It's I don't hate the pick here. I'm just, this one to me feels like you're trying your best to help solidify the wide receiver position, but for a coach and a staff and an organization that has kind of made that similar comment as you mentioned there with we don't have the guy, the wide receiver one, and you've got your own players even that are going on Super Bowl interviews and saying, I feel like we just kind of need to have that first target to go to. This does not solve that problem. Now, this is still, I think it's a solid pick with a Matthew Golden, and he's got game, and he could be a solid wide receiver too. But for Jordan Love and to say, hey, I need one guy on the outside who's going to beat his matchup, or even the inside, just going to beat his matchup, win his matchup almost every time I can throw it to him, going to win those contested catches. This does not answer that question to me as much. So it's interesting. Now, not to say that there's a whole lot of other options in this draft for receivers. So it's not that they really blew the pick for who else would you go at for a wide receiver. I just think that it's one of those that if you're going to continue to make that statement for the Packers as they have, you might be going, okay, cool. Hey, there's a guy who can have your 600 to 800 yards in a season. It's not going to be most likely a 1,500, 10 touchdown guy, which is what they continue to say they need.
Okay, so now that puts the Minnesota Vikings on the clock at 24. And Josh, this is going to be very interesting because if the Eagles were trying to go to 23 and failed, then whoever the Vikings take at 24 is probably going to be a good indication of who Philly wanted. So if Starks or Emanwari go at 24, then Philly was trying to get a safety. If Mike Green goes 24, then they wanted an edge rusher. Now, they could still trade up, if you're an Eagle fan, to 24 because the Vikings have, 6 draft picks in this year's draft, so getting more draft picks makes a lot of sense. But seeing what happens next here is going to be very, very interesting following the speedster Matthew Golden going to the Green Bay Packers.
Yep. It's getting real now, baby. It's
getting very real. Very real.
Lots of ways this thing could go.
Lots of ways this thing could go.
Update the ticker here. Will we get a trade? That'd be interesting. Jay Lee with a 10. Knowing that Dallas continues to make decisions that will make them remain in non-championship purgatory for another 30 years makes me feel so good. LOL. Go Birds. It does. It's the gift
make
that
me feel
keeps
very
on
good.
giving, as we mentioned with Jerry Jones. Justin with a 2. No team in San Antonio, Texas. Brainwashed at birth to love the Cowboys. Help. In all caps. Help.
Help. You need help. I don't
yeah.
know if we can unbrainwash you, though. How many more losing seasons must it take is the question.
It's
or I guess
never too late, I suppose,
non-playoff seasons. Yeah.
Yeah. Get help. That's for sure. But yeah, apologies, I suppose. It can't be a fun path, as I know some of my family members are in. James with a 2. Only a few picks left. Who are we taking? Getting close.
Getting close. Just again, we're on Eagle Watch here for the Vikings at 24. 5 minutes they have waited. So if the idea was the Eagles wanted to get to 23 to jump the Vikings because they knew Minnesota. Oh, Minnesota's actually just made a pick. Okay.
Okay.
Ignore what I just said. They have made a pick, so they're not trading out.
Well, James, your question of who we're taking depends quite a bit on what happens here with the Vikings.
Right here.
So let's see.
I think this will tell us who Philly, what position group they're definitely looking at here.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh man. Okay.
Who is it going to be?
Let's see if we get it here quickly.
Robert DePupo with a 10. Appreciate that, Robert. Didn't get a comment, but appreciate the 10. Also, Kevin earlier said the Micah Parsons thing. He said, I do mean in real life. Give Micah a new contract in Philly, get a new wide receiver 3 first round pick, and Jahan Dotson for Micah Parsons. Yeah, I feels like it might be more than that, but it's a cool, fun thought. I don't see that one really happening, unfortunately.
Okay. I don't have it yet. Oh, I don't. I might.
Oh, I think we do. I think
do
I've
you
seen
have it. Is it big?
Yeah.
Big person?
Yep. Offense.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
All right.
Then we have it here. We have it here. All right. Very interesting. With the 24th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, offensive lineman, Ohio State.
Here we go. I don't know. Do I actually have Donovan? I thought. Yeah, I don't actually.
I don't remember. Nope, we don't.
I did have a Donovan as a
him.
Raku, but
I didn't have Donovan as a first rounder. But again,
that was an iffy one.
Only allowed 1 sack in 2024. He's massive, 6'4", 315 pounds. And you want to protect your quarterback, which is probably going to be J.J. McCarthy. So, makes sense of a pick. I had him as a day 2 guy, hence why we don't have our second, actually, offensive lineman. Tell me how it goes. The question now, Josh, is now that a tackle essentially was taken by the Vikings, is that who Philadelphia wanted? If they really tried to trade up to 23? I don't really believe that.
I don't either.
I really don't believe that.
Because I would be very upset if it was like, hey, they traded up and they got Donovan Jackson, to steal him from the Vikings. That would be a lot of draft capital given up there.
Ian Rappaport has just said Howie is desperately trying to trade up. He's working the phones. Several top players still available, so they are trying.
Okay.
Houston on the clock next, another trade up potential area. So
maybe they were just assuming that there's interest in a guy that they want, and so they're trying to jump the Vikings. Then it turns out that they're okay because the Vikings take an offensive lineman. But, tackle guard Donovan Jackson at
working
24.
the phone. There you go.
Good for the Vikings. Also, people wondering the relative athletic score for Donovan Jackson, and 9. So he was
a lot higher than Tyler Booker's
potential
3.6.
Yeah, a little bit more.
A lot higher, yeah.
I mean, honestly, to me, that feels like a better, more realistic, sensible pick, even though I would not have personally preferred that, but more of a sensible pick than the Cowboys, where they selected theirs. But
Yep, I agree. As my dogs bark like crazy in the background, probably for nothing.
They're cheering on Howie. They're ready for him to make a move. Come on.
They're very excited.
Come on, Howie.
Let's see. He's trying to move up. Who does he want? That's the question.
There's so many ways he could go.
Okay, Houston's still on the clock. They have not made a selection yet. We're on pick 25. I feel like the draft has just flown by. I mean, it's 10:50, but I feel like it's definitely flown by. Oh, the Giants are now on the clock. They've traded back up. Giants are on the clock. Big trade. Here they come.
Are they getting their quarterback?
Oh, here it comes. Which one? It's got to be Jackson Dart, right? Giants are on the clock.
All right, so let's move the Giants back on.
Okay, here we go. They're booing the Minnesota Vikings.
You got to know who they're getting.
Wait, it said the Rams are trading and the Giants are on the clock, but it's the Texans who were supposed to be on the clock here. Yeah, no, the Giants went to 25. Someone had that wrong. Giants are back, 25.
Okay, I was going to say, did the Texans pick and then the Giants trade? But okay.
All right, here we go. Giants are back on the clock. That means they okay, here's the trade, by the way, Josh. I have the trade. Giants give up $34.99 and a future third in 2026. So that is a good example of the price it would cost for Philly to move up, essentially. So interesting. Very interesting. All right. So a third, 2/3, one in the future and one in the present. So here we go. All right, Giants are back up, and they are making a selection. Got to be a quarterback. It's got to be Jackson Dart, right? That has got to be the pick here.
Yeah, you don't give up that much.
No. Joe Shane's on the phone.
They know who they want. I'll put it up on the screen for people curious or wondering. There's Mike Garafolo. Texans trade 25. And that's what Thomas was saying earlier, for $34.99 and third rounder in 2026. That's a decent amount,
Yeah,
move back
it's
9
not
spots.
that bad though. If you think that this quarterback is your guy, it doesn't look like it's Shador. That's for sure. We got a live look at Canton, Texas, and I don't see any Shador cell phone going on here. We're still waiting.
One time for the one
Well,
time.
there's
We need
Jackson Dart. Go ahead,
we need
go ahead.
David Akers to announce the pick again.
I know.
Yes, please.
I know. What if this is neither Dart or Sanders? That would be hilarious. What if this was like Tyler Shuck or Jalen Milroe?
Gosh, could you imagine? Like a totally out of left field. Like,
That'd be
wow,
crazy.
okay. We
That'd
didn't
be
see that
crazy.
one coming. Anthony asked with a 20 bomb. 20,
Whoa.
appreciate that, man. Said, so obviously you two are Eagles fans. I don't know what gives you that impression, but yeah.
I got it.
What? Okay, hang on.
ahead,
Anthony, I'll
finish,
get back
sorry.
to yours in a second. We'll
No, go
announce
finish
this.
it.
You sure? Okay. He said, what's your second favorite team? What is both of your second favorite team? He said, mine's
Oh,
Pittsburgh
geez.
for obvious reasons. What is yours?
Second favorite. I don't know. Let's come
I
back
would
to
say
that.
Packers, but again, that's my wife's family and, the all other
Okay.
ties there. So that one's easier for me.
Okay.
Thomas can think about it before we get
Yeah,
the
I don't
pick
know
in
about
and everything here.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Pick 25.
Let's get this. Giants. Here we go.
With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Giants have traded up and selected Jackson Dart, quarterback, Ole Miss, as we expected. We thought it might be the biggest smokescreen in the NFL. Every reporter said the Giants love Jackson Dart, and turns out they were 100% correct. So there we have our second quarterback officially off the board, and it's the 6'2", 225-pound senior from Ole Miss. This guy, there's one big reason why he goes ahead of Shedeur Sanders, arm talent. Where Shedeur Sanders' arm definitely lacks, Jackson Dart's does not. He can absolutely fling the football. Accuracy can be a problem. Still 35 touchdowns in 2024. My player comp, it's Baker Mayfield, but he's bigger than Baker Mayfield. I think he's more mobile than Baker Mayfield. And so I think the hope here is that he can eventually beat Josh Allen. I think that's the dream for the New York Giants. That's a very, very bold dream. But I had Jackson Dart as my QB too. I would definitely have taken him ahead of Shedeur Sanders. Is he going to be ready day one? I wouldn't. You already have Russell Wilson, but the future in New York is wearing number 2. Jackson Dart is a New York football giant.
They got their guy. That's who they wanted. Good for them. If that's the pick that you're going to make, you obviously trade away that draft capital for a reason, so you felt like he was going to be able to help you. Malik Neighbors, that connection, I'm sure that is one they're absolutely wanting to make thrive. You're right. I mean, he's got the arm talent. There's some things to like. He's only taken, I believe I saw only 8 snaps under center over the past 2 seasons, but that's kind of a more normal thing, I think, to today's modern college football quarterback coming out. So NFL offenses, I don't think that's as big of concern. Some people are making that a big deal. To me, that's not, because we've seen guys be able to morph and change into that. Now, again, we know under center and play action rates and all that, but ultimately, to me, I think it's pocket presence, and Dart can take too many sacks at times. So for the Eagles fans in the chat, that could be a good thing, because he might hold on to the football too long, especially as a rookie quarterback. But if he can develop and take that to the next level, seeing things a little bit more, anticipation increasing there, as Thomas was mentioning, the arm talent is really not as much of a question mark. So pair that up, the awareness, the IQ, the intangibles with the arm talent, it could end up working out. Giants think it's worth the risk. Obviously, trade up and get their guy. It's not Shedeur Sanders.
So Shedeur's fall continues, and his last hope is going to be someone trading up like Cleveland, I think. I think it'd be Cleveland would be probably the best option, but since Cleveland didn't take Travis Hunter, you wonder if they still want to do that. I mean, it's a weak quarterback class. I mean, Jackson Dart is the 7th or 8th best quarterback in next year's draft. He's the 7th or 8th, best quarterback in last year's draft. So, it just depends on what's his ceiling and how quickly can Jackson Dart actually become ready to go. It's going to be wild if Shedeur Sanders falls all the way. If he falls out of round 1, I mean, people aren't going to be exactly super shocked, but it's going to be pretty interesting after people had him going as high as number 3 overall.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Lots of reactions for that one, we'll just say. And, the hype around him, the party, draft party and all that, not as excited at that point, just hanging around. But we're getting to the later stages. It almost feels like the only way that he goes in the first round is at 32. It's a last second, hey, trade up, get your guy. If a team feels like that, maybe it's the Steelers to say, hey, we're going to trade up and get that 5th-year option. But even then, I don't know, not as likely anymore.
Let's just say this is the Giant pick was just announced on ESPN. That puts the Rams are officially, as we know, are on the clock. We've had that for a while here. I think we have a trade though. Yes. The Atlanta Falcons are back up, aren't they?
Yeah.
Wow. Atlanta back in. Whoa.
Okay.
All right. So Atlanta will take 2. Atlanta must love somebody. They must have not expected someone to be there at 26. And the Falcons have come back up. Wow. Okay, let's see what the question is going to be, or the cost is going to be. It's got to be Mike Green, right?
You double up. I mean, I like the potential of both, but do you kind of double up in that area, or do you go?
This is interesting.
Do you think they would go? Do you think they'd go another Georgia player here? I would hate this, but
Starks.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty crazy.
Go Jalen Walker and Malachi Starks.
I got the cost here. Falcons give up 46 overall, 242, and a first in 2026. They get back a third and 26 overall. Wow.
Man, are you kidding me? A 2026
That's a
first?
Lot.
That is a. I mean, if I'm the Rams, for sure, absolutely, I'll take that trade.
The Rams got to take that for sure. Yeah. Wow, that's expensive.
Atlanta's made some questionable moves the last couple drafts in the first round. Okay. 46, 242 in a first rounder, and I'm getting 26 and 101 back. Yep. I would gladly take that.
I believe they gave up. They gave that up. Okay. Who's at 4 is the question here. Wow, I cannot believe Atlanta's back up right now. Holy cow. We're still talking about Jackson Dart, and ESPN has no idea what's going on here. Again, if you're just joining us, Falcons gave up their second rounder, 242. So what is that, a 6th or a 7th? Mm-hmm. And their first round draft pick in 2026. They get back 101 from the Rams and, of course, 26. So, wow. That is going to be that is going to be interesting. Who do they want? They must love somebody.
Yeah, I mean, they
love somebody.
I am very curious to see where they go here. They could double up though, get another Georgia player.
We're not even mentioning they just give up their second round draft pick this year, so they don't even have a second round draft pick.
It's a copycat league though, and Atlanta sees, the Eagles, all these Philly dogs, right? So, there's a possibility here. They already got Jalen Walker, and if they like the safety and they say, hey, we can get a hit, the close proximity, all that to Atlanta, maybe they say, hey, let's do it. Let's get another Georgia player defensively. Anthony asked, by the way, the super chat earlier, do you have a second favorite team at all?
No, I don't. Whoever's playing the Cowboys. I have the pick, by the way.
You got it? Okay. Pick is in?
Yep.
All right, let's get it here.
Okay, with the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select James Pierce Jr., defensive end, Tennessee. So it is the edge rusher. It is not the one that I think we would have thought. It's not Mike Green. But I like James Pierce Jr. I really see a Trey Hendrickson in him. He's extremely quick, extremely big, too. He's 6'5", 245 pounds, and he's got a relentless motor, and he's great against the run. I mean, Trey Hendrickson was and has been for the Cincinnati Bengals. 8 sacks, 12 TFLs in 2024. I like this pick for the Atlanta Falcons. I think Mike Green's more athletic, Josh, but James Pierce Jr. is just more physical, and it does seem like double dip on edge rushers. You get kind of the smaller one or the less physical in Jalen Walker. Now you get the big giant one in James Pierce. Pass rushers galore. You get 2 of them. Cost you a first-round draft pick. They must love James Pierce Jr. to give up what they did.
Yeah, no joke. To give up that much, there's not even a question of that. But, we talk about it all the time. Pass rush win rate. James Pierce Jr., 23%.
Yeah, it's big.
You never know for sure what translates, but if you want one thing to look at that is usually the most realistic thing, pass rush win rate, how do they perform in the NFL? The dude can rack up sacks. You already mentioned the run stopping ability. Size is there. he's got the prototypical mold and production, everything else to be a first-round talent, very worthy of a first-round talent. So to trade up, yeah, you go and make another selection. Is it too many? Some might argue the fact that, yeah, you're going to try to find playing time, but in a rotational system too, it's never a bad thing for one, but then also you allow them to kind of grow, not have too many snaps or too much responsibility and a burden on their shoulders. I do think it's a good pick. Kind of felt like he would be towards the latter part of the first round, so you could have gone some other options there, but ultimately on their board, it was worthy of trading up, whether that's because we'll see, like Howie was looking to trade up potentially. We'll probably find out in the next days, weeks, or even months, but did Atlanta outbid Howie, because there's no way Howie's going to offer that type of trade package to the Rams, even though he did want to move up if it was to go get his guy. So ultimately, good for Atlanta, I guess. Maybe it works out.
He's just got to be a Pro Bowler, I mean, he doesn't be this year, but he has got to not be a bust. If he's a bust, then you are getting fired with this move. So that is, I know. I mean, yeah, I like him, but we'll see. That puts the Baltimore Ravens on the clock now. They have 4 minutes to go. Baltimore is, it's going to be interesting. The edge, maybe? I could see them trading out if someone wants a quarterback here. We'll see.
Yep. We'll take a look at the best available here in just a second. I was going to hit on a couple super chats. Char the 2, just joining y'all. Think we're going to trade up for Starks with a question there, or do we think that we are?
Running out of time. I mean, he might fall.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking about it, but he hasn't had to yet at this point. Fake Man Bear Pig with a 2, Go Birds from Idaho.
Okay.
Howie Season, Go Birds. It's an interesting username there, but yes, Go Birds. It is Howie Season. Let's see, where it is, Jay Jones with a 5. So what do you guys think about what Emmitt Smith said about the Eagles? Sorry, as if I ever run across him, I'm going to scream, Go Birds, as you should.
I've walked past Emmitt Smith in the Dallas airport, actually, fun fact.
Oh, really?
So.
Did you yell Go Birds at him? Or that was
no, I just
a ways ago?
I just looked at him. I'm sure he didn't want to be bothered, so I just looked at him.
I rode in a bike ride with Emmitt. I mean, there's thousands of people, but just a charity event.
Just you and Emmitt. That's it.
Just us. We were just hanging out. So I did not either yell Go Bird, but it's a vast majority of Cowboys people there. So I would say so. CJ with a 2, underrated pick is Siobhan Revell, East Carolina.
Okay. I don't think that's going to happen.
Now, but
not in round 1, but maybe later. Yes.
Kamali with a 2, who won the helmet? That was Rock Mikey who won the helmet. So again, I'll announce that on the video as well, but Rock Mikey could email me. I've also got the signed Jalen Hurts jersey that we'll do later. So that was who won that. Philly native with a 2. Howie, the time is now. Break the NFL again. We're getting close. It is time to trade up. One time for the one time. I really want the Eagles to trade up to mid-second round for our late second round pick and a 5th for a fifth to draft Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. What are your thoughts there? I guess the second round trade.
Trading up in the second round?
Yeah, like mid-second round to draft Jack Sawyer.
Yeah. I don't know if Sawyer's a second rounder, though. I think you could get him on day 3. It'd be very interesting. Yeah. Or not day 3, in the third round.
The third, yeah.
But I know a lot of people like Jack Sawyer, and I don't know if he's as good as people think that he is. But, yeah, it'd be interesting. Yeah. By the way, the Ravens pick is in. We don't know who it is. Yeah, it's all up to Fangio, honestly.
Yep. Okay, let's go to... I will get to the best available. I know people are asking about that, but the pick is in, so let's
stay put. Let's see what the Ravens are going to do.
Who it is, and then we'll get there afterwards.
Which, again, we're on 27, right? So we're 6 picks away from Philly being on the board. And so far, I mean, this is going really well if you want a safety. I mean, really well if you want a safety for Philadelphia. This is exactly as it's supposed to go. Exactly as you'd want it to
go. Rock Mikey. Mikey, I'm saying what I want. It was Rock Mikey, by the way. So
okay.
Nasir with a 5. I'm hoping we get Malachi Starks. What the chances he falls to 32? See, there we go. That's what we're talking
about.
Good. There's players that keep coming back. You don't necessarily have to trade up if there's a way to make it happen. If we walk out from 32, taking the safety and moving on.
Oh no, Ravens pick is in.
Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Ravens pick is in. Okay, with the 27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens have selected Malachi Starks, safety out of Georgia. They have paired him with Kyle Hamilton, and, well, the dream has died, and it died very abruptly. I thought I just got shot. My goodness. What do we say here? I mean, I see Derwin James and Malachi Starks. Everyone wants to talk about his RAS score being a 5. His actual on-field athletic score is through the roof. He's very elite, very physical, really good in coverage. He likes to tackle. It's crazy. Now, I'm kind of stunned. I don't. Josh, take over. I really thought he was going to put Philly at 32. I did.
I did as well. Yes, I know. I'm right there with you. We've talked about him on so many different videos. People watching the channels. Malachi Starks is an incredibly versatile player. You know, heck, you got Daniel Jeremiah talking about, yes, he's a starting safety caliber, but you could also move him around and he could get you out of game as playing corner. If you just a spot have to fill in somehow, incredibly smart. It speaks for itself. If you're a true freshman coming in and you're starting for Kirby Smart's Georgia defense, I don't need to tell you anything else. Like, that tells you everything you need to know to be able to play at that level, that intensity, and to anchor or to kind of help lead one of the defenses as a true freshman. So being there for that long, 21 years old, a junior, has lots of experience. And, you know, you could make the argument, okay, did he play a little bit better from last season compared to this season? Maybe so. But overall, Georgia just had some odd, strange things that happened on the field, and the offense wasn't necessarily helping it either. So I didn't look at that and say, oh, he's regressed or there's some sort of issue. It's a really good pick. That was one of the players, if it was not Walter Nolan, to potentially trade up. We had the rumors that the Eagles were trying to get a trade. I assume that it's try to figure out something for a Malachi Starks, and maybe how he couldn't get it done because the Atlanta Falcons outbid to go get their guy, and they wanted a pass rusher, but it's a good pick. Unfortunately, Malachi Starks going to Baltimore.
Okay, well, that leaves us and Nick Emenwari on the board. So I just you know, I guess you have two elite safeties in Baltimore. I mean, it's just crazy of Kyle Hamilton and also Malachi Starks. But so Emenwari remains on the board. This puts the Detroit Lions on the clock right now. You want to do the best available?
Yes. Yep. Put the Lions up here. They are on the clock. I'm going to update the ticker real quick, and then I'll go to best available.
Yeah. You're good. By the way, Detroit's they're in the edge rusher, linebacker, safety game as well here, right? They feel like a defensive pick. So
all right.
Oh man. Okay. All right. Let's look at the best available here. Let's just see where we are at. Will Johnson remains number 1. Will Johnson is not going tonight. That feels very, very safe. Maxwell Hairston is ESPN's best available cornerback behind Will Johnson. I think it'd be a reach. I think it could very easily be a pick at 32, though, because the question is going to be these next 4 players. Jahad Campbell, who potentially could be a really good pick for Philadelphia as a linebacker. Mike Green, who we've heard the Eagles are not interested in due to his background, but a really good edge rusher. I would take him. And then Nick Emenwari, the big physical Cam Chancellor as safety, who I thought would go ahead of Malachi Starks. And then you make the case for Donovan Ezeraku, who Philadelphia actually brought in for a top 30 visit. So those are your 4 right now. Oh, by the way, the Detroit pick is in.
Okay. Let's go back here and get that one real quick. If we get Emenwari, by the way, I had him slightly above Malachi Starks. I know that a lot of people hated me for that. He's just not one of those. I guess I just kind of missed on that he's still available. So that's surprising. If Vic Fangio can use him and the versatility there, so there's still some hope. But I know Malachi Starks went out of the sails for a lot of people.
Yep.
All right.
Lions I don't have Detroit's pick yet, but they have made a selection.
Should get there here in a second. As we're waiting on that official name, the 7 from Dirty Dog says, "Hey fellas, bleeding green since '87. Been watching your channel since the beginning of last season. Appreciate you both. Go Birds."
There you go.
Thank you, Dirty Dog. Means a lot. Also, Dre with a 5. Teams already have quarterbacks. So on to round 2 for Shedeur.
Yep. Shedeur seems to be falling out of round 1. Yep.
5 from Josh H. Let's not lie. This is a weak draft class. This is the high school senior class of the COVID class of 2020. Why commit to a 4 to 5 year contract? That's an interesting way to look at it. He's not necessarily wrong. We're just doing the math there. I think there's a lot of decent, like solid prospects in the middle rounds. So it's not like you're missing on it, even if you don't get your first round necessarily. Favy with a Ravens next. Ravens next year. Yeah, I don't know how he's signed to say that, but that's the Ravens fan. So go Ravens. Good for you. Congratulations. Wind out of the sails for a lot of people.
I still don't have the Lion pick. Do you?
Let's see. Let's see if we can get that here.
I don't have it. Do not have it. I don't think they know.
Let's see. I might have seen it here, but maybe not. Maybe it was just speculation. Nope. I'm still not seeing it yet.
Still don't have it. Well, a lot of draft boards had Malachi Starks. A lot of mock drafts did.
Yeah.
Who the heck did the Lions take? I still can't figure it out.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Nope, I still don't have it. Still don't have it. Come on, who is it? They must not know.
They don't know who they want. Somebody's saying
we still don't know.
Commanders are on the clock, but I'm not seeing
All right, I have the Lions.
Got it?
Yeah, I got it. Actually, I might not. Whoa. Hang on.
False alarm.
Hang on. I might. Is it true? Yes, I have it. Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
All right.
Okay. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle from Ohio State. So another defensive tackle goes here. I didn't have him in the first round, Josh. I know that he's like 38th on my board. The NFL comparison at the best is Fletcher Cox, but that's more of a size comparison, right? Because he's really great at powering people out of the way, getting off a blocker, shedding as Fletcher Cox did during his prime. Great at plugging up the middle. Mm-hmm. You do wonder about his motor. You do wonder about his pass rush abilities. I'm not saying he's Fletcher Cox, but you talk about trying to visualize someone here. 35 tackles, 5 sacks in 2024. I had him as an early day 2 guy. Detroit gets him here late in round 1.
I'm actually a fan of that. So for them to make that move because it helps us. I will say not a fan necessarily of a earlier reach. Not a guy that I necessarily depict in this spot. And like you were mentioning there, it's a whole lot of people not having him there as a first round selection because you could have gotten him maybe an early or second. But if Detroit felt like that's their best opportunity, that's their guy, fine, go make that selection. There's still a whole lot of guys on the board available for the Eagles, so we're getting close.
A lot of guys.
People pointing out, yes, the reach being good for us and helping us out. And we officially have the Commanders on the clock. So let me update that here.
Okay, yep, Commanders are on the clock, and they have 5 minutes to go here. I guess this could be a trade-up position if you wanted to get crazy for a quarterback. You're kind of running out of time. But I think a lot of people are kind of just comfortable taking a quarterback on day 2. I mean, I don't see Jalen Milroe unless somebody really freaks out. I don't see Shedeur. I don't think anyone wants to give first-round money to Shedeur Sanders right now. So
no chance.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there's Shedeur. He's
Here we go.
ESPN's drafty predictor had a 3% chance Shedeur would be available with the 28th overall draft pick. We're now on 29, so that's gone even lower. So, oh man,
K King
Eagle. Go ahead.
I was just going K King with the 2. Who to draft now? Do we sign Justin Simmons still? Maybe,
depend.
maybe not.
Yeah.
The report before the draft was that the Eagles hope to come out with a cornerback and a safety by the end of round 4. So we'll see. If they get their safety then, they probably don't sign Justin Simmons. If they don't, then maybe.
Yep, I totally agree.
Dalton with a 10. I think Kevin Winston Jr. is underrated. If we pick him at 32, I wouldn't mind. That's a potential option. They brought him in for a top 30 visit late.
Yeah,
Another safety. That feels.
I think it'd be a stretch.
Yeah, it feels really early. Feels incredibly early, but maybe so. Matt with a 2, Eagle 1, Trey still in play, and Simmons in May. We get both. We get Trey Simmons for the corner, and then Simmons, like we were mentioning. So that is a possibility. He said he dropped to 50 if that happened.
Yeah.
Zach with a 10. Really hoping we get Nick Emenwari. Please, Howie, with a 10.
I'd be pretty pumped, man. I'd be pretty darn pumped to get Nick Emenwari, but it's gonna be tough. He's got to survive. He's got to survive. What, four more picks? Three more picks. It's got to be. He has got to survive. So we'll see.
Yeah,
we will definitely see.
I think there's a chance. You look at the teams that are still available. I think there's a chance now that you might actually have that happen. So it's not impossible.
It's definitely a possibility for sure.
And Fangio's got to look at him and say, man, I could use him all over. Now sometimes that becomes a detriment because you don't have like a one specific role for him. But the way Fangio calls defenses could be a game changer. 2 from David. Would not mind Josh Simmons to replace Becton. I mean, he's a potential. I don't like the idea of an offensive line pick here, and I get that there's an importance there, the trenches, how he loves that, but defense feels like you have to pick somebody defensively.
Pick is in for the Commanders. I don't know who it is yet, but they have made a selection. Yeah, I don't have it yet. We are waiting here.
There we go. Let's see, who's it going to be? Cody with a 2. Nick Emenwari or Will Johnson? That's the question. No announcement yet. LOL.
Got the I got the thanks to Anthony DeBone actually gave me the commander pick here. I got the commander pick.
We have it. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And here we go.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle, Oregon. Right where we thought he would be, honestly. I mean, I have him as 31, right around the end of the first round. Some people had Philadelphia interested in Josh Connerly. I think it'd be too early for a tackle. He makes a ton of sense, I mean, anywhere, but especially for a Washington Commander team that doesn't have a ton of holes. I mean, come on. They went to the NFC Championship game, get a little more protection on the front side here for Jaden Daniels. I have this kind of like Orlando Brown Jr. as my player comparison. The lateral speed, he's not very quick because he is so massive, but he's great in the run blocking ability. He has very powerful hands and pass protection, and allowed just 3 sacks in 2024, started every single game for those Ducks. Washington goes offensive tackle and takes Connerly Jr. there at number 29.
It's a solid pick. It's a smart pick, safe pick. Should be able to play from day one, make an impact. And it's a good scheme fit, too, because if we were talking about like a power run or trying to be more of a physical imposing, then that's not where he's going to thrive. But we've seen what the Commanders try to do. They're going to spread it out. Jaden Daniels, it's obviously try to be the speed option or the take advantage of speed, but give Daniels the option to make plays. So I think it's good. As you mentioned there, defensive, or that they were not able to stop some defensive line. The Eagles certainly had some success in the NFC Championship game, gave them some problems. So, you look at that, say, how do we counteract? And you go ahead and protect your franchise quarterback that you have for the future. So it makes some sense. I'm happy about it because of obviously some other options that it gives for the Eagles. But, you always want to keep Jaden Daniels upright. So Commanders go the O-line.
Okay, there is a rumor that Philadelphia wanted Jahad Campbell at 23. That's who they were trying to go up and get. So keep an eye on that.
So Vic wants his linebacker.
That'd be crazy. Campbell is still on the board, and we're at 30 with the Buffalo Bills. KC won't take a linebacker. I don't think Buffalo will either. So keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Campbell. That's crazy if they wanted to go get him and then they were able to actually go ahead and get him.
Yeah, that'd be a steal. It's funny because
that would be very
James Palmer said at the beginning of the stream, or we mentioned at the beginning of the stream, that the Eagles, everything's in play except for quarterback, running back, and off-ball linebacker, except for one player.
Yeah.
And so that was probably the thought. Is like, well, Jahad Campbell's not going to be available. So if it's not him, it's definitely not going to go there. But if he's available, man, could you imagine? Get that pick?
Yep. That is the rumor. Keep an eye on Campbell. Let me check.
It probably tells you a lot. Let's just say this too. It probably tells you a lot, and we've speculated about this, but hope, rehab, recovery, everything for Nakobe Dean, it probably tells you the thought of where they're feeling how soon Nakobe Dean might be ready to return to action. So you say, look, let's get some insurance. Let's make sure this is a guy that Vic really loves watching the tape. And, you didn't re-sign Oren Burks for, chump change. You could have made that happen. So probably get a linebacker at some point. But yeah, if Jahad Campbell's the pick, that'd be big time.
Bills needs, is there on the clock with 5 minutes to go. It's corner, D tackle, and really receiver, I would say. But corner is, I think Buffalo has a really great chance to get a cornerback here. Hairston is still there. Johnson is still there. So we'll see. Those are the only two I think would make sense. I don't really see a defensive tackle unless they want to go Darius Alexander from Toledo, but that would be a reach.
Yeah.
So, and you definitely don't think that Campbell or Emanwari would be the pick there for the Chiefs. The Chiefs are going to go offensive line, you would think. So, man, Emanwari would be very interesting to fall out of round one. I think that'd be quite. Emanwari out of round one would feel a lot like DeJean going out of round one because everyone said he was going round one.
Yeah, that'd be a shocker. That would be one of the big surprises. I'm not seeing a pick yet. I'm just refreshing to see.
They have not yet. They have not yet.
JBZ with a 2 says a bad pick. That was earlier from I think the Commanders one, or maybe the Lions. I think those are the Lions. I'm sorry, because again, I'm getting to these as soon as I can. But Frankie Ray would draft tight end Taylor and sign Justin Simmons. So he wants to go Mason Taylor.
You could. Yep, 100%.
I don't think I would go there with who's still available, but it is possible. 10 from JD with says, if Howie picks Sanders, what would the reaction be?
If Shador Sanders?
We riot? I don't know. Like,
yeah.
All these, are you kidding me?
Get your pitchfork.
Not going to happen.
Let's march.
Here.
Yeah.
I said trust Howie. If he does that, don't trust Howie. Riot.
Yeah.
That's not the pick.
Yeah.
Jordan Justison with a 10. Thanks for the 10 bomb, man. Says Emanwari or Ezeraku. Man, I'm feeling it. Ezeraku's my Quinion or Carter of the draft, but I'll just be happy with Bick. Can't believe. Oh, with I guess either, but can't believe both are still available. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Mike. I'm Mike Green, Emanwari, or Jahad Campbell right now. I think any of them make sense. Any of them would be perfect. I think corner would be the disappointing one here because I don't have either as a first rounder. I think clearly Will Johnson's knee's a big problem. Bill Pick is
best available, by the way.
Yeah, Bill Pick is in. We don't have it yet.
Okay.
I don't have it yet.
Yeah, there's the potential. I mean, best available: Will Johnson, Maxwell Harrison, John Campbell, Mike Green. Emanwari still there. Ezeraku, like we mentioned. You got just so many options to go with.
Okay, 9,000 people checking into the draft right now.
Let's go. Hey, we almost hit 4,000 likes. We're almost there. So drop a like if you just dropping in, or you forgot to hit the like button. You've been here for a while. Hit the like button. We can surpass the 4,000 between the streams. So appreciate everybody hanging out as we're about to get the Bills pick.
I still don't have it. We still don't know who Buffalo has.
Yeah. Waiting for a second. Deep Crow with a 5. So now that we didn't move up in the first, we have plenty of ammo to go back relatively, and then do back-to-back in the second or the third, I guess, if we trade it back.
There is a thought here, Josh, right? Because if there's a team that would be willing to trade back, Buffalo needs a player. They made a pick. Kansas City's not trading back. If you want your first round, if you want your quarterback to have a fifth-year option, you got to take him in the first round. So I could see Philly with Cleveland, right? Cleveland at 32 if they want Shador. Then the Eagles go back to, it'd be 33, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or sorry, 34. And all their guys are still there, essentially. So it's a very real possibility that they could just back up and go ahead and do. Eagles traded up. The Eagles have traded up. They traded up one spot with Kansas City. So
come on, baby.
I don't have the Bill pick.
Yeah, I don't either. But okay, so they're going to just jump up and make sure that they get their guy. It's always fascinating when they do that because they did it with Jalen Carter. Remember, they traded from 10 to 9 to get him, but they just make sure that no team gets it. It's all right.
Who the hell did the Buffalo Bills take? I don't know.
I can't see it. This is whatever.
Screen.
Everyone gets so excited about like the trade.
I have the Eagles trade. 164 is all they had to give up. One spot, 164.
Oh, but heck
that's
yeah.
all they had to do.
Do that all the time.
That's easy. So they obviously love somebody. We don't know the Bills pick. There we go. Okay, I have the Bills pick now. I got the Bills pick.
Okay, we good? Let's get this in because the Eagles are going to be on the clock. Come on, baby.
Yes. With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills selects Maxwell Hairston, cornerback, Kentucky. So there's an Eagle, a top 30 visit that came to Philadelphia, and a lot of people liked, but now is off the board, and Philly has officially traded up. And, I mean, listen, I liked Hairston. We just quickly get Hairston here. I think he's a good pick. Buffalo needed cornerback. I have him as an early day 2 guy, not a first rounder. But some people think he's the best cornerback in this draft. There's some disparity on corners here. I didn't think he was close, but he's definitely a top 3 or 4 guy, and Buffalo clearly liked him and takes the pick.
Yep. Good for them. I speedster, burner. He's got the ability to take interceptions back for touchdowns. I think 2 or 3 of them in college were of his picks were returned for touchdowns. So ball hawking presence. If he can become a sure tackler, if he can be a consistent enough tackler, then I think that it's worthy of the pick. If not, you have some questions there. He can take some chances that might get him caught off guard or might pay for it, but that's fine. I can understand that for a corner. Personally, would have gone Trey Amos over him, but
yes, I would
feel
too.
that way. Maxwell Hairston, good to go.
Get him out. Now, I don't have the pick yet, but let's get the Eagles on the clock.
Yep.
Let's focus on Philly now. Okay,
Here we
Maxwell
go.
Hairston gone. Okay, so basically the 5th-round draft pick is what Philadelphia gave up. So the Chiefs get a free 5th-rounder. This just tells you the Eagles love somebody, and they're holding their breath to make sure no one jumped them to grab them. Is it Jihad Campbell? That's going to be the question. Which, by the way, the Eagles still have 3 5th-rounders. They had 4 in this draft. They have 3 5th-rounders here.
It's not a loss at all. I mean, it's literally giving up basically nothing. I know some people be like, oh, but no, they're fine.
Okay, I think this is Campbell. I don't know yet. The question is going to be, who is this going to be? My goodness.
Matt giving 50 Philly Special Show memberships. A 50 bomb there. Matt, you're the man. Eagle 1. Some good juju right before this pick. All
okay,
right, I just
let's
updated
see.
the ticker too, so we should be good there. Eagles on the clock. Who will it be?
Don't have it yet.
Fake Man Bear, pretty sure the Birds have never drafted a linebacker in round 1.
I'd be surprised.
There.
I'd be surprised,
it's been
but
a long
it would have
time.
Vic Fangio written all over it. It would have Vic Fangio written. Man, I'm like, my heart's racing.
I know,
Nick
I
is
can't
in.
wait.
They've made the pick. I don't know who it
come
is
on.
yet.
Jordan with the Nick comment.
Mason Taylor's still on the
be?
board. That'd be wild if it's Mason Taylor.
Yeah, you don't trade up. You don't trade up for that, right? Like you're not.
I don't know. I still. Don't have
riot. I will riot if we traded up
you?
to do that. If we, I don't, because you just wait at 32 and then unless I don't know, Dallas
they
Goedert,
must have known
they want to
something.
go that way. Yeah.
I got it. Oh,
Oh, come on, baby. I
got
see
it.
it. Yep.
I got it.
Let's go.
All right, with the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama, Josh.
Bang.
The rumors are true. They get a linebacker, an off-ball linebacker here at 31. Here's the deal, Josh. The rumors were out there. They tried to go to 23 to get him. They failed. And the fact that he was able to fall to 31, and then the Philadelphia Eagles trade up to get him, showed you how much they love this guy. He's extremely fast. He's versatile. He can technically rush the passer as well. He does great in coverage. I think run support is the little bit of a question here, but this has Vic Fangio's name, not just written all over it. I mean, this is Sharpie marker, 64 times New Roman. Vic Fangio loves this pick, And the Eagle linebacker group now is an all-pro in Zach Bond, who just got $17 million a year, and now the best linebacker in the NFL draft who falls to 31. It's not a Philly dog. It's an Alabama dog here. Got to think of a new name. Jihad Campbell is a serious athlete. He's going to be a lot of fun to watch with Vic Fangio's hands all over him.
Yeah, you got to make sure that the Philly dogs are okay with that. But you're right. This is the best graded linebacker at the combine. Third most athletic, but in terms of just the grading and what they looked at for the combine, very high grade. You love what he brings to the table. You mentioned it there with Zach Bond. You got to remember, this dude's only played this position full-time for 2 years. So, we have a lot of these other guys where it's like even Jalex Hunt, now a little bit of difference, but Jalex Hunt was a safety, moved to a pass rusher, only a couple years of that performance, and goes with Vic Fangio. So he did similar things with Zach Bond. Zach Bond, a special teamer, having been an edge rusher, and then going, I see some things to be an off-ball linebacker. So some would argue that the minor criticism for Jihad Campbell is that he lacks some of the off-ball linebacker instincts when you watch him play, or the consistency of that. He maybe not diagnose it or react as quickly as you'd want to. But, kind of as we're talking about there with a Vic Fangio, if that's your concern, then he's going to pick up on it very quickly, because he turned Zach Bond into that edge rusher to the off-ball linebacker. He could do the exact same thing with a guy who has all the skills that you could possibly want. And, 6'3", 245, you got two stud big linebackers. Oren Burks was kind of that guy we're wondering, do they sign back? Do they bring back? There's no concerns now, I don't think, for any of our mind to go, where were they going to make with the off-ball linebacker position? Very good to go. And I think it's also a little shift of how he listens to Vic. He understands he needs his linebackers. So got the guy, Jihad Campbell, 31.
I think one scout called him a heat-seeking missile and an SEC absolute monster. So SEC defensive players continue to be a serious selection here. A lot of people had Jihad Campbell, the top 15 pick, Josh. Again, we always, we'll say, is it good? Is it not? But he is, he might be the steal of the draft. We're just going to say it right now. You do wonder what this means for a guy like Nakobe Dean, but he's coming off a serious knee injury that probably would not have had him ready to go for round one or for day one of training camp for sure, especially not week one. So, you're getting a guy that's just ready to play ball, plug and play. And the Eagles continue to show that they are willing to adapt. Howie Roseman 5 years ago wouldn't even have thought about a linebacker in the first round.
Oh, no.
And now he trades up for one after giving another one, who, because of the game, became all pro, by the way, serious money in the offseason.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a little bit of a shift there, but evolving whenever you need to. You give almost $20 million to a linebacker in Zach Bond, and you want to spend a first-round draft pick in that same draft in the same year on a linebacker. But, yes, there's an importance of it. And I think that it's zigging when everybody's zagging, or vice versa, and seeing how do you stay ahead of the league. And there's a little bit of a devaluation that happened with the running backs. Well, then Howie Roseman goes out and gets Saquon Barkley. Same thing with linebackers. It's kind of like, well, do we necessarily need those? And you spend a little bit more resources on that. It matters, especially for the defensive productivity, the swag. You want the guys that are going to be able to play, the generals of the defense. So I absolutely love the pick there. There were several options you could have gone with, but that makes a ton of sense.
Well, there's still an option here in terms of Jihad Campbell being an edge rusher. He's an off-ball linebacker. He had, some shoulder injury concerns that I think led to him falling a little bit here. But Jeff McClain did mention he thinks there's a possibility that he plays edge rusher, which then you have as kind of a Micah Parsons type scenario where you convert this linebacker who also, of course, has, rust the past. He had 5 sacks this past year, becoming a full-time guy. Maybe that's what happens whenever Nakobe Dean comes back. It'd be very, very interesting.
Hey, by the way, I was just going to mention this too. For people wondering, so Jihad Campbell, when it comes to coverage for a linebacker, that's a big thing that we'll bring up, and also missed tackle percentage. So out of the draft class, Jihad Campbell was in the top 10%, or actually the top 10, I should say, not even top 10, was the top 10 of missed tackle percentage, so very good. And then also one of the best coverage grades for an off-ball linebacker. So we've seen that from Zach Bond. You get the same type of consistency there. That's a very, very good pick. I'm hyped about it. I see everybody in the chat. I'm going to get to these super chats as well. As we're trying to round out some of the draft here. I believe the Chiefs are probably on the clock at some point here.
He's also a South Jersey native, by the way. So he basically gets to come home after spending his college time in Alabama. So I mean, there are a lot of reasons why. And yes, I see people in the chat. Can he rush the quarterback? Yes, he 100% can rush the quarterback. So
Yep.
it's
Very
just
long
going to be.
arms. He's got the prototype to do it. Or if it's just situational blitzing. You know, he did it with Zach Bond all the time. Yeah, versatility for sure. Left hand with the 2 says favorite college team. What is your favorite college team? I mean, Baylor because we went there, but I'd probably say Georgia's the next closest because of all the Philly dogs. But Robert with the 5, appreciate that, Rob. Guys, I love your shows. This is the first time I'm watching the draft, and I have to tell you both, great job. You're my first source. Go Birds. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Means a ton.
Let's go.
Daniel with a 2, Philly becoming an SEC team before our eyes. Continue to just load up with the SEC players.
That's all they're going to do. That's all they're going to do.
Not a bad strategy, though. You know, you kind of go back to the well. It's worked out for you. You know what to expect from them. 10 from Jabeezy. Sweet. Love it. Got the pick.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's a great pick. I think the only other one that would have gotten people this excited is Emin Worry, just because of the physicality. But they showed you in the Super Bowl the future of the Eagle defense. And I know Milton Williams had a really good game, and Josh Sweat had a very good game, but the future of the Eagle defense is Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, and Jalex Hunt, and also Zach Bond, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell.
Yep.
They're all highly physical people. I mean, Quinyon obviously is a corner, but boy, Campbell looks pretty pumped to be an Eagle here, running through the tunnel, getting his hat. But they just got another physical, serious beast coming in here who is going to make you pay. I mean, the whole goal of the Eagle defense now is to make you hurt, to make you not want to get up on a Monday after playing the Eagles, because this defense is going to be so physical. And the big smile on Campbell's face as he gives a big, giant hug to the commissioner is he knows he's going to be playing a lot of games in January and a lot of games, hopefully, in February in his career, going to be an Eagle in midnight green.
Gotta love it. That's pretty awesome, I gotta say. Let's see, Philly Ev with the Bama Birds. So there's the nickname. So we got the Philly Dogs, and the Bama Birds for
there
some
you
of
go.
the Bama
Bama
guys.
Birds.
So, you had to add some of those.
I like that. By the way, this is fun. People always find this. Jahad Campbell on April 29th of 2021 tweeted, "That's what we needed," when Devontae Smith was selected 10 overall by the Philadelphia Eagles. So fun little
awesome
blast from the past there.
It's so great. Things coming full circle. Garrett with a 2. Philly Tide. There's another one. Philly Tide, let's ride.
There you go. Philly Tide, let's ride. Okay. That's pretty good.
All right.
That one's fun. That's fun.
That's a pretty good one. Love all the creativity with these. Jared, dude, the most Vic Fangio pick of all time.
He just said on stage, it's the best team in the nation, and gave us a big E-A-G-L-E-S. I did it there. E-A-G-L-E-S Eagles. Gotta like that. Holy cow.
Come on.
Jahad Campbell, man. How about that?
Jordan with a 5. Why, bro? We got Nakobe. This basically means he's done. Nick was there. We got to trade up in the second. There's still so much talent left. Jordan, I hear you, man. I hope and wish the best for Nakobe, but a patellar tendon injury, and we've heard from a number of different doctors and people speculating. It's all speculation. There's guys that can get better. There's guys that can come back from it again. But even if Nakobe returns to what he was, it's typically not the season that you come back to. It's the following season. So we're talking about sure he could get back to being able to be on the field, but is he at like 70%, 80% of what he was last year? And the odds, again, it's the odds. He could totally beat that, but the odds say no. So you don't sign back Oren Burks. Vic Fangio sees a star in the making in a linebacker in Jahad Campbell. So I'm just telling you, like, I get it. I know Nick Imawari was there. There's other options. You could have traded. You could have gotten someone in the second round. But I see it as that was the guy who is worth a first-round grade. And if you don't get Jahad Campbell, then there's a lot of other linebackers that they're just kind of like, maybe. So you take him here, and who knows? In the second round, you're right. He has firepower to go back. Trey Amos is still on the board, unless I'm totally forgetting about who the Chiefs have picked. But Trey Amos is on the board if you want to go corner. You could go with a safety. They talked about trying to go with those, Kevin Winston Jr. So there's other options. Again, I totally get it. Even if Amendola is on the board or not taken, but we'll see.
I have the Chief pick here. Let's just do the Chief pick just so we wrap up night one when
All right.
we'll keep going.
Do we
here a
have the
little bit
player
on,
as well? You said we got the who it is.
Yeah, I
Okay.
have both. Okay, with the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons, offensive lineman, Ohio State. So we knew they were going offensive line. The question was who was going to be there, and makes sense. There you go. The Chiefs are going to get an offensive lineman to round out night one of the NFL Draft.
Got their guy. You got to protect Patrick Mahomes. So they had some issues with their offensive line. We talked about it a couple different instances. And, Chiefs arguing, some people saying, like, no, it'll be all right. Moving some of their players from tackle to guard. Are they going to be able to have a stopgap? I think it was the Super Bowl as the turning point of a Milton Williams just dominating time and time again. Jalen Carter being able to have his way with the Chiefs. You see that, you understand, okay, we need to bolster the offensive line, and, you got a guy like Patrick Mahomes. If you're going to try to make things work, then you go ahead. You make a selection there. Borderline first-round grade, but Josh Simmons there, I think a solid pick. Ohio State has the pedigree, should be able to make an impact from day one, and it makes some sense. So good for them. Round it out. There's lots of options left, though.
A lot of good players left on the board. We'll talk about that. Let it just be known that the Jihad Campbell thing is twofold. One, to make sure that no one else jumps him. I'm sure Philadelphia had an idea. Someone really wanted him. It could have come up to the 31. And the other thought is you get him. You get a fifth-year option. So if you believe Jihad Campbell is going to be a superstar, you just added on an extra year of cheap. You get him for 5 years instead of 4 if you were to go ahead and wait. So
crazy.
By the way, they showed a little corner camera of Howie Roseman in the war room right as the pick was made 5 minutes ago.
Yep.
He looked happier than I have ever seen him after a pick. I mean, he looked...
Loving it.
I'll probably have this on our shows tomorrow. He looks so darn happy right now. Clearly, he had been desperate to get this guy, and the fact that they just had to wait to get him instead of trade up to get him is about as exciting as it possibly can be.
If you're trying to trade up and get his guy, don't even have to. Just barely. One trade selection, a fifth-round pick, get it done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
K King with 2.
Dude.
Oh, it's so good. With 2, do we believe Dean is done in Philly? So another type of question, concern.
No, there. And I think you mentioned it well. It doesn't mean it. It just means that he wasn't ready. And here's the deal. Dean can be ready by the middle of the season, first third of the season, whatever. We got to wait and see. And they can still play Campbell. They can still play. They can swap him in and out. They can put Campbell on the edge and rush the passer. That's the factor here. Is that it gives you so much more. Now, is Nakobe Dean, cooked because of his injury? Maybe. Who knows? But I do think there is a home for Nakobe Dean on this roster, even if Jihad Campbell needs to start day one, which he probably will.
Yes. Yep. We're right on that. Robbie with a 5. He's going to move back to edge. That's my guess. So there's the thought of, Campbell and potential there. Maybe. I think personally off ball, with the ability to move up to the line of scrimmage and rush and send in blitzes, but you never know. There's a chance. I think they acquired a lot of potentials where you might go, some flyers, I guess, so to speak, at edge that they're hoping that pan out. Then if you need to bolster it, you just walk him down to the line. I think, and here's the dangerous, scary part of it, if you will, for the Eagles. Nakobe Dean, he was good whenever he blitzed. Like, he was a good blitzer. But he wasn't one that you walk down to the line of scrimmage and say, oh, now you're going to play edge. Zach Bond was. Zach Bond, you would occasionally do that. Now you have 2 guys. So it's a totally different game for the offense game planning for the Eagles, because you go, well, they might walk down Zach Bond, but they might walk down Jihad Campbell, and it could be either side. So it's just a guessing game at that point, and it gives you a whole lot more versatility. We'll see. Maybe he is edge ultimately. But personally, I'm going to go with off-ball linebacker and the ability to move there. Garrett,
and let's...
Oh, just
sorry.
I meant fly.
I was going to say from Ian Rappaport. Ian Rappaport said the Eagles tried multiple times to trade up for Jihad Campbell. They had to deal with the Chargers, and they also had to deal with the Packers. So they really wanted this guy. Just FYI.
And to get him basically 10 picks after that is I mean...
For nothing.
Phenomenal. Yeah. Yeah, because think about this here. we've come away with the best linebacker in the draft, a first-round draft pick, moved up one slot, but all you did was give up one selection and basically your worst. I mean, it was one of the fifth-round picks, but basically your worst that you had in this draft. You still have 12 selections next year. 12 selections next year and all the firepower in the world to move up for tomorrow night. So we'll be streaming that off. Also, reminder for people hanging out with us here, we'll be live tomorrow night.
And we'll go to the big board here in a second to see best available. But there are a couple where you could have a Cooper DeJean type trade up where Philadelphia could really make some moves on day two. Really make some moves on day two.
There's
crazy.
There's a couple different safeties out there, you know? Like you look at different guys and being available. I'll put that out there in 1 second. Let me hit a couple of these super chats.
Yeah, hit the super chats.
Matt Smith with a 5. Appreciate that. Says, question, have the 2 Super Bowl teams from previous years ever traded first-round picks before? Wow, that is a fantastic
That's a good question. That's a good question. I would probably say no, but...
yeah, I had no idea. First-round picks, that could be a record. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to research that one. I'd assume that, surely they've traded in a draft before, but yeah, in the first round... I don't know. It's just kind of odd, like a one-position trade-up, but to make sure that you get your guy, I'm sure that was Howie just putting some feelers out there and going, nope, we're not going to allow anybody else. We're going to go get him. Real Brave Music with a 2. I don't understand. Don't we need an edge rusher? Well, again, we kind of talked about the versatility that he goes, but if Azeez Ojulari, if Josh Uche, Jalen Hunt, Nolan Smith, others that you get in this draft, I think that there's more than enough options.
Yep, I agree.
Jim with the 2 says it was so worth the wait. Great job, man. Go Birds. Appreciate that.
It was definitely worth the wait. Really appreciate you guys all hanging out with us here. We're gonna do it again tomorrow night. Tomorrow night starts earlier, 7 p.m. Probably get done around the same time. We've got shows tomorrow as well. I mean, this is our off-season Super Bowl for you guys enjoying. And so if you're watching, by the way, we're gonna be giving away this bad boy. Once the draft concludes. So Monday's show, we're going to announce the winners. Make sure you guys are subscribed. That way you get in on that. So lots of fun.
On that note, too, I got the other giveaway to spin for, which I might as well go ahead and do. So this is the Jalen Hurts signed Super Bowl jersey. So let me...
That's pretty good, huh?
Not a bad one. Yeah, not a bad one to get a part of. So this was on one of the other ones. Congratulations to, who will it be? John 2000-1.
Okay.
John 2000-1 with the breed of one comment is one of several people, but congratulations, John. You have won the Jalen Hurts signed jersey. I will announce it on the video. If you're here, it'd be great. You can email me at thephillyspecialshow@gmail.com. If not, I will, like I said, mention it on the video. Plenty of time to claim. And if he's not claimed for some reason, I will give it away during a live stream to somebody who's just there and present. But hopefully we hear back from John. Congratulations. You got it made. And the reason that you should, drop a like, make sure to subscribe, and plenty more to come.
There you go.
Congratulations, John.
By the way, Jihad Campbell's RAS score, just because Anthony DeBona has this, because of course he does.
Of course.
9.88 is his RAS score. You think the Eagles like that? Goodness gracious.
Maybe just a bit.
Goodness gracious.
I think that's the best answer here for Daniel's comment. Daniel with a 5 said, any worries Campbell didn't come in for a top 30 visit? Well, you just heard
I think that they just didn't want to tell anybody, would be my guess. I'm sure they met with him at the Combine. I bet that they had plenty of time to meet with them, but they did not want that to be common knowledge, because it seems like my bet is it was Walter Nolan 1 and Jihad Campbell 2. I firmly believe, because Philly tried to go to 23. Then they tried to go to 25, where the Chargers were. They really wanted this guy.
Yeah, there was no question at all about where they wanted to go with that. I think that he even could have come in for a top 30 visit. It just never got reported, because we had 26 or 27 of the top 30 visits that got reported. So it could have been one of the 3 or so that we didn't have. But regardless, like athleticism score, Fangio, they've got connections to talk to coaches. They probably got a lot of info that way. Fangio watching the film, I'm sure that he was like, yes, absolutely, he is worth the pick. And that might have been more than enough. So no questions beyond it.
I agree.
With 2 more from 33 Pauly. Justin Simmons is an Eagle. there's a prediction there, thinking that he's going to be an Eagle. Maybe so.
Maybe. Tomorrow,
Still
early tomorrow is going to be very interesting. Very interesting, because there are a lot of good players on the board. A lot of good players.
Yeah. JD was asking, what's RAS score? Yes, relative athletic score. I think somebody was answering that. But you take everything with a grain of salt. Some people be like, yeah, what does that matter? But at least it's a consistent baseline for you to judge something off of, because otherwise we're going, well, this guy is athletic according to this report, and this guy's this much according to this one. So at least you say, here's the relative athletic score. You take their combine or their pro day results, and they put him in there for 40-yard dash, the 3-cone shuttle, the bench press, like anything and everything, compile it together, and then it just compares it to all the draft picks in, like, I think since like 2008. It goes back a long way, but since it was recorded, and then it gives it a score comparatively where it falls on that baseline. So a 9.88 is I mean, that's insane. It speaks for itself.
Yep, 100%.
48 Wave with a 5 says, remember when I predicted that Howie would trade up and select a player not at the top 30 visits, but Thomas, you didn't believe me. Eagles fan from Texas.
Well, you got me. Yeah, I mean, I think Starks was just the name that made the most sense, and maybe they would have still taken him, but, you know, we're never going to know. We're never going to know exactly what the board looks like. So, but
I felt like it was a top 30 visit as well, so I was feeling the same way, but I guess it could have been. We just don't know. Let's see. Where's the other one? Jabeezy with a 10.
Okay.
A little with the Chiefs line. Or let's see. A little cheap with the Chiefs line. Just a little. Oh, yeah. Like kind of, I guess, dominated them a little bit. Yeah. Go Birds.
Go Birds. Go Birds.
Him with the 2. Eagles got the next Fred Warner next to Bond. Let's freaking go.
Can you imagine? You know, I saw someone's pre-draft player comp for Jahad Campbell was literally Zach Bond, because it's like, can do edge, right? Can play linebacker, physical freak. Can you imagine just having a younger, I mean, Zach Bond's already pretty young, but a younger Zach Bond is pretty crazy. It's pretty wild.
It is absolutely wild. It's going to be amazing to see them like just continue to kind of go through the training camp, preseason, where it pans out. Like, you see the hype of Jahad Campbell in the interview as well. You mentioned the EAGLES, but let's go. Got the guy. James with a 10 says, Howie, yet again, Vic will do his magic, and also maybe edge, maybe with the potential, move him there. He could. Or he could stay put. Like we said, you got the versatility. And there's other guys to get made. Again, and I think that this is maybe appropriate. We could go to best available if I can get this ready for just a second.
Yep.
For people that are wondering. So, look, he could be an edge. You could move him that way if you don't feel like he's an off-ball linebacker. I think that they do. They value off-ball linebacker a whole lot. They've proven that.
Yep.
But also, as we got the board pulled up here now, as we've said, there's plenty of firepower that Howie could trade up if he wanted to. And look, do they want to go safety? If they want to go safety, you could go Nick Emenwari, or you could go with a Kevin Winston Jr. or an Andrew Makuba. Like, there's lots of safeties that are out there. Or if you want to go edge, Mike Green is still available. That's probably unlikely based on the reports that we've heard that Philly not being as interested. But Donovan Ezraku brought in for a top 30 visit. He's still out
Easily
there.
Could
One of the premier edges. Darius Alexander, if you want to go more of an interior defensive lineman, but a guy that could be available, or cornerback, right? They also said that they want to come away with a corner by the end of round 4. Is it a super early one? Trey Amos is still out there. So there's so many different, and heck, we hadn't even hardly mentioned Mason Taylor's name, but tight end, he's still there. You
Big
go
time.
and pick that way.
Big time.
Rounds 2 and 3 to be fun.
Okay, let's do the big board. You have the big board ready to go?
The best available?
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yep, it's already up. I pulled it up.
All right, ESPN's best available. You see it here. I make sure that mine is refreshed on the screen as well. Will Johnson has knee problems. Like, we keep saying this. Will Johnson has knee problems. He could really plummet. He might not even go second round tomorrow. Mike Green obviously has off-the-field issues. They date back to high school and early on in college, but he did leave a college program because of them. So how much further does he fall? He's a first-round talent, though. Somebody's going to get a really good player, and everything I have heard on him is that he's a good teammate as well. So just do with that as you will. We all love Nick Emenwari. I mean, literally, the first 4 guys here could all be Eagles, right? I mean, Will Johnson, if they want to get another cornerback, Mike Green, although probably out on him, Emenwari, and Ezeraku, because Ezeraku came in for a top 30 visit. I would go nuts if Philly got Nick Emenwari tomorrow. The problem is, Josh, it's a big jump because you have to go from 64 probably into the high, the late 30s, upper 40s at best. So it gets tough there. Then you got to go to some interesting selections here. Travion Henderson, some had him as a borderline first rounder, 2 running backs going round 1 tonight. I think he's a good player. I think he's an early day 2 guy. We'll see him off the board for a team that needs a running back there. And how far does Shedeur Sanders fall? Remember, the Browns have 2 picks early tomorrow. You would think he's going to end up being a Brown, but there's no guarantee. And there could be a case where you wait until, 41, 42 area for the Saints. Maybe you get back around there. Would he fall all the way to Pittsburgh again as you double dip to 42, I think, would be Pittsburgh, right? If I do my math correctly. Where does Shedeur fall is going to be very interesting. Arroyo, the very old but very good tight end from Miami. Trey Amos, I had him as a first-round cornerback, also still on the board there. Mason Taylor, day 2, could be a very interesting option for Philadelphia. I thought he was a dark horse candidate for the Birds at 32 earlier tonight. Did not happen.
Yep.
And then you'll get other names like Shamar Turner, the defensive tackle. TJ Sanders, also another defensive tackle, could go early on day 2. And then Kevin Winston Jr. Philadelphia can't get Emenwari. If they want to still get a safety at 64, then Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State makes a ton of sense as well.
Tons of different ways. There's a million different ways that they could play this, but you're right. There's a lot of guys that they should like on their board, different options. I'm hyped about it. I'll just say that.
Yeah, I agree.
They crushed it from that standpoint. I'll also put up here real quick because people wondering, as Anthony's done such a great job on so many different other graphics, but the top 30 visit for who is still available and who they might have more interest in. Again, they went apparently for a pick that does not have a top 30 visit, which he could have. We'll never know. But you still see on the board there, Donovan Ezeraku, first round grading. That's the first one up there on their board. But then, Thomas, you mentioned Trey Amos. That's another one that's still out there and available. Nick Scorton, TJ Sanders would be the next one. They got a lot of guys from like 60 to 100 in that range. Several different offensive linemen, other cornerback, Kansas State Jacob Parrish. So, yeah, there's so many other guys, and you know that Howie's coming away with this like, hey, look, we got our linebacker. We know that we're probably going to have to go for another defensive lineman. We're probably going to go for a safety, probably going to go for a corner. It's going to be defensive heavy, and then maybe a tight end, certainly some offensive options at some point. But I wouldn't be surprised if you get a trade up, maybe 2 trade ups tomorrow night to say, okay, we've got our guy, or there's someone out there who's fallen further than we thought, and they're just going to go ahead and make a move. So it sets it up beautifully.
Yep, I totally agree. Oh, man.
How great is it? How great
I
is
see
it?
tweets saying a healthy Jihad Campbell is literally Fred Warner, is what people are saying here.
So great.
We'll see. That's pretty crazy, but we will definitely see.
Linux Av with a 2 said, yeah, Donovan Ezeraku, round 2, please trade up. It's possible. And there's so many options there. It is certainly a chance. Ethan with a 5 also said, do y'all think we can still get Nick Emenwari? And Thomas, let your boy get that helmet. Go Birds. Still love the Campbell.
Both might happen. You never know. Both might
chance.
happen. We'll see. We will definitely see.
Saying there's a chance.
They're saying that there's a chance.
Elbert with a 2 also says round 2 trades are a missed. I don't know what I'm probably mispronouncing or misreading that. Are a missed, or like a mystery, or a mistake, or man, I'm sure
all those could work.
It's just MIST and then 3 question marks. So I'm sure I'm butcher. There's probably something that actually is what I'm missing here. But yes, round 2 trades. I'm sure we're going to see those.
For sure. 100%.
Let's go. All right, I think I ran through. I'm double checking on the super chat.
I think we're caught up.
Missing, but I think I did. Yeah, got that one there. Got all the picks in. Not too bad. Like we said, we're gonna have tomorrow night. So come back. We're gonna run it back tomorrow night. It's gonna be a party. Gonna go through all the picks and selections and everything else. So feel free to come stream. Like and subscribe. Turn those notifications on so you don't miss it.
Yes.
It'll be live probably 30 to 15 minutes before the draft for tomorrow night. But more picks, reactions, and everything else. Appreciate you guys, too. I mean, this was just wild because we ended up going over 5,000 likes for the stream, too, which is a first for us.
Crazy.
There's no telling how many views this thing got. We were up to like almost 10,000 combined, so that was wild.
Yeah.
But, yes, again, let's just say we appreciate you guys. Thank you from the bottom of our heart. All the time and effort, energy, production that goes into this, it is because of y'all. So I've said it a million times, but I'm not tired of saying it. It is because of you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We had a blast. It's only night one. We got another night. We got another couple days to end it here from Matt, the Eagle One with a 5, says another great stream. You two are the best. Go Birds. And good night, everyone. We appreciate everybody.
There you go.
Go Birds.
Go Birds.